फ्रेंड्स के साथ ट्रिप प्लान की थी।
This is the story of a man who dared to dream and persevered to make his dream come true. The story of a visionary Indian who thought differently and made an enormous difference to the lives of thousands of students all over the world. The story of Dr. Shantaram Balwant Mujumdar, the founder of Symbiosis. It began when Dr. Mujumdar, the rector of the boys' hostel at Pune's historic Fergusson College, was spending a quiet afternoon in his quarters. All students from India had left for their Diwali vacation. Only students from other countries had stayed back. Suddenly, Dr. Mujumdar's attention was drawn by the sight of a girl student. She was standing under a window of the boys' hostel, stealthily passing a small parcel to a boy inside. Suspecting mischief, Dr. Mujumdar went to the room to investigate. What he saw there left him disturbed and distressed. The girl had gone there to provide food to a Mauritian boy suffering from jaundice. The incident left a deep impact on Dr. Mujumdar's mind and a void in his heart. He was so moved by the experience that he resolved to improve the plight of foreign students studying in India. Symbiosis was thus born in 1971 from the seed of a dream sown by its founder, Dr. Mujumdar. His dream was to create an educational institute where, in his own words, students from all over the world would live, study, eat and play together in an atmosphere of peace, harmony, mutual respect and acceptance of cultural diversity. An institute from where foreign students would return to their countries as friends and ambassadors of our nation. Dr. Mujumdar, himself a professor of botany, chose the name Symbiosis, the word biologists use to describe a mutually beneficial relationship between two living organisms. The guiding philosophy behind his endeavor was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or the world is one family. Today, the Symbiosis sapling has grown into a large tree. In 2002, Symbiosis was accorded the status of a university. Symbiosis International University's campus on Senapati Bapat Road in Pune, the first campus of Symbiosis, is a landmark in the city. Dr. S.P. Mujumdar also established a memorial and a museum in Pune to commemorate the life and ideals of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. Symbiosis is also known for its unique Afro-Asian Cultural Museum, a treasure trove of cultural, historical, and artistic heritage that showcases the beauty and diversity of various countries. Over time, Symbiosis has come to dwell not just within the walls of its many institutes, but also in countless hearts the world over. Symbiosis is the laughter of students and the quintessence of education. A world-renowned, multicultural, multilingual, and multidisciplinary educational institution, Symbiosis now has state-of-the-art campuses in Pune, Bengaluru, Noida, Nashik, Hyderabad, and Nagpur, with plans to have campuses in other nations as well. The university hosts thousands of students from each and every state and union territory of India, as well as international students from a number of countries around the world. The university has multiple institutions in diverse disciplines of study: law, management, computer studies, medical and health sciences, media and communication, humanities and social sciences, engineering, architecture and design. The university is also in the forefront of research in diverse areas such as advanced legal studies and research, waste resource management, stem cell research, nanoscience and nanotechnology, medical image analysis, behavioral studies, applied artificial intelligence, entrepreneurship and innovation, research in media and creative industries, Center for Ambedkar Studies. Over the years, Symbiosis has excelled in 3 avatars: culture, education, and health. Physical, mental, social, and spiritual. Symbiosis truly embodies the transformative vision manifest in the country's national education policy aimed at creating global citizens with Indian values, which has also been the focus of Symbiosis throughout its illustrious journey of more than 50 years. In keeping with the university's larger social commitment, the Medical College and the 900-bedded state-of-the-art Symbiosis University Hospital and Research Center are dedicated to serving humanity. This is evident in their commendable service to people in the many villages and hamlets around the lovely campus. These institutions have been instrumental in ensuring the well-being of the community, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Symbiosis Community Outreach Program and Extension, or SCOPE, is working towards the sustainable, comprehensive, and integrated development of the villages located in the vicinity of Symbiosis International University's main campus. The university continues to attract a multitude of well-known leaders celebrities, and iconic personalities. A lesser-known facet of Symbiosis is the wealth that Mother Nature has bestowed upon it. The university campus at Lovely is home to a large variety of flora and fauna. In March 2022, on the proud occasion of the Golden Jubilee of Symbiosis, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, inaugurated Symbiosis Arogya Dham.
50 years ago, the idea germinated in my mind to promote friendship and understanding between foreign and Indian students and thereby promote international understanding. Today, we are celebrating Golden Jubilee of this golden idea.
कि 50 साल की आपके पास एक ऐसी पूंजी है, अनुभव की पूंजी है, अनेक एक्सपेरिमेंट करते करते आप यहां पहुंचे हैं। एक खजाना है आपके पास, ये खजाना भी देश के काम आएगा। आप फले फूले और यहां पर आने वाले हर बच्चा अपना उज्जवल भविष्य बनाने के लिए आत्मविश्वास के साथ निकल पड़े। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
For Symbiosis International University, the world was, is, and will always be its family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
morning, everyone. We'll be starting with the program shortly. We are waiting for the dignitaries to arrive. I don't know. Just take a look at it.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for our dignitary?
The value of college education is not the learning of many facts, but training of the mind to think. Good morning to one and all present here. I, Azma Junaid,
And I, Saili Nitin,
welcome you all to the intellectual adventure that you are about to undertake here at the ISRS National Symposium 2023. ISG, Indian Society of Geomatics, collaborated with Symbiosis Institute of Geoinformatics, ISRS, Indian Society of Remote Sensing, and CDAC, Center for Development of Advanced Computing, the pivotal frontiers collaborating here with us to organize the symposium at Symbiosis International Deemed University.
as one of the nation's leading institutions, Symbiosis offers a widespread array of opportunities for you to learn, grow, and recognize your true self. ISGS IRS National Symposium 2023 signifies GeoDiscover, Unravelling India's Spatial Frontier. This is not just an event, it is a celebration of knowledge, a testament to our collective dedication to the frontiers of exploring geospatial ecosystem trends and innovations. As we embark on this intellectual journey, we are privileged to have amongst us distinguished scholars, researchers, and practitioners among us.
Here at Symbiosis, we take immense pride in our culture of spreading light, as light symbolizes knowledge, while darkness represents ignorance. Like the sun that rises to start a new day, light brings clarity in a similar way.
Continuing this journey, I would like to invite our chief guests and respected delegates to come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony.
Can we have a round of applause for everyone? Thank you, dignitaries, for lighting the lamp. Now, moving forward.
Words of wisdom can become a compelling force to thrive your beliefs in this world. To share such moving words, I would like to call upon our beloved T.P. Singh Sir, Chairman ISG, Secretary ISRS Pune Chapter, and Director SIG, an inspirational leader and aspirer. Sir, over to you for the welcome address.
Honorable Chancellor, Symbiosis International University, Dr. S.B. Majumdar sir, esteemed chief guest of the day, Director NIAS, Dr. Sailesh Nayak ji, guest of honor, Director Space Application Center, Shri Nilesh Desai ji, Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Vidya Yadvekar ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramakrishnan Raman, National President of ISG and ISRS, and Director NRSC, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, esteemed scientist, Secretary of ISG, ISRS, and dear students. On the behalf of Indian Society of Geomatics and Symbiosis Institute of Geoinformatics, Symbiosis International University, I welcome you all over here in this National Convention of 2023. I extend a warm welcome to all of you this beautiful campus of the National Convention of ISRS and ISG. Today morning is a very unique. Unique in the two sense. One is that, in the one roof, this large gathering of space scientists as well as academicians and technocrats, it's a very unique. You will not find that anywhere, any place right now in that country. Today's morning, we have that the second thing, that all academicians as well as that the space scientists, they are on that one dais, they are sharing a one dais over here. In an era of where the world is becoming increasingly interconnected and digitized, geospatial service play a crucial role to empowering business to make the data-driven decisions, geospatial technologies transcending to new trends and a new innovation and have a potential to blend with that other technology. Today's theme of that conference, that exploring geospatial ecosystem, innovation and trend, will delve around 12 different themes, and these themes are going to be provide you that how geospatial technology is coming that innovate a different technology and how it is going to be have that new trends in the society. On the behalf of ISG and the Symbiosis Institute of Geoinformatics, again, I welcome you in this national convention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for always motivating us and being our guiding light. Well, if your actions inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you're truly a leader. It is my distinct honor to welcome the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Dr. R. Raman of Symbiosis International Deemed University to the ISG/ISRS National Symposium.
He, at Symbiosis International Deemed University, brings a distinguished academic and professional background to his role.
Okay, thank you.
Respected Chancellor Dr. S.B. Majumdar sir, Pro-Chancellor Dr. Vidya Yadvekar ma'am, we have guests from ISRO and also ISRS. We have Dr. Sailesh Nayak, Director NIAS and former Secretary MOES. We also have Shri Nilesh Desai ji, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Dr. C.P. Singh, Dr. Praveen Thakur, and Dr. Yogesh Kumar Singh, other dignitaries who are off the dais. faculty members, staff members, colleague directors, staff members, and students. I formally welcome you to today's symposium on exploring geospatial ecosystem trends and innovation. The more you explore, the more you have to explore. That is such an area which is the geospatial ecosystem area. I share a very special relation with ISRO because I was born and brought up in Sriharikota, the rocket launching center, and my father was a scientist at ISRO. I've seen many rocket launches. Every time there is a lot of excitement, whether the rocket is a failure or a success. That was in the 80s when I was talking about. Today we are very confident that 99.9% that when you're going to have a rocket launch by ISRO, it's going to be for sure a success story. So with great pleasure and excitement, I welcome you to this symposium on exploring geospatial ecosystem trends and innovation. It's going to be a symposium where we are going to go ahead and discuss several topics. I understand from Dr. T.P. Singh that there are going to be 12 main focus areas in which the symposium is going to focus on. Today, in this rapidly evolving world, location-based data is becoming increasingly vital. And if you want a location-based data where several decisions by business is taken based on the location-based data, it's all due to the geospatial information that is given to us by the satellites. If this location-based data is not rightly taken, several business would possibly not take the right decision, and several vital information is not even given to the general public. So exploring something in this area, it's going to be a lot of value add, and the knowledge that's going to get created in this symposium, if it's going to be published, I'm sure it will be of great help and use to a lot of business houses, and exploring more will possibly give much more knowledge to the general public as well. So when you're going to go ahead and have this, my expectation is that this particular symposium is going to dwell on the latest trends and innovation in the geospatial ecosystem and take us through the frontiers of technology, where we'll explore how geospatial data is shaping industries, driving innovation, and addressing global challenges. I encourage all of you to engage, share, especially the students to connect, network, and possibly gain as much knowledge and foster collaboration that will drive the ecosystem to new heights. Once again, let me welcome all of you for joining on this transformative expedition at Symbiosis International University, powered by several organizations and by SIG, especially special congratulations to Dr. T.P. Singh. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your informative and very inspiring words.
As we gather here to celebrate the culmination of knowledge and expertise, it is an honor to witness the felicitation of our respected dignitaries.
Each dignitary represents a unique perspective, and their dedication to the pursuit of knowledge has been truly commendable. Let this moment serve as a testament to the collaborative spirit that defines our institute. So may I request Honorable Chancellor Dr. S.B. Majumdar sir to felicitate our chief guest Dr. Shailesh Nayak.
Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone?
Next, I will request sir to felicitate Dr. Nilesh Desai.
Now I would request sir to felicitate Dr. Prakash Chauhan. Now I would request our Dr. T.P. Singh sir to felicitate Majumdar sir.
May I now request sir to felicitate Dr. Vidya Yaravdekar ma'am.
Now I would request sir to felicitate Dr. Ramakrishnan Raman.
I would kindly request sir to felicitate Dr. C.P. Singh sir. Last but not the least, I would request sir to felicitate Dr. Praveen Thakur sir.
Thank you, sir.
Today, we are privileged to have with us the Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis International Deemed University, Dr. Vidya Yaravdekar, a visionary leader whose guidance has played a pivotal role in shaping this landscape of symbiosis. Dr. Vidya Yaravdekar ma'am, the Principal Director of Symbiosis Society and Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis International Deemed University, is a distinguished figure in the field of higher education.
With a diverse academic background, including a postgraduate degree in medicine, a law degree and a PhD in internationalization of higher education in India, she has played a pivotal role in the growth of Symbiosis International Deemed University, overseeing more than 45,000 students from across India and 85 countries.
Her leadership roles in organizations such as the University Grants Commission, UGC, underscore her commitment to innovative approaches in higher education. Notably ranked 14 among India's top 25 powerful women. Without further ado, I invite Dr. Vidya ma'am to deliver her address and set the tone for an enriching symposium. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. The Chancellor of this university, Dr. S.B. Majumdar sir, distinguished guests, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Srinilesh Desai, Dr. C.P. Singh, Dr. Praveen Thakur, Dr. T.P. Singh, and our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raman, eminent scientists who are sitting here in the audience, and my dear young, beautiful, dynamic faces that we see early morning. Welcome you to the Symbiosis International University campus. For some of you as scientists, probably this is your first visit to this lovely 400 acres campus that was established in 2008. In fact, the Symbiosis International University campuses were spread all across Pune city when we got the deemed university status in 2002. Dr. Majumdar sir established Symbiosis in 1971. I'm sure you've seen the film and the establishment and the story behind the establishment of this wonderful organization. But today we are spread across the city and across many other cities in India. What distinguishes Symbiosis from what it was before to what it is today, I think, is a shift from humanities and social sciences to kind of pure sciences and technology. And I think for me as a medical doctor, I'm very, very happy that we now even have a medical school exclusively for women that you see at the foothills of this lovely campus with a 900-bedded hospital, that we run free. But I think again what identifies Symbiosis from several other universities in India is what we teach our students beyond classrooms. And I think conferences like these, hones up the skills, the personalities, and of course the knowledge of these young budding people and students who join the portals of Symbiosis. For the last 1 week, all of us have been extremely busy, and the kind of knowledge that is getting into our brains is so diverse, and I think that adds to the beauty of the diversity at Symbiosis. From geopolitics that we discussed on the 25th and 26th of November, now we are going to discuss geospatial ecosystem. That's been a shift of, you can imagine the kind of discussions that have happened in this very auditorium. I'm so happy to tell all of you all that the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, was sitting here like you all in the audience, listening to all the speeches and the addresses by eminent academicians and, of course, geopolitical experts over 2 days on a wonderful topic of India's strategic culture, addressing regional and global issues. And today we move on to eminent scientists being here in the auditorium, now discussing the geospatial ecosystem and the innovations that can happen. I think for students of Symbiosis, there couldn't be a better academic treat for you all to get so much of in-depth knowledge from such diverse kind of eminent people that finally when you pass out of the portals of Symbiosis, this is going to help you more than anything else. And for scientists who are here in the audience, I think for you all, instead of discussing these subjects between closed rooms amongst yourselves, I'm sure it will be wonderful to discuss and deliberate these things in front of a young audience that's going to actually take our country forward. In fact, when we talk about the Amrit Kal, it is going to be these young people who are actually going to be not just beneficiaries, but the drivers of this Amrit Kal, and the kind of knowledge that we impart to them, the kind of innovations that we discuss and deliberate with them and also get out of their minds is something that is going to drive this country. And I'm so happy that Symbiosis has been doing this for several years and will continue to do this. I'm very happy, Dr. T.P. Singh, and thank you very much, sir, for choosing this university for such discussions and deliberations that our students will get more knowledge than what they would have got in their classrooms. So with these few words, I welcome all of you to this lovely campus of the Symbiosis International University. I hope some of you all are staying on the campus. Please take morning walks. You might just bump into a beautiful peacock, or once I bumped into a porcupine also. So, we actually live in a very sustainable campus, ensuring the philosophy of Symbiosis, which is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your lovely note. We promise you we'll definitely get the inputs you asked.
Today, we have among us Dr. Prakash Chauhan, a distinguished scientist with a PhD in physics and over 3 decades of exemplary service at the Indian Space Research Organization. His expertise lies in applied geophysics, where he has significantly advanced the applications of remote sensing, technology for geoscience, atmospheric and ocean studies.
His leadership as the principal investigator for the Infrared Imaging Spectrometer IIRS on the Chandrayaan-2, contributing to the lunar surface composition mapping, highlights his outstanding contributions to space technology. Dr. Chauhan has earned numerous accolades, including the 2023 Asia Pacific Regional Excellence Award. As the Fellow of the National Academy of Sciences, he makes a true luminary in the realm of space science and technology.
We are so honored to have you here, sir. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Thank you to our young friends for giving this kind introduction. Namaskar, good morning to you all, and Shubh Pravat. Most respected Dr. Shailesh Nayak ji, Director of National Institute of Advanced Studies and former Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences and Chief Guest of today's function. Most respected Professor S.P. Majumdar, Chancellor of Symbiosis International, Shri Nilesh Desai ji, Director of Space Application Center and guest of honor for today's function, very eminent Professor Dr. Vidya Yeravadekar ji, Pro Vice Chancellor of Symbiosis International, Dr. R. Raman from our own ISRO family, who is the Vice Chancellor of Symbiosis International, our friend Dr. T.P. Singh, who is the organizing committee chair for this ISRS ISG Symposium and director of Symbiosis Institute of Geoinformatics. My colleagues, Dr. C.P. Singh and Dr. Praveen Thakur, secretaries for ISG and ISRS, all the dignitaries assembled in this hall, good morning to you all. And of course, all the young students of Symbiosis International, good morning to you all, and my warm welcome and greetings on behalf of Indian Society of Geomatics and on behalf of Indian Society of Remote Sensing to this wonderful campus of Symbiosis International, where we are just starting this national convention for both the societies. I'm sure it's my great privilege and honor to welcome all the delegates, all members of the society, and all participants of this, this beautiful symposium and annual convention, which is being held here at SIG Pune for next 3 days. You will have fantastic time, both in terms of academic pursuit, quest for knowledge, and of course, you will all enjoy the beautiful surroundings over here in this particular campus. As President of Indian Society of Geomatics and ISRS, I am grateful to you all for turning up in very large number, and especially to the dignitaries on dais, especially Dr. Shailesh Nayak ji and Dr. Majmudar ji, for gracing this occasion in spite of their very busy schedule. Thank you very much, sir, for coming over here. Like many previous years, this year again, Indian Society of Remote Sensing and Indian Society of Geomatics have joined hands together to organize this national symposium with a central theme of exploring the geospatial ecosystem, trends and innovations. And I'm happy to tell you that more than 200 papers were received as part of this registration process in this conference. I think out of that 200, 193 abstracts have been accepted by the committee, and we have around 156 technical presentations which are going to happen for next 3 days or so. And of course, there are 37 posters as well. So friends, as many of us are aware that in recent times, there has been a notable surge in the development, evolution, and applications of Earth observation technology and geoinformatics science at national as well as international level. These rapid advancements have significantly broadened their purview and applicability, exerting a substantial influence across virtually all facets of human life and activities, backed by the reforms which has been set in by the Government of India by introducing the new geospatial policy as well as the new space policy 2023, which basically broadens the, the participation itself to a larger extent. The space used to be a very close-knit, community, but with the introduction of Space Policy 2023, it has been open to all. So the space has been unlocked as being told to all of us, and a wider private sector participation in all activities related to the space is now, is going to happen in this country. And in that context, we organizing this symposium at Symbiosis International is also very important, because as the space activities grows in this country, definitely there will be a huge requirement for the trained manpower and the capacity building. And what could be a best place than an international private university to organize this year's conference, so that all these young people, those who are sitting here, they get get details about the space ecosystem, as well as the nuances of various technological aspects of applications of space technology for societal benefits. So in that context, I would like to thank Dr. T.P. Singh and entire management of Symbiosis International for hosting this symposium at this venue. Thank you very much for doing so. As president of both the societies, it is also my humble duty to just inform the August gathering about the activities of both the societies. So Indian Society of Geomatics was established in 1993. It's a premier society of the professionals involved in the broad field of geoinformation science. And of course, it is involved in the promotion and popularization of geomatics science and applications in India. It has around 2,400 life members and has 28 chapters across India. ISG is a very vibrant professional society which supports large number of activities like scientific talks to students, workshops, seminars, conferences on various emerging applications and technological trends. ISG has helped in shaping the geospatial policy and infrastructure in the country since its inception. During 2022-23, ISG and its chapters have organized several, activities across country, including, celebrations of Science Day, GIS Day, Technological Day, and many mandatory activities of the societies. Apart from this, there are various workshops, student training programs, symposiums, conferences, and educational excursions are organized every year by the society. Some of the thematic activities which society does is essentially to promote the use of geospatial sciences among the researchers and academic communities in this country by celebrating various days like World Ocean Day, National Remote Sensing Day, World Ozone Day, World Environment Day, and many such events, continues to happen throughout the year. Apart from these, outreach and promotional activities, society also brings out its quarterly newsletter and has its own half-yearly scientific journal called the Journal of Geomatics. This particular journal is recognized by University Grant Commission, and it covers various aspects of geomatics, including geodata acquisition, pre-processing, processing, analysis, and of course, encourages young researchers to publish their research findings in this particular journal. Every year, ISG also gives awards to various professionals for doing excellent work in the broad field of geoinformation science and applications of geoinformatics. These prominent national awards include National Geomatics Awards for Excellence. 2 National Geomatic Awards are given for original and scientific contributions in geomatics technology and innovation applications in the field of geomatics for applied research. We also have Professor Kakani Nageshwar Rao Endowment Young Researcher Award, and of course the ISG Best Chapter Award is given to a chapter for doing excellent performance throughout the year. Apart from this, we also have ISG President's Appreciation Medal for a contributor who is a member of the society and has done excellent and noteworthy work in the growth of Indian Society of Geomatics. So friends, you will witness this award ceremony during this inaugural session, and I thank all the awardees. Most of them are over here to receive this award, and congratulations to all the awardees of ISG Award 2022-23. Now, since I also have a proud privilege to be the president of Indian Society of Remote Sensing as well, so it's my august duty to just briefly tell you about the activities of Indian Society of Remote Sensing. Friends, Indian Society of Remote Sensing, ISRS, which was established in 1969, it is now more than a 50-year-old society, professional society, and has contributed in the immense growth of remote sensing and geospatial technology during these last 5 decades. ISRS has played a key role for the advancement and dissemination of remote sensing technology in the field of mapping, planning, management of natural resources and environment by organizing various symposiums, seminars, and by publishing a monthly journal called Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing since last 54 years. And society has also contributed in the growth of India's space program by, assembling large number of professionals, identifying the needs for developing the sensors for remote sensing technology and its uses, which essentially were flown into many of the Indian satellite systems. The society has more than 6,209 professional members, and it has a strong international association with International Society of Photogrammatics and Remote Sensing and Asian Association of Remote Sensing. The official journal of society, as I told, Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing, is published by Springer and has one of the highest impact factor of 2.5 among all the scientific journals in the country, which are published from India. ISRS is an active member of, as I told, International Society of Photogrammetry, as well as Asian Association of Remote Sensing, which basically helps us also to get connected to the international remote sensing and geospatial community. And this year, we have celebrated our Golden Jubilee in a spectacular function, which was organized at the headquarters in Dehradun. ISRS also bestows several awards every year to encourage excellence among the professionals in the field of remote sensing and geospatial technology. And you will also witness the award ceremony shortly during this function. And I would also like to congratulate all awardees of this year's ISRS awards. So these two societies, friends, are essentially contributing to the growth of geospatial technology and remote sensing technology in the country. And this symposium today, which we are inaugurating, we will witness a large amount of publications, papers, plenary talks, and I'm sure that this will immensely benefit our young students and the young researcher community, as a lot of people across India has assembled in this hall to discuss, deliberate, state-of-art technology and the evolving fields which are very important in this field. So as President of ISRS and ISG, I appreciate the sincere efforts and dedication of both the societies along with local and national committees for organizing this symposium. And I believe that this will be a pivotal moment in our collective journey to explore, harness, and leverage the geospatial ecosystem for greater good for the humanity. I look forward to an engagement with you all, sharing insights with togetherness, charting a path towards more informed and enlightened future, and wish this symposium a grand success. As we all have witnessed the wonderful landing of Chandrayaan-3 on the moon surface, but ISRO is much more than Chandrayaan and Mangalyaan. That is what you will witness. And our work which we are doing in terms of understanding our own planet Earth, some of you will get the glimpses of that work during this symposium. Thank you very much and wish you all a great time during the symposium.
Thank you, sir, for throwing light on the theme of the symposium and briefing us about the activities of ISG and ISRS. Now we have with us here Sri Nilesh M. Desai, a distinguished scientist and director at the Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. He has had an illustrious career spanning about 37 years, a top-ranking and gold medalist of the 1986 BE Electronics and Communication. He has played a pivotal role in designing and developing ISRO's microwave radars.
His leadership extends to guiding activities in remote sensing data processing, receivers and applications, and even advanced technologies like quantum frontiers and AI/ML. Shri Desai has actively represented ISRO and India at various international forums, organized the ICG meeting in India in 2019.
Recognized for his contributions, he has received prestigious awards such as the ISRO Performance Excellence Award 2018, ISRO Individual Merit Award 2010, and the ISRO Team Award in 2012.
He served as the National President of ISRS Executive Council and Vice President of ISSE, underscores his commitment to advancing space and science technology. Sir, I welcome you here.
Thank you, Madam. Good morning to all. The dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Dr. S.B. Majumdar ji, Dr. Shailesh Naik sir, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Dr. Vidya Yabdekar, Dr. T.P. Singh, Dr. C.P. Singh, Dr. Praveen Thakur, and Dr. Yogesh Kumar Singh. At the outset, let me thank the organizers and Symbiosis for inviting me here for this very important symposium on geospatial, exploring geospatial ecosystem, trends and innovations. It would not have come at the right time. I was wondering what is common between me and the people sitting on the dais, because I am the odd man out, being the only technologist among all the distinguished doctors present here. As Prakash has already pointed out, ISRO is not only Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan or Gaganyaan now, it is also geospatial technologies, communication, navigations, and remote sensing, which we are going to celebrate here during these 3 days, where we have assembled here for this annual symposium organized by ISG and ISRS. So let me compliment and congratulate the organizers for organizing this particular conference, annual affair. But we always look forward to this. I had been national president of ISRS, so I was wondering what I would be able to contribute. But it was pleasure working with all these scientists on these various new technologies especially related to geospatial technologies. Of course, my period was marked by the COVID-19 pandemic, but we could still organize a lot of events online during those periods. So I really cherish and look forward to this particular annual conference. And I'm happy that it is getting organized. It's Symbiosis with this vast ambience. And I was trying to find out what is common between the center which I come from, that is Space Application Center, and Symbiosis. Both the ambience, if you see, both the campuses are almost similar. Madam was mentioning about peacocks nurturing here. So same way in my campus also in Ahmedabad. It is a rare place, but still worth visiting. So I invite all of you, especially the students, to come to my place at Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. And you will also see the same ambience which you find here at Symbiosis. So thank you once again. And again, as I said, it has come at a right time because this week we have been celebrating the launch of our 2 important satellites, HISIS as well as Cartosat 3. And if you remember, the geospatial technologies will involve a lot of hyperspectral imaging as well as cartographic imaging. So both the sensors which were launched by ISRO for the first time with such a high resolution and spectral resolution, so they have been launched during this week, earlier years. So in that case, this has come at a right moment that we are celebrating this particular conference on this particular theme related to geospatial technologies. As Prakash has already pointed out, that now new space policy 2023 is in place. It is an amalgamation of activities related to communication, navigation, as well as remote sensing, each which has been defined as a separate policy also by Department of Space. And the emphasis now is that data will be available freely to all of you, all the researchers, students, as well as all the commercial users. So in that sense, lot of sort of revolution has come. And that's why the relevance of this particular conference with this associated theme. And again, the government's aim is that we are now promoting open science as well as open data. So instead of you running around for data, now data is going to come at your desktop. So that is the another change which has been brought about by Department of Space as well as Government of India. So in that sense also, now you have a lot of opportunities, especially in the downstream applications, where still we find there is a lot of scope of working out various applications. So almost 80% of market today in commercially is in the downstream. And unnecessarily we are obsessed with running around making satellites. So instead of concentrating on those aspects, I will urge the various research community as well as students, especially startups, to work on this downstream application where geospatial technologies are going to play a very major role. So once again, I thank the organizer for calling me here, and especially ISG and ISRS for selecting a very appropriate theme for this particular annual conference. And thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your captivating words about the Space Applications Center. It indeed motivated the young crowd sitting with here today. It is my distinct privilege to stand before you today to introduce a visionary leader, an esteemed educator, and the driving force behind the success of our Symbiosis University. Professor S.B. Muzumdar Sir, founder and president Symbiosis, and Chancellor Symbiosis International Deemed University, a renowned academic and educationalist, he has received the civilian honor many times by the Government of India.
He was awarded Padma Shri in 2005 and Padma Bhushan in 2012. He was also awarded Punya Bhushan in 2009. The complete list of accolades is far too long for these pages and include Maharashtra Gaurav Award and the FIE Foundation Award.
We are honored to have you, sir. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Pardon me for addressing you in a sitting position because of some physical ailments. I'm really happy to be with you in such an important symposium. Dr. Dinesh Shailesh Naik, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Dr. Nilesh Desai, Dr. C.P. Singh, Dr. Praveen Thakur, and our own Dr. Vidya, Dr. Raman, and the hero of this symposium, Dr. C.P. Singh. I was professor of botany in Ferguson College. And I'm saying this because I want to confess the total ignorance of either geology or geoinformatics. It was in 1971 that Symbiosis was started, not as a college, not as an university, but as a cultural institution for the welfare of foreign students. Perhaps you must have seen it in the film, the circumstances under which Symbiosis was started. Suffice it for me to say that Symbiosis was started out of compassion for international students. They used to face many problems. And we regarded foreign students as the potential cultural ambassadors of goodwill. So in order to solve their problems, in order to provide home away from home, that we started Symbiosis as a cultural organization. There was no dialogue, communication between foreign and Indian students. So in order to bring them together, we started Symbiosis. And we believe that foreign and Indian students, if they live together, which is the essence of Symbiosis, mutualism, world will be a better place. There will be international understanding. Out of sheer need, because we found that after this get-together of foreign and Indian students, again there was segregation. Again there was silence. We started education institutions which ultimately culminated into Symbiosis International Deemed University in 2002. In 2004, my friend from Geology department suggested that why don't you start Geoinformatics? And I believed in what he said. And a small institution in small hall of Symbiosis was started. Many people warned me, Dr. Majumdar, you won't get any students. But it is in my nature to take risks. And so, sir, I took the risk. The education institution was started. Some students joined, perhaps because they did not get admission anywhere. But slowly and slowly, the strength of education was also increased. But then they were wondering what placements we will get. Because after all, students join graduate, undergraduate or postgraduate colleges for jobs. And then one day there was some annual social function. And we invited Dr. Kasturi Rangan, whom I know well, as chief guest. And I told them, sir, they are disappointed students. Give them some hope. And Dr. Kasturi Rangan told them one thing. Well, today it may not have any scope, but very soon a day will come when no one will live without geoinformatics, without geology, without remote sensing, without geoposition. And how true he was. When there were 6 or 7 students in geoinformatics, Dr. T.P. Singh recently told me that he has 55 students. Then there is a separate research wing. So this is how institutions are born. This is how institutions are evolved. This is how institutions are, they contribute to the development and growth of the country. And today's symposium convinced me that geoinformatics will be applicable in our day-to-day lives. And I have a feeling that who knows, there will be University of Geoinformatics. And the fact that 2 societies, Geoinformatics Geological Society and Remote Sensing Society, have given him an opportunity to host this national conference or national symposium. I will not take much of your time because so many papers are to be read and so many subjects are to be discussed. But one thing I will express. Symbiosis motto is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or world is one family. This was in 1971 which I drafted this slogan. But I was pleasantly surprised when Prime Minister Modi also adopted Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in G20. one earth, one family, and one future. Personally, I feel that students of geoinformatics should not only be experts in geology or geoinformatics or remote sensing, but they should also imbibe the spirit of symbiosis, which is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. You should be a global citizen, and I am addressing it particularly to the students. And in order to become a successful global citizen, we should have three qualities. One, innovation. Innovation in brain, compassion in heart, and passion in belly, fire in the belly. If you have these three qualities, plus the quality required by your employer as far as geological is concerned, I am sure you have a bright future. Wish you all the best. God bless you. And thank you, sir, for giving me the privilege to address the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is an honor to have you as a guiding light. You are an inspiration to all of us sitting here. Please give sir a huge round of applause.
Today marks an important milestone for all of us as we stand on the brink of releasing this abstract value generated through these enriching discussions. Let us reflect on the power of collaboration, the exchange of ideas, and the collective effort that has gone into making this symposium a true intellectual feast.
With this note, I would like our esteemed chief guests and dignitaries to release the abstract volume and journal. Can we have a big round of applause, everyone? Thank you. Now we are honored to introduce Dr. Chandra Prakash, Secretary, ISG, Scientist, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing.
Sir, I welcome you to take the further proceedings of the ISG award distribution.
Thank you. So now it's time for giving away the ISG awards. It's my proud privilege to announce this year's awards. Indian Societies of Geomatics actually confers awards in various categories to the persons having outstanding achievements and contributions in the field of geomatics. ISG had announced the awards on its website and received nominations for the same. An independent award committee comprising of eminent scientists, academicians, and technology experts evaluated these applications and nominations. Now the awards are being confirmed this morning. For that, I would like to invite Professor Dr. S.B. Mazumdar sir, Chancellor Symbiosis International University, our chief guest, Shailesh Naik sir, Director NIAS, and Dr. Prakash for the award ceremony. Kindly come forward, sir, for giving away the awards.
Okay. So the first award Fellow of Indian Society of Geomatics. ISG recognizes the contribution of eminent personality who contribute for the growth of geomatics and ISG and elect them as Fellow of Indian Society of Geomatics. This year, ISG has elected 2 fellows in recognition of exemplary and pioneering contribution in design and development of ISRO's microwave radar, leading the development, realization, and strengthening space infrastructure, advanced applications involving Earth observation, communication, navigation, quantum technologies for societal benefits, governance, and strategic uses. Indian Society of Geomatics elects Dr. Nilesh M. Desai, Director SAC, as Fellow of Indian Society of Geomatics 2023. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Sultan Singh, who is our next fellow for this year. In recognition of exemplary contribution in geomatics technologies as an enabler at state and national level, and outstanding contribution in geospatial solutions for governance by actively demonstrating leadership role in research and outreach activities, Indian Society of Geomatics elects Dr. Sultan Singh as the Fellow of Indian Society of Geomatics 2023. Coming to the next category, National Geomatics Awards for Excellence. This award has been instituted to recognize outstanding and evidently important contribution in promoting geomatics technology and applications at the country level. The contribution should have made major impact on the use of this technology for national development. Award comprises a medal and citation and sum of rupees 50,000. In recognition of his outstanding contribution in design and development of indigenous GIS technology to make the defense forces self-reliant and contributing to the growth of education in geographic information system, GIS, in the country, the Indian Society of Geomatics confers National Geomatics Award for Excellence for this year 2023 on Dr. Narayan Panigrahi, scientist at DRDO. Moving on to the next category, National Geomatics Awards. ISG has instituted 2 National Geomatics Awards to be given each year for original and significant contribution in geomatics technology, innovative applications in the field of geomatics. This year, in recognition of his outstanding contribution in the field of geospatial technologies for development of National Wetland Geospatial Database and satellite technology-driven hydrological applications in the country, the Indian Society of Geomatics confers National Geomatics Awards Technology for year 2023 on Dr. Praveen Kumar Gupta, scientist, SAC, Ahmedabad. Coming to the next category, applications in recognition of his outstanding contribution towards the development of innovative applications in remote sensing of forestry, biodiversity, and ecology, the Indian Society of Geomatics confers National Geomatics Award applications for the year 2023 on Dr. Chintala Sudhakar Reddy, scientist, NRC, Hyderabad. The remaining awards will be given during the evening award ceremony. Now I'll request Praveen Thakur to kindly take over for the ISRS awards.
Good morning, all the dignitaries. It's my proud privilege to announce the annual awards of Indian Society of Remote Sensing, Indian Society of Remote Sensing at this historical land of Pune, where we have heard the valor and tales of great Shivaji and Bajirao. And what better place than the Symbiosis University to give these awards. So our society, one of the oldest society in this field, confers the awards to the eminent personalities and professionals who have worked their entire life for the objectives and contributions to the remote sensing. And first in the category is the Fellows of the Society. And ISRS confers the Fellows of the Society to the person's lifetime contributions to ISRS, as well as in the fields of remote sensing, geospatial technology, and its application. And this year, our committee, which has been formulated by the eminent professionals working in this field, has selected 3 eminent professionals who have dedicated their life in creating the remote sensing and space payloads, which help us to see our planet Earth and other terrestrial bodies in various parts of electromagnetic spectrum, develop the operational remote sensing techniques, web portals for geospatial information dissemination, and provided significant contribution to the growth of our society as well as our official journal. So first in the category, we are proud to announce that Shri Nilesh Desai sir, Director Space Application Center, has been elected as the Fellow of our society. We, from entire family of ISRS, congratulate you, sir. Next we have elected Dr. George Philip, former scientist, GE, and Managing Executive Editor of Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing, as the Fellow of Society for his significant contribution to the society. We from ISRS congratulate you on behalf of our entire family. Next in this category, we have Dr. V.V. Rao, former Associate Director of National Remote Sensing, Hyderabad, who has been elected as Fellow of Society. And I would like to request our NRSC colleagues to collect this award on his behalf. Dr. V.V. Rao has been instrumental in last year's highly successful annual symposium ISRS, and Punariji has also played a role in managing the overall conference. Next in the senior category, we have a prestigious Bhaskara Award for the year 2022. And this year, it is being given to one of the most senior professors from the oldest engineering college in India, that is IIT Roorkee, which incidentally celebrated its 175 years of existence. And it is the college where subject of photogrammetry has been taught since 1950s, one of the oldest institute where this subject is taught. In recognition of his contribution and achievements in the field of remote sensing, digital image processing, land cover mapping, earth science, and civil engineering applications, Indian Society of Remote Sensing confers Bhaskara Award for the year 2022 on Professor Manoj Kumar Arora ji, who is presently Vice Chancellor of SRM University, Amravati. Congratulations, sir. So next award in the senior category is the Satish Dhawan Award for the year 2022. This year, we had very healthy competition for this award where many eminent personalities, professionals applied. And this year, it is shared among the two stalwarts of remote sensing community for their pioneer work in use of satellite remote sensing for efficient management of agriculture, water, and also handling the hydrological extremes related to floods. So first award in this is given to Dr. Bimal Kumar Bhattacharya ji in recognition of his significant contributions in advancing science and applications using satellite remote sensing observation towards food security and sustainable management of terrestrial ecosystem. We congratulate you on behalf of ISRS, sir. The second award, which is shared in this category, is given to Dr. KHV Durga Rao in recognition of his contributions in applications of space technology in disaster risk management, spatial, flood early warning, water resource assessment, hydrological modeling. So we would like to congratulate you for this achievement on behalf of our society. So the next award in the senior category is National Geospatial Award for Excellence for the year 2022, and we are proud to inform you that this year this is being given to one of the most well-known experts in the field of satellite remote sensing applications, especially in the water sector, from National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee, in recognition of his significant contributions to the effective implementation of geospatial technology across government departments and academic institutions in India in the field of water sources and natural resource management. The Indian Society of Remote Sensing confers National Geospatial Award for Excellence for the year 2022 on Dr. Sanjay Kumar Jain. Our congratulations from entire family of ISRS, sir. So rest junior awards will be conferred just before the cultural event in the evening.
We are honored to welcome Dr. Shailesh Nayak, a distinguished authority in earth sciences, as our esteemed chief guest. Currently serving as the director of the National Institute of Advanced Studies in Bangalore and Chancellor of Terry Institute of Advanced Studies in New Delhi. Dr. Nayak's illustrious career includes key roles such as Secretary of the Ministry of Earth Sciences and Chair of Earth Science Organization.
Renowned for his leadership in programs related to Earth system sciences, he has launched numerous research initiatives spanning areas such as monsoon, air quality, seismology, climate change, and many more. Dr. Nayak's contributions extend to setting up a state-of-the-art tsunami warning system for the Indian Ocean and pioneering applications of remote sensing at ISRO. As a fellow of the prestigious academies and the recipient of the ISC Vikram Sarabhai Memorial Award 2012, we eagerly anticipate his insights and expertise during our event. Welcome, Dr. Shailesh Nayak, sir. I request you to deliver your address.
Good morning to all of you. Respected Dr. Majumdar, Dr. Nilesh Desai, Dr. Prakash, Dr. Vidya, Dr. Raman, CP Singh, Dr. TP Singh, and Praveen Thakur, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am extremely grateful to Dr. Prakash Chauhan President of ISG and ISRS, and Dr. T.P. Singh for inviting me to this very prestigious annual convention of two societies and very important topic on exploring geospatial ecosystem trends and innovation. I think this is a very important topic, and it is very timely and very apt. For any geospatial ecosystem, one of the most critical things is the geospatial data. And geospatial data or any other scientific data should be considered as a raw material. But unlike other raw material, they have a perpetual value. So when geospatial data is used cleverly to develop new and innovative products and services, they become a vital economic input. And when such products and services meet the user requirements, either government, industry, or citizens, their economic value or the benefit to the country increases manifold. The classic example which I would always like to give is the potential fishery zone advisory service, which is essentially based on the satellite data. This, when we started, along with the ocean color, sea surface temperature, sea surface winds, other oceanographic data, and model outputs integrated through GIS, which improved its accuracy and reliability, and then fishermen started using them routinely. This service now has been further upgraded with the inclusion of the locational or navigational data. And there is various mobile apps also has been now developed. Now this led to saving of fuel, time, and overall cost of per unit effort to catch fish. Now this, when it was analyzed by the National Council of Applied Economic Research, they said that 90% of the fishermen are using this service, and the economic benefit per trip to the fisherman is about 17,800 rupees. And that is what Dr. Majumdar, when it said that it will generate a lot of economic benefit. And these are the one example of the several examples of such. Today, if you see in the country, we have many such services like agrometeorological services, ocean state forecast, where the satellite data is used as a main input. Last few years, we have seen that PM Gati Shakti, our national master plan for multimodal connectivity, which incorporates satellite data and is mainly based on the spatial planning. The use of space technology in disasters like cyclone, floods, tsunami, and many other extreme events have drastically reduced the loss of lives in the country. Similarly, for the urban floods, also approaches are being developed. We also know that the government is now relying satellite-based crop production forecasting, monitoring of droughts to mitigate some of the impacts of this. Water Resource Ministry, WIRIS, which is a repository of a nationwide water resources data, which facilitates water management in the country. Bhuvan, Vedas, like portals, provide variety of geospatial data, satellite imagery, thematic maps, terrain information, and many other things. The point which I would like to make is that we need to use easily accessible remote sensing data along with GIS, communication and navigation technologies to generate usable products and services and to deliver to user in a timely manner. For successful operations, we need to bring together
government, research institutes, academic institutes, industries, NGOs to develop and market such products and services. We are now flooded with the large volume of data. ISRO, many other space agencies, private, provide many different kinds of data. And the increased volume of the data generally do not guarantee their usability. We also need to build innovative applications on this big data to increase its usability. We need to take note of this big data and artificial intelligence, a revolution that is going to transform or already transforming how we think and understand the earth in which we live. Big data analytics have an ability to harness information in innovative and novel way to produce useful insight on products and services of significant value. There are several areas such as climate change, public health, astronomy, and many others where this technology has made significant impact. Such data sets have some intrinsic hidden value. We need to discover and use it for a variety of purposes, maybe climate service or sustainable development goals. I would like to give one example. We have now 40 years of INSET data. Can we use the data set to find signals of climate change, such as change in the cloud patterns, which may have occurred, and use this information for validation of climate models? There are many innovative applications that are also coming. One very good example is a yield-based and weather-based insurance cover offered by insurance companies to the farmers. In this, the satellite data, ground data, AI, Internet of Things, big data analytics is used to provide a crop yield estimates having 95% accuracy. Such products is helping them to get bank loans, crop insurance premium, and good price for the crops. It is also useful for the district authorities, decision makers, bank, large farmers, etc. There are many such applications which we need to innovate. The one thing which is very critical, since there are several schemes of the Government of India on the smart cities, Amrut, Swachh Bharat, and many other things, which may need a high resolution data, satellite data. Can we build a digital cadastre along with 3D building models for the country, which could be used by the various people to realize the benefit? One which is, you know that the major issue about the hazards and the earthquake hazards. The one major issue is whether we have a complete understanding about the composition and structure of the lithosphere. This can be done by using magnetic data from SHAMP and SWAMP satellites, gravity field from the GRACE and the also altimeters, and this anomaly maps can be generated. This can be further incrementally advanced with the measurement of the stress at the plate boundaries through IR and SS, and strain anywhere to the SAR interferometry NISAR is going to come, which can provide insight into the hazard generation processes. Now, these maybe we can go on to do this, but there are two major issues which we need to deliberate upon. One is about the data. We know that it is a geodetic system, the one standard coordinate system for the Earth, where there is a spheroidal reference surface for the raw altitude data, and the gravitational equipotential surface, which defines the nominal sea level. Now, there could be changes which may be happening in this. Like the Indian plate is moving about 4 centimeters northeastwards every year. but the Eurasian plate moves around 2 centimeters per year. Now, this causes the compression of the plate by about 0.4 millimeter per year. So this is one issue which we have to address. At the same time, there is a large mass transferred because of the melting of ice, land ice to the ocean, and also large amount of groundwater, especially in Northwest India and Northwest US and many other places, which is also transferred to the sea, which is likely to change the sea level as well. Now, there could be some uncertainty will come because of this. Now, can we find what kind of a changes which might have occurred? And this is important when we are now talking about centimeter level accuracy which is required. Similarly, on the locational accuracy also we need to improve. The third issue which is very critical is our products are mostly not calibrated. We need a calibrated data because most of the data is now for more than 30, 40 years and could have extremely useful for the climate studies. I would urge both ISG and ISRS to hold a workshop of all stakeholders to define the requirements of a calibrated products. I think this will further improve the data which is available free and open. And we also need to do few more things. One is when the data is available from different users or different vendors, how do we decide its usability? Can we have a standard specification defined for the products by the different users? Dr. George Joseph has identified few parameters which all vendors should provide when they give the products, whether this can be put into practice. Similarly, when the different data is used and produce thematic maps on different aspects, can we have a standardized system? We talk about the participation of industry, but what is the certainty of certain things which is likely to happen? Because productivity will depend on the certainty of requirement which continuously comes. I think that is one area which is we need to deliberate upon. And I think what we need to do is to define a system for us that for India, what kind of a system you need. Let's say INSAT, what frequency, which would be very useful for weather, hydrology, and communication. How many satellites are needed? OceanSat for the fisheries. ResourceSat is being used for many agriculture, forestry, coastal zone, hydrology, and many other things. CartoSats for topography and urban, ARISAT for agriculture and geoscience, scatterometer, altimeter, hyperspectral. All this, what is that we need to build an operational system? Once we have that system, I think the industry will have a certainty that every year 5 satellites are required, 3 satellites are required, whatever numbers come, what kind of a sensors required. I think that certainty is missing today, though we have the new policy, space policy, new geospatial policy. But I think this kind of an approach will bring certainty in the requirement, and I'm sure that industry will definitely respond to that. I'm sure that during these 3 days, many of these issues will be discussed, and I'm sure that it will facilitate to set the transformation and the growth agenda at all the business, government, research, academia, and user organizations are participating, and they will cooperate to build a next generation geospatial ecosystem. With these words, I declared the National Symposium on Exploring Geospatial Ecosystem Trends and Innovation as open. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for throwing light about the importance of satellites, data, and space technology for disaster management, a truly intellectual speech indeed. It is an honor and a privilege today as we come to the end of this occasion. We've been fortunate to witness moments of inspiration, knowledge, sharing, and camaraderie through this symposium.
So without further ado, I would like to call upon Dr. Yogesh Singh, Organizing Secretary, ISGNS 2023, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Over to you, sir.
Good morning, one and all. So finally, after a lot of phone calls, you could see me face to face. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, and my valued participants, on this momentous occasion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for gracing this inaugural session with your esteemed presence. Your support and active participation have elevated the significance of this prestigious event and has set a positive tone for the intellectual journey that will lie ahead. A special note of appreciation goes to our distinguished guests, keynote speakers, for sharing their profound sight and expertise during the inaugural session. Your valuable contribution have laid a robust foundation for the enlightening discussion that will unfold over the next few days. I would also like to acknowledge and express our gratitude to our sponsors. We all know they play a very important role. So a lot of thanks to all my sponsors for their unwavering support, which has been truly instrumental in transforming the vision of this symposium into a tangible reality. And this includes a generous support both from the government sector as well as from the private sector. Your commitment to the advancement of geospatial science is truly commendable. To the participant, of course, the main force behind all this, your enthusiastic engagement forms the cornerstone of the success of this symposium. We eagerly anticipate the vibrant exchange of knowledge and ideas during the upcoming technical sessions. And we are confident that each of you will bring valuable insights to enrich our collective understanding. Last but not the least, I want to extend a vote of thanks to the organizing team. You people are the main task force because of whom this is a reality. The admin staff, the volunteers, and of course, I will fail in my duty if I don't thank the two main organizers, the Symbiosis Institute, as well as Center for Development of Advanced Computing, for extending their all admin and other support to organize this event. As we transition into the technical session, I extend my best wishes to all of you for the fruitful and engaging experience for the next 2 days. May these sessions be marked by stimulating discussions, the birth of innovative ideas, and collective efforts that significantly contribute to the advancement of our shared field. Once again, my sincere thanks to everyone who has played a crucial role in making this ISGNS 2023 Symposium a reality. Here is to the success of the upcoming session and the collective pursuit of knowledge. And before saying thanks to one and all, my sincere apologies if I ever fail to, in any of the mismanagement or communication, my sincere apologies. And I really look forward for the cooperation from one and all in the next 3 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We will now take a break for tea. I would request the audience to proceed for the tea served outside of the auditorium. I request the volunteers to kindly guide them through. I also request the dignitaries to move forward for tea.
After tea, I would request the dignitaries to please occupy the seats in the front row. We'll be having Vikram Sarabhai Memorial Lecture given by ISRO Chairman Dr. S. Somnath. We'll see you after tea.
I would request the audience to kindly report back within 10 minutes.
The round of applause. Sir, Vikram Sarabhai Memorial Lecture is one of the prestigious lecture. Every year it is organized by Indian Society of Remote Sensing in all the national conventions. And friends, it's basically my humble duty to introduce to you today's speaker, Sri Sridhara Panikkar Somnathji. Anyway, Dr. S. Somnath's name is now a household name in India. Everyone is, knows him very well. However, for the sake of, our young friends and all, I would like to read his brief biography. Sri S. Somnathji is Secretary of Department of Space, Chairman Space Commission since January 14th, 2022. He is known for his significant contributions in system engineering of launch vehicles, PSLV, GSLV Mark III. He obtained his BTech in mechanical engineering from TKM College of Engineering, Kollam in Kerala, and Masters of Aeronautics Engineering from Indian Institute of Science from Bangalore, specializing in structure dynamics and control with a gold medal. He is recipient of Space Gold Medal from Astronautical Society of India, Merit Awardee and Performance Excellence Awardee from Indian Space Research Organization, and Team Excellence Award for GSLV Mark III development. The Indian Society of Remote Sensing, ISRS, has conferred Bhaskara Award on him in the year 2022 for his outstanding contributions to overall growth of space science and technology and its applications in the country. Sri Somnathji joined VSSC in 1985 and was the team leader of integration of PSLV during its early phase. As director of VSSC, Sri Somnathji assumed office in January 2018 and announced like crew escapes system demonstration through pad upward test and launch of GSLV Mark III for Chandrayaan 2 mission. Under his able leadership as Chairman ISRO and Secretary Department of Space, large amount of space science, space exploration, and human space flight related activities are being carried out. And the most significant and important milestone which all of us has witnessed was the successful landing of lunar, landing module on the surface of Moon in Chandrayaan 3 mission. Subsequently, Aditya L1 and Gaganyaan technology development missions have also been accomplished under his able leadership. Sri Somnathji tirelessly contributes towards the space technology and its applications for the development of the nation, as has been demonstrated by successful launch of other ISRO's Earth observation satellites, including EOS-6 and EOS-7. He is leading ISRO and providing, various impetus and, support in terms of, role of geospatial technology for national development and Earth observation systems. Currently, we are, under his able leadership, we are defining the next set of, Earth observation satellite systems, which will be very useful for the development journey of our great nation. With these words, I welcome you, sir, once again to deliver this 30-second Vikram Sarabhai Memorial Lecture on the topic of space exploration, the approach and vision in the Amrit Kal. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash. I hope I am audible there. Somebody may please confirm.
Yeah, yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. Now you can uplink the PowerPoint presentation. I hope the presentation is visible there. Yes, sir. Okay. So thank you so much, ISRS and ISG, for inviting me to give this talk in memory of Vikram Sarabhai. This is a 32nd memorial lecture. I'm really honored to be amongst many other great leaders who have delivered this lecture before. And this year, specifically, I have an honor to deliver this, though I am unable to be physically present there for the symposium. So my regrets for that. I hope that the online way of talking today has become a very standard way. So I thought this is okay when I'm at a difficulty of traveling and then being with you during this important seminar, symposium. The themes that you have set for GeoDiscover, the Unravelling India's Spatial Frontier, Inspiring Geospatial Ecosystem Trends and Innovation, it's all are very, very appropriate. And I believe that the work which we do in this domain is really going to be very phenomenal. Let me take the leadership of ISRS for organizing this such symposium, bringing all the stakeholders to discuss this topic. There are some presentation elements related to this, though my topic of presentation is more into exploration, etc. But then the initial part, I would like to do a little bit on the roles of the GIS and other related observational capability on our governance and economy. Start with the next slide, please. Can you just move those? Yeah, those type of, yes. Just move it. Okay, just I want to start with telling the space technology and applications in service of humanity is something very, very important. I think now the observational capability from space, which gives you a very fantastic opportunity to look at various SDGs, which are very important element in terms of natural resources planning, climate impact, renewable energy, disaster mitigation. In these areas, geospatial governance, sustainable development. So really the socio-economic security angle, if you look at many of the capability in spacecraft, observational capability, it really helps you. Please work on it to minimize. There are many things. Yeah, just go to the more. Okay, next slide. The geospatial e-governance is very important because as far as ISRO is concerned, we have been working with departments and ministries for various domains of applications of remote sensing and various other PNT services, communication, etc. for various applications. And the government was very forthcoming in making it institutionalized through various projects, programs for public good. And this has been the way we have been handling this in the past. Various elements like agriculture, irrigation, watershed development, the urban citizen-friendly cities for that information providing. Otherwise, simply the public benefit schemes, how to make service delivery better, decentralized governance, rural connectivity, disaster management support. Like that, many large number of projects the department has been handling with the support of the ministries. And this has been the way we handle this, the whole of the capability that existed in our spacecraft. But we are now changing the model a little bit, which we'll describe later. Next. GeoDiscover is very important element in the current government's approach to using space-based data, in which the satellite-based data has become an integral part of the GeoDiscover program. And availability of the data for supporting this is very, very important. For example, the Earth observation missions that we have, the data policies that we have today, and continuity of various data by making newer satellites and deploying them as soon as the previous satellites become non-functional or defunct or life is over. So this is a very important aspect of our building capacity to handle providing enough data to the users. Similarly, there are new things emerging, especially the startups, the ability of them to come up with more data and corresponding applications in the market by the private is also something which is emerging, which possibly definitely will add up to the capacity that we have already in this sector. Next. We know that the changes that is happening now in the EO data processing and dissemination, and probably the whole of this is changing in a manner that it's no longer the data that's important. It is the decision-making capability based on the data. So that becomes analytics becomes very important, and decisions finally out of it becomes important. So the huge amount of data processing, then understanding physically by people and then take decisions are now shrinking. And the satellites are becoming more intelligent, especially with AI and edge computing available on board. The ability, the data that need to be downloaded, and the type of decision-making support that are available is actually changing significantly. So these aspects are that what I have tried to do this, which is a combination of various things, like the data collection, processing, the AI engine, the network of communication, the geospatial network that we have, the revisit capabilities, and various observations happening in multiple spectra becomes very important. And today that we look at a large amount of capacity development need that has been identified. Next. In the emerging space applications, as I said, it's a similar thing that I want to tell you, that the satellite internet, which is something which is now becoming very, very important, and IoT becomes important. So these two also becomes an integral part of the whole of the ecosystem. It is not just the data comes from the observational capability, but communication gets connected to it. Even timing, location service also become connected to it. So that becomes the new emerging way of creating new applications. Next. Similarly, it's no longer the satellite alone. So we get data from various other sources. It could be the cameras on board the ground, or it could be the drones and various, even mobile applications will help you to really collect enough of data. So this becomes processable at various levels. For example, in terms of agriculture, I have the opportunity to see some of the startups and companies demonstrating such capability, not based on satellite data alone, just mobile data, how they are able to help make decisions based on various other models that exist. So this is something revolutionary today. Even sensors that are deployed in agricultural fields, how this data is collected by satellites or even mobile networks to transfer it to some compute stations and then make delivery of decision making. Again, the decision making is also automatic, which helps the farmers to bring better yield and outcome out of the whole of these networks. Next. In industrial ecosystem also, this becomes very important. The communication, EO, the position, navigation, and timing services become an integral. For example, the concept of smart city is actually based on this. Of course, we need a lot of observational capability to create the base layer. On top of that, the change detection and its impact assessment. Similarly, the PNT becomes an integral part of the entire fleet monitoring, manufacturing, IoT, etc. The communication infrastructure, irrespective of which field that they are coming. Similarly, traffic management is another example by which that you can look at the whole of the observational network as well as communication network and PNT services become fused to create the future. I think all of these are happening now slowly, but not to an extent that we wanted it to be currently. But I am sure in a few years from now, this becomes the norm in which the many of these services become agnostic to the type of platforms that we have. There will be the distinction between EO, the communication and PNT services, even in satellite building itself, is going to vanish in the coming days. Next. Now come to the economy, which is very important. As far as the application side of economy is looked at, we see the whole of this application side of economy or space is very, very rewarding to invest. This is something which I would like to tell you. Very important thing is that the risk of failure is actually minimum, technology complexity is minimum, and the share of the economical and risk as well as the return on investment in this is actually very high. So we would like to see in the long term, more and more people investing in space-based applications where the GIS is an important element. There are many other aspects as well. Communication is also important, television broadcasting important, ground equipment is important. But then if you really invest in application side, it will actually create more opportunity in the upstream side, basically the satellite building and launches. So this is something that we would like to do through the regulatory mechanism in space as well as enabling mechanism in space. And for that, there are new programs and projects which we are currently working on along with InSpace to make sure it is deployed in the coming days. And I'm also happy to note that new startups and companies have come up in this domain, which they are successful by their name itself. I think many more need to come. I think the market is still very nascent stage, and it is important for looking at how new applications can be envisioned by these companies. And I'm really able to see that is happening now. And young people are able to identify where the potential of the market is with the same data sets, but add more intelligence and processing into it to make decision making, and also the usability much more better than earlier just data alone. Next. In overall sense, in the economy of space, the whole of this element of application, especially the second order impact, is very important. For example, satellite data industry. It's going to play a very important role in our overall scaling up of the space economy. For example, the broadband services, non-satellite industries are the one which is going to dictate the overall scale of activity. Of course, the other domains are important like manufacturing, satellite building and launches. So all of these are important. So we look at the overall context of space economy expansion coming days in the Amrit Kal. if it has to really scale up to the level that I have just depicted in
Recording
the
stopped.
I know many of these numbers may not be the real numbers, but these are projections which we thought that we should target at least, so that we do certain amount of policy changes in the ground to enable this to happen. And that is happening now. So we have opened up the space sector for the entire
Recording in progress.
community, basically to provide unhindered access to space technology and do every domain of work in space by the industries. So I invite now, this is an opportunity for everybody to look at space application as a dominant area where we have a potential to invest and then reap the benefits. Next. I also want to tell you 2-3 slides on the NAVIC, which we started many years back. The NAVIC base layer is currently operational, but then there is something critical for it today. We have a civilian and a strategic sector here. The civilian is currently operating with 2 bands called the L5 and S band, whereas the strategic sector also operates with this band. So we wanted the civilian sector also to grow. So the induction of L1 band into this becomes important. And similarly, the base layer creation of 7 satellites currently is still not there. So we have in a process of building additional 4 more satellites. One of the 5 satellites approved is already launched. The remaining 4 also will be launched to make the L1 band fully accessible for standard mobile users without, like GPS. So this is one goal. But I want to tell you that our NAVIC has fantastic capability in terms of better accuracy and reliability compared to that other services that are offered across India. So this is a regional specific constellation and also with a geostationary satellite. So it naturally gives you a better precision as far as the location services concerned. So we hope that over the next 1 or 2 years, we will have the full constellation and adoption of this into our entire life of the whole services will become natural. And equally important is the strategy sector, which is separately an issue which we are discussing with all the users. And one of the goals that we have is that it's not just limited to this regional domain. We want to extend it further. We are looking at how this can become a little more than the regional by creating a more like a MEO-GEO combination. So additional set of satellite launching so that it extends wider into the European and the Southeast Asian domain. So we have a larger fleet control, for example, ships traffic, which will be better equipped, aircraft traffic will be better equipped with this type of support system. So it's a combination of GEO and MEO, which will give you a very good freedom operation, high accuracy, and better access for civilian as well as strategic users. Next. We already have certain amount of civilian use in NAVIC, but this is not very high penetration into the mobile phones. Though there are 24 mobile phones currently where NAVIC chipsets are available, but it's still not operational large numbers, primarily because of the L1 band not being incorporated, other than L1 band not being incorporated by adding additional chipsets. So once L1 band comes, you don't need additional chipsets. It's simply the software, hardcore coding is enough, which will enable this to happen. But we have already installed NAVIC in various other services like the train and other fishermen survey, coastal security, etc., which is a civilian application. But these are based on ground-based equipments, which are a little more bulkier than mobile phones. But we hope that this will change in the coming days. Next. Now, let me go to my primary theme of the talk, which is vision in Amrit Kail's for space. When this was discussed, our Honorable Prime Minister was very excited to discuss this topic, and he reviewed it specifically. And this is his vision that I just wanted to put in one slide, but more details I will explain. What he said that we must have a Bharati Antariksha Station by 2035, which is fully functional, where human beings can go and start do experiments. He also suggested that we must have a human space flight program as well as a moon exploration program by which an Indian landing on the moon should be achieved by 2040. This is a very important dream that we have. To meet it, we need to do following things. We have to develop newer launcher capability. We have to create newer launch pads to handle such complex missions. We also develop human-centric laboratories and associated technologies and continue our exploration to Moon, Venus, Mars, and other planetary objects, primarily to create the capacity to look at further scientific exploration. So this is the overall sense, the whole program. But it looks very simple in a slide, but that the content of this work is huge. I will explain a little bit later. And also some additional elements of our vision in the Amrit Kail as well. Next. So we worked internally in the recent times and created a vision line. This is through our Chintan Bite Shiver, which we happened in ISRO and other agencies like the NSIL, InSpace, and other stakeholders, Department of Space. And we found that there are 3 tracks. One of them is the Chandrayaan track, where we have landed safely with the Chandrayaan 3 soft landing. But to do future Chandrayaan missions, we need to have capacity like the docking capability. We must be able to bring in samples from there. We must also do long duration moon mission, where the last mission was just 2 weeks. We couldn't do more because of the various other limitations. This must be overcome, and we should do long duration missions. We must also create habitable capability there, and also building stations at the moon over a long period of time. Next track is called the exploration track, where we create capacity to orbit Earth, human access to space through Gaganyaan, building space stations, cislunar possibilities, and human landing on the moon. So this becomes another track. The very important track is the launcher capability. Unless we have this capacity, none of these visions are possible. So with the limited capacity of launching today, we see that it cannot grow beyond a point. We need to develop newer rockets, high capacities, so that we can achieve all these dreams over a period of time. And we have envisioned how the future rocket should look like in terms of its mass, payload capacity, cost, production capacity, friendless, etc. So finally, after all of this, we will have a sustained moon-based economy, which will work on various models. Of course, it includes tourism, planetary exploration, science, base for future exploration, etc. So this is something that we need to achieve over long periods of time by continuously working on technologies and capacity enhancement in industries. Next. Why I say all of this is, why this fora is important is something which I would like to tell you. All these technologies that we develop for this, whatever I shown earlier, actually fits to the application side a little later. The Gaganyaan program currently we have is looking at achieving in 2025 if everything goes well. We have an astronaut pool today. We have also identified technologies which will ultimately lead to the Paradise space station. And currently we work with so many agencies in India and across to create this capacity. But then for the future, we need to do much more, like the new rocket and the space station building. Why I talk about all of this is that because the space station is so crucial. When we have the human space capability, we also create a possibility to do scientific research in zero gravity environment. And all of you know that the future scientific research has to happen there, specifically in terms of material sciences, the medical applications, including organ building, research in future drug discovery, plant science, etc. So this becomes very important, and we would like to see this as an economic activity rather than just a fanciful thing. This is the goal. Next. So the detail of the Paradise station is still under construction. The crew module where we will travel will have a docking capability, and we will have a robotic capability to connect to this crew module. And this is something which we would like to do unmanned to start with, and then it will become manned in the future. We would like to see a first module of this to be launched by our existing launch vehicles by 2028, and future modules by our newer rocket, and build up full station by 2035. So the initial scaling of this space station is currently we have a separate committee which is going to look at it, and we target something like 25 ton will be the mass to start with. Possibly it may grow in the future. Next. Another domain is space science. I think all of you are aware that we have planning missions to Venus and missions to study upper atmosphere. And our work on various other missions like the Mars orbiter mission, the Chandrayaan 1 to Chandrayaan 3, the AstroSat has yielded huge benefits in the scientific community. We created a lot of pool of talent to understand this data, analyze this data, and create new knowledge. So the primary role of scientific mission is to create certain technology capability which will feed into other operational missions in the long term, and also create the type of talent pool across institutions which will sustain it so that new instruments will be built, new algorithms will be built, and new possibilities of using the high capacity to land, the moon, etc. will be utilized by this community effectively for future business and commercial applications. So we would like to look at science just not for science alone. Science is important, but most important is a capacity building as far as this is concerned. I will go to some of the future scientific missions next few slides. Next. Aditya L1, all of you are aware, the solar science mission is something is on its way to the reaching the L1 point. This is specifically targeted to study the sun with the help of other institutions. I would like to tell you this is primarily with the support of other institutions like the IAA and the IUCA that we have built the instruments on it. Of course, ISRO's instruments are also there, specifically looking at the solar coronal mass ejection and its secondary effects through very planned measurements in various aspects like the coronagraph, the ultraviolet, the observations, the X-rays, the low energy and high energy X-rays, the plasma, and also the magnetic aspect of the region between Earth and Sun will be measured. And this will be correlated with the CMEs, the coronal mass ejection processes, to understand the whole mechanism over long observations, unhindered observations from L1. Next. And we are getting ready for launch of XPOSat, the X-ray polarimeter satellite, which is very interesting satellite, again built by another laboratory called the Raman Research Institute, along with ISRO people. And we have other measurement capability in addition to this on board the satellite. The satellite will be launched in the next PSLV launch. And this will give better understanding of the emission mechanism of the black holes. And we are currently working on yet another satellite called SpaceX, which is going to demonstrate the docking capability of satellites. So 2 satellites will be launched in the integral mode, and they will separate in space, travel over kilometers, and then come back and join together to demonstrate the automatic docking capability. Currently, we have tested all of this in laboratory in a floating environment, but then real testing in space is something very important for us to demonstrate and scale up for future missions that we just now discussed. Next. The scientific mission currently under discussion are the Disha, which is the dual satellites which will look at the aeronomy and characterization of thermophysical and ionospheric response to space weather. As I said, the CME is one of the elements of the space weather. Similarly, this is also complement the Aditya L1 observations. Here, the scientific intent is currently under discussion. The Venus mission has reached a reasonable level of maturity in terms of definition of scientific goals to study Venus, its topography, atmosphere, etc. And Mars, we have already gone once, but getting into the atmosphere of Mars and then the land on the Mars and do a detailed in situ observation on Mars is a goal that we have set for ourselves. And this will be worked out in the coming days to understand Mars better. Possibly a rover, copter, etc. can be included in such a mission. Of course, this is currently under discussion in terms of scientific objectives. Next. We are working on a ISRO JAXA joint venture mission to land on Moon. The rover will be built by JAXA, the lander by ISRO, and the launching by their rocket H3. And the whole purpose is to bring the drilled samples back to for study by ISRO and JAXA teams. We also work on next astronomy missions. This currently is under discussion. The INSIST, the Daksha, they are currently under conceptualization level. Of course, detailed engineering has to happen. And also we have to develop the user community and science community who will make use of this data. Currently, they are very, very small community. We also look at exosolar planets to look at how they becomes observable through some of the satellites, some of the telescopes that we put in this satellite, and then characterize its atmosphere for potential living conditions. Like when the atmosphere is observed through the light from the star, that we'll be able to do a spectroscopy and then make the understanding. But doing all of the science missions, we have great challenges in terms of the ability of detectors and manufacturing such electronic components in India, which is very crucial, which we would like to solve in the coming days. Next. The sample return from Moon currently is in conceptualization stage. We call it Chandrayaan-4. Here the goal is to bring back the sample from Moon using available technology today with us and available rockets with us. So this is the current planning. We already have capacity to bring samples back from atmosphere, the orbit of Earth back to Earth's surface. And we are demonstrated by the CARE, the SRE module experiments. But complemented by docking capability, we will be in a position to bring sample from Moon to Earth's orbit, transfer it to an Earth-based capsule, and then bring it back to the Earth by parachute systems and deorbiting. And this is a goal by which we will be able to bring back the sample with the capacity of the current launchers. But of course, the detailed mission study review process just started, and it will be a very exciting mission to look for. Possibly by 2026, we would like to achieve, and this is going to be one of the earliest scientific mission that is going to happen now, other than whatever is already scheduled. Next. And one of the important things which we would like to work on is the artificial intelligence and machine learning in space in big manner. We already started in rockets. We also have to have spacecrafts to handling this autonomously more and more. We would like to have space traffic management. You know that a large number of satellites are there. Observing them, controlling them to avoid collisions is very important, very critical. Today it's done based on ground-based observations. What can we do it with the space-based activity where spacecraft will be automatically able to do them? Creating humanoid robots are important. Robotic capability is important. Digital twins are important, and analytical data analytics is important. Now, while we do target all of this, AI is currently being used for various applications now. For example, we look at it AI as a fault diagnostics and prognosis processes in defect identification. We also use in intelligence in vehicle health monitoring for human spaceflight capacity. So AI and ML in various, even GIS, I know all of you know that, I don't want to stress on that, how AI-based engines are going to be very important for object identification, classification activities, and also the image transfer reduction, volume reduction in downloading images from space to ground can be substantially reduced if we are able to do a little bit of computing on board and bring down the data volume. That means the constellations can become very efficient. The ground stations requirement also can be better, and downline processing time can be brought down substantially. So all these are important in the coming years. Next. Of course, I talked about the docking capacity. We also work on robotics, basically to look at how tethered robots for satellite refueling, capturing and bringing back is very important. And our satellite center has already made prototypes for an ISRO servicer mission, where we'll be able to go and service a defense satellite, either transfer fuel to it or make it deorbit. I think these are objectives that we have set for ourselves in the coming days to be achieved. Next. In the satellite side, there are many technologies that are going to be developed in the coming days. In the communication side, the primary objective is to increase the throughput, because many a times the streaming videos becomes a requirement today from space now. I think already some people have already built such capability. For that, we need optical and quantum capacity. For optical communication become an integral element of such a thing, and quantum becomes important for communication network security. In the observation side, we need more intelligence of the imaging capacity. For example, hyperspectral and SAR, PAN and MEMX fusion becomes very important. Hyperspectral, I can tell you, it's going to be very, very important for much better identification of materials and data out of than what is available through other modes of observations, other methods of observation. And similarly, the PNT services, where navigation we would like to look at, as I already mentioned, the larger expanded coverage becomes very important. And science missions, we look at the points which I already mentioned. So in satellite building, we have various domains which we want to work in the coming 20 years or so on all of this capacity development. Next. As I mentioned, the debris monitoring and situational awareness in space is very, very important. We have created a laboratory called the IS for Home, where we have created mathematical capacity, observational capability, prediction capability in various areas, in collisions that can happen in space, satellite data that are available from public domain, analysis, and then advisories for various people, and create basic R&D capacity in space debris monitoring and near Earth objects monitoring. So this is currently created, but what we do not have is observation capability. So this is something that we would like to look at in the coming days. Next. So currently we have a large multi-object tracking radar at Sriharikota, but then we are looking at how to create more and more radars. And we did a study, we found that at least additional 6 radars and large number of optical telescopes are distributed across the country are needed for large coverage of observable satellites from India, because this is very important for security of satellites and our assets to be secured. So we create this capability over a period of time. And based on technology available in Indian industries, we would like to build these additional radars, which will go up to, so say, 2,000 kilometer range for at least 10 to 20 centimeter in resolution. So this is a very important goal that we have set for ourselves, and working on new project called Netra. Next. And we also have strategic need. Equally important is to have observations across India. This again, though the GIS comes in big manner, and various observation over in and around the Indian borders and the ocean area becomes important for us. So we are looking at how to build newer satellites to handle this capacity. Next. So some of the capacity that we are looking at in this is to have high revisit, typically 2 hours revisit under all weather conditions, and data fusion analysis capacity, almost near real-time dissemination of the data. So we look at high resolution of all the critical zones and maritime observations across the sea, and also very high resolution satellites of various nature, radar satellites, and also a high resolution continuous observation from geospatial object called AGI-SAT. So we have various type of satellites right now currently being configured for building in the next 5 years. So this is one of the goals. Next. So one example is the AGI-SAT, where we would like to around 15-meter resolution and create videos as well as the full subcontinent view, or also spot beams, spot locations wherever we need a high resolution. So it's a fixed satellite that will look at the Indian continent, subcontinent for continuous observations, which will become very, very important for a general view, and we can take high resolution images using other satellites wherever there are criticality. It will be very useful for like disasters, security, etc. Next. We also want to look at how to build capacity in automatic dependent surveillance, especially the aircrafts that fly here, and how our constellation of satellites can detect ships, aircrafts, and other objects that are around the country. So we look at this capacity. We demonstrated using some payloads in the recent times, and we were able to detect aircrafts significantly in numbers very accurately, and we did a prediction that what type of constellation, if you deploy, the whole area can be covered with a very low cost constellation. Is currently under discussion with the various stakeholders. Again, very important is the communication. Communication for strategic users is important. For commercial users, of course, all of you know the DTH and other services, internet services are handled more commercially. But more importantly is non-commercial services, which are specific services for users, is also one of the work that we do in ISRO. Next. So the last, I would like to tell you, the moon landing by 2040, if it has to be achieved, we need to cover a lot of grounds. In terms of the launcher capacity and enhancement, the capacity to build Gaganyaan capacity in numbers and launch space station modules. Chandrayaan series of satellite, the Chandrayaan series is just a name that I have given, but all of them will not be like this. But it's a series of satellites which will upgrade its capacity of various kinds, moving away from the current landing to return, more of robotics and more long duration missions and in situ resource utilization capacity over a period of time, and going along with that, the other exploration capacity in, to other planets and bodies. So while we do all of this, finally we will end up with that capacity to handle Indian moon mission as landing on the moon, so that finally that glory can definitely come to India. I'm very sure about it. Next. So with this, let me conclude my talk and say that I have given a very general view of what we have in store for next 25 years in space sector, starting with the GIS capacity that we have already built and deployed, and we also have other ministerial satellites which are going to build, and department satellites which are going to build in the civilian sector, and that they are there and will be done in the coming 5 to 6 years of time, and we have already started the process of user aggregation from various ministries and departments. Equally important is also an initiative by InSpace to bring private companies to build space observational capacity for commercial data utilization. So this is going to be incentivized by government to build more and more satellites, small satellites with high revisit and high resolution capacity in the optical as well as near infrared and hyperspectral capacity. Hopefully this call for incentivized launch of such constellation by private industry will be taken up, and which will definitely bring data availability not as an issue in the whole of this sector. So thank you so much for this opportunity given to me to deliver this talk today in the ISRS Symposium. It's a great honor for me to showcase what the Honorable Prime Minister has envisioned us, and we are working on the journey of space program in the next 25 years on these lines of vision. And it's becoming more inspiring to each one of us to work on such possibilities which are never ever been detailed by anybody else other than our Honorable Prime Minister. So this is something which we look forward in all ISRO centers to work. And I am sure the technology elements that will get into this activity will help in many sectors, including the capacity for observational capability that we need to have in the coming days. So thank you so much for this opportunity once again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for giving a very comprehensive presentation on the approach and the vision for the long-term space program of the country as has been envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister. You have touched upon, the various developmental requirements in terms of achieving these very fascinating goals by putting humans onto the moon surface by 2040 and having our own space station, follow-on lunar exploration, as well as planetary exploration and Earth observation missions. So I am sure that the audience which is there in this hall, which comprises of academicians, researchers, and young students, have got thoroughly benefited from your very comprehensive talk. Sir, we still have few minutes left, and I request you to take kindly one or two questions with your permission. If you agree, we have...
Please go ahead.
Yeah, we have Dr. Shailesh Nayak with us. He is former Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, and he was the chief guest of our today's inaugural program. I would like to request you, Dr. Nayak, to steer this Q&A session. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Prakash, and thank you, Somnath, for very inspiring talk. Actually, to have a vision is one thing, but to make a plan to implement that vision is a very challenging task, and you did extremely well. We open the floor. Is there any questions? Please raise your hands. I think mic will be provided to you. Yeah, please.
You can introduce yourself, briefly tell your name and your question. Maybe, yes, it's okay.
Good morning, sir. It's a pleasure listening to you, and it's a dream come true to listen to your lecture here. I'm Dr. Karthik Nagarajan from Pillai HSC College of Engineering and Technology. I'm here with my principal, Dr. J.W. Bakal. So for a kind information, from 2017, we have started capacity building program in the field of outreach center, and 18,000 plus students have studied from our institute in the capacity building. Now, looking at the space science in the coming future, a lot of missions are going to come. Can you just give a line of sight or in the approach which academicians like us, or college like institute like us, where actually we are in the middle of a rural area in Maharashtra. So can you help us or guide us how capacity building can improve in these rural areas, considering the coming future missions? Thank you, sir.
Currently, the capacity building initiatives are spearheaded by various institutions in ISRO, like the NRSC, which does a lot of outreach for that, the IIRS, which does the training program. And we also have the other modes of capacity building with the student community, etc. But I tell you, the capacity building involves various elements of it. For example, in terms of general understanding of the space and opportunities available in space is one aspect. But then developing capabilities in sectors is important. And equally important is applications delivery for needy people. So I will put all of them in various baskets of type of capacity that we need to develop. Of course, training becomes an essential part of it, and people awareness becomes an important part of it. For example, if an institution like you are able to bring people from the rural area, like the panchayat heads or the users who understand this, give them as a sort of an exposure to the type of applications that are useful for them, it will be very beneficial for them. See, this is very important. Many people are still not able to access space technology or its GIS-based decision-making tools in their day-to-day life. This is a very big gap. And it's okay, we technologists and scientists talk about great deal, but then the ground realities are not that encouraging. I think I would like to tell you this. Of course, we have done a lot of work, but still it has not reached the real needy. So where can you play that role, and how that role can become both rewarding for the institution like yours and also an activity that can become an economic activity. These are the ways to look at it. If you look at it as simply a service, a free service, it will not work very well. So can you develop a company within your institution who will do this work on a commercial manner? It will definitely help the company. It will also help the panchayats. So if it brings benefit to the panchayats or village administration in terms of better planning capacity, they will pay for it. There is no worry about it. This is one aspect which I want to tell you. Second is student community who will like to get into space sector, how to build their capacity. So here there is a way to do custom designed courses for them. This we have specific courses available. Of course, Dr. Prakash will be the right person you can consult. I don't have to advise. So you can have a discussion with him to help you plan such a thing, how to do it for students in the institution. I think you may be already aware of it, which is now the third element of your question is in the future plan, how you can get engaged. Now here, there is a lot of opportunity. My offer is in terms of science aspect of it. See, if you have an institute where you can potentially use this data coming from science missions and derive scientific outcome out of it, it will be fantastic. In India, we are looking around for people pool who will be able to use the science data. For example, Chandrayaan 1, 2, or even other missions like AstroSat, there is certain amount of scientific pool, but still there is a lot of people from outside the country make use of it. How to develop that capacity in India for them to scientifically analyze this data and then bring out publications and research. This is very important. So, and again, the last point is instrument building. Here we still lack, and some of the laboratories who today to capable of building high quality instruments are very, very less. So if you can work, and here it requires physics of the problem, you should be able to understand, you have to integrate with the sensors, the electronics, and then finally delivery of the scientific data. For example, you look the XPOSat, the X-ray polarimeter satellite. The polarimeter of X-ray is a very unique way of how to look at it. You should see the instrument. Similarly, the instrument on board Aditya L1, the solar coronagraph, a fantastic optical instrument, fully conceived and built by our scientists. So these are type of potential opportunities in all these missions. So look at all of them. I think if you can find out a joint department program, we will build some instrument for our scientific mission. Decide that and start thinking about it. You will be able to achieve that goal in 1 or 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have one more question. Yeah, please. Can you?
Sir,
yeah, okay, please. I will
sir,
come back.
My name is Narayan Panigrahi. I am from Center of AI and Robotics, Bengaluru. So my question is, any plan for developing a quantum sensing, replacing the conventional sensing from the satellite? So quantum sensing and any plan of predicting a prior earth tremors or some of the disasters which is old going on.
Okay, the current work in ISRO is in the quantum communication. We have successfully done that today in both the methods of quantum, the quantum entanglement and single photon devices has been successfully accomplished by our SAC along with the Raman Research Institute as well, and PRL, of course. And we have already developed a payload for quantum key distribution capacity through space. So this is primarily targeted for only encryption on security of communication networks. Currently, we have not developed a quantum sensing capability within ISRO. We have currently nobody working really. So we'll be happy if you are able to find somebody who is working in this. We will be happy to associate and look at it. For example, the earthquake. Earthquake is still a very enigma for anybody in this domain to predict from space. Of course, from ground, of course, there are some instruments looked at, but even there, the time availability and other characteristics are very limited. So if you can find out some solutions to it, it will be fantastic. So if you find there are the right type of contacts, we'll be happy to contact them and then work.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
Sir, my name is Shirish Rawan. I was with United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs and I also led UN Spider program globally. And I have observed very closely how space program was developed in China, Europe, and United States. and also involved in current space. So my question is on space policy, this thing. So upstream segment we are trying to strengthen, but downstream segment, the biggest consumer is always the government still. And when I'm trying to convince NDMA or agriculture department that you should own this so that upstream segment can really develop technology for you and they will be able to raise the capital for their development. But this is not really working well, and this is really alarming me whether we can really sustain upstream economy and downstream together. If just a small example, 150 crore was spent by government of Maharashtra to buy one-time satellite images just 6 months back. If that was invested with the startup to develop satellite for Maharashtra government, would have taken much more stride in developing the satellites and getting continuous data availability. How to pass on this message? Individual like me cannot do it very well, but I hope with your help, this message can go very well to the departments. That's my question to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Your view is very important, correct observation. But I would like to tell you, this is something that we want to change. First, the government becomes the largest consumer of the data is a wrong thing. See, and depending on government to become the consumer and planning for the entire observation fleet is not right, in my opinion. So we will, if you are really looking at it as a business opportunity, it is bound to fail if you in that model. So what is right is the real consumer of the data should come up. For example, an agriculturist, the farmer, if really he is able to access this product, the support from the data on a real-time basis at an affordable cost, like your mobile phones. See, he will be happy to pay a certain amount of rupee for his benefit of advisory. So other than government taking data and providing us free services, it will not sustain longer. Government is not supposed to do this. Governments are enablers. Government is not the doer. So this is something that is slowly creeping into the understanding of it. So government generate policy, government creates a support system, but government doesn't do. So the whole issue of buying 150 crore worth of images by the government happens on account of this policy, which is something is to be corrected in the basic root of the issue. Then the point you mentioned about the buying of the satellite data from somebody and doing a satellite for Maharashtra itself also has its own challenges. Because with 150 crore, you won't be able to put a good satellite which will give you any good images. Of course, you can put a satellite if you want, but that will continue to provide you with the revisit and other capacity, which is not, which will not be meeting that objective of doing it. It requires few thousand crores if you want to really put a good set of satellites, which will give you the images they purchased for 150 crores. So it's not an equivalence, it doesn't exist. So I would like to tell you that it's important that we create private ecosystem to deploy this satellite. I have just mentioned InSpace is trying to do this by creating a private satellite observational platform owned by private on a commercial basis, and they will be able to deliver it. If they are able to deliver it, we will incentivize it so that that becomes a data source for all nations, all users, and on that applications can be developed and deployed. Actually, there is no need to buy data. I think this is another major issue. We must find way by which we are able to take decisions rather than just data. I think many things are associated in policy. Data per se, geospatial policy currently has become very attractive. It allows you to give you a certain amount of data at low cost, which is available through private investment. Public funding, which is already there, which is very good thing to happen, including high resolution data. So it's really good thing to happen. Possibly with the better satellite ISRO is going to put the dependency on buying data has to come down. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Somnath, for this interaction. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sparing valuable time. Now, as we are coming to the close of this particular session of Vikram Sarabhai Memorial Lecture, I would like to request Scientific Secretary ISRO, Sri Shantanu Bhattapadikarji, and Director EDPO to do felicitation of our Honorable Chairman, ISRO and Secretary Department of Space on behalf of Indian Society of Remote Sensing. Shantanuji. Dr. Thomas and one of our directors from Symbiosis Institute is also there. So maybe both of you can join in honoring the Chairman ISRO. It's a small honorarium, sir, for this lecture. And once again, I would like to thank you for sparing your valuable time and engaging with the audience here at ISGISRS Annual Convention and delivering this 32nd Memorial, Vikram Sarabhai Memorial Lecture. Thank you very much, sir. With this, we conclude this ceremony. Thank you. Thank you for joining, sir. We can disconnect now, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for moderating this session. Now, I kindly request all the dignitaries to proceed to the exhibition area. Following the exhibition, we will have a lunch break.
Students are requested to please kindly proceed to the lunch menu. I would request the volunteers to guide the students. Let us meet back again for the plenary session 1 at 2 p.m.
I kindly request all the audience to be here back on 2 p.m. on time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and technology enthusiasts, welcome to plenary session 1 of our conference, where we embark on a journey into the fascinating realm of geospatial ecosystem and trends. To moderate this session, we have Dr. R.P. Singh.
Dr. R.P. Singh received MSc degree from IIT Delhi and a PhD degree from Banaras Hindi University, Varanasi. He started his career at Space Application Center ISRO, Ahmedabad in 1991 and made an outstanding contribution in the area of Earth and planetary observations and their scientific applications. Prior to joining Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, IIRS, Dehradun, he was Group Director at Space Application Center, ISRO, Ahmedabad.
He was a member of Indian Mars Mission Study Team and led a team of scientists for scientific analysis of data from Mars Orbiter mission as principal investigator of Thermal Infrared Imaging Spectrometer Instrument. His major contributions in field of Earth observations are related with sensor system studies and retrieval of geophysical parameters. He has worked towards development of techniques for crop monitoring, detection of greenhouse gases, ecological studies, and hydrological applications.
He is Chief Editor of Journal of Geomatics India, Society of Geomatics, and recipient of the prestigious Professor R. Pashoti Memorial Award in 2005. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. I welcome all the panel experts as well as the participants in this particular plenary session. One, which focuses upon the geospatial ecosystem and trends. As you all know, ecosystem is nothing but consists of all the organisms and the interaction with the physical environment, basically telling that it is the interaction between biotic and abiotic system. The same thing applies to geospatial ecosystem in a sense that it is composed of the technology, the academics, the governance, the management, and that makes this ecosystem stronger. And you know that geospatial technology has a lot of application in different domains of Earth, like biosphere, climate, hydrosphere, geosphere. And it is our fortune that today all the experts from these fields are available here, and they will be talking to you about the different aspects of use of geospatial technology in their expertise domain. And in that way, I'll be requesting our experts to speak on the different aspects of they not only are expert in science, but they are leaders of the institution. So obviously they also know how the management and it helps in the good governance in any ecosystem. So before I start, I will just request that since we have lesser time, already we are slightly late, so I will request that all the experts would take 10 to 15 minutes for their presentation, and maybe 1 or 2 questions we can take on that front. So I request now as a first expert, Dr. Shiv Prasad Agrawal ji, to give his talk. But before he talks, let me give his brief biodata, read a brief biodata to you. Dr. S.P. Agrawal is Director of Northeastern Space Application Center, Department of Space, Government of India. As a director, he has taken several initiatives towards effective and innovative application of space and geospatial technology in key areas such as natural resources management, infrastructure planning, disaster risk management, weather forecasting, satellite communication, and ICT-related many applications. You all know the northeastern region, how vulnerable they are to disaster and many other things. Prior to joining to NISAC, Dr. Agrawal contributed significantly in various areas of water resource and hydrology. He is basically hydrologist by his core expertise, and he had done many hydrological modeling, snow ice, glacier melt studies, flood mapping, monitoring early warning, cryospheric studies in Antarctica and Arctic region. And his illustrious career span over 25 years as a scientist engineer in Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, Dehradun. There, as a program coordinator of UN CSSTAP, Dr. Agrawal played a pivotal role in strengthening the regional and international cooperation in capacity building in space science technology and in application in area-specific region. Dr. Agrawal has held various positions in national and international professional societies like Secretary of Indian Society of Remote Sensing. Earlier he used to be Secretary of TCVF, International Society of Photogrammetric and Remote Sensing. Currently he is a chair of working group FROAR of ISPRS and also working as an executive editor of Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing. He has many publications, more than 170 or so, and supervised 26 MTech, 5 PhD students. He has got many awards, including the Eminent Engineer Award in 2014 of Institute of Engineers, prestigious National Geospatial Award of Excellence by ISRS for 2018. In fact, if I read his biodata, it's full of many awards. So I'll conclude by saying that he is honorary fellow of Institution of Engineers, Indian Society of Remote Sensing, and Indian Association of Hydrologists. I request Dr. Agrawal to say his words that how is this technology is going to help.
Can you start? The Pune folder is there. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor Singh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it is my honor and privilege to stand before you and talking something about which is happening in our country, that is the geospatial ecosystem and trends. Next, please. Okay, fine, I'll do that. Fine. So something on geospatial technology, tools. It is the tools and systems that collect, analyze, and store geographical information. Geospatial technology is driving a major change in the world currently. Using geospatial technology is a comparatively inexpensive and simple. Application of geospatial technologies are incorporated in almost any sector, every sector, industry, or research. Why geospatial technology? Map the Earth surface, not only map the Earth surface, repeativity is very high nowadays, as well as it gives the information about the Earth surface. Create a digital world, of course digital twin, interpret spatial patterns, analyze the impact of human activity, location-based services, intelligent decisions. Geospatial ecosystem, a paradigm shift currently. Number one, the National Geospatial Policy 2022 will be a game changer in making India a world leader in global geospatial space and creating a conducive ecosystem for the industry. Now, next is enable enhanced adoption of IoT, AI, and ML are going to play a major role in wholly transforming the geospatial sector. 3. The government mandate for integration of geospatial technology as part of workflow operations will enhance and drive the geospatial market growth in the country. 4th, geospatial technology popularity will continue to increase due to the data accuracy leading to better precisions and thus increased productivity. 5. The geospatial industry is partnering with the research institutions to fund innovations, provide technical assistance, and mentor emerging startups in unprecedented way currently. The Indian geospatial ecosystem is seeing partnership and collaboration which has enhanced technology integration and diversification in the country. So after Geospatial Technology Policy 2022, this is happening. Now, what are the current trends as far as geospatial technology is concerned? And this is what I want to highlight before you. First and foremost is the constellation of the satellite. Currently, constellation of satellites are increasing. Earlier, we used to think there is a one satellite and repeativity is 23 days, but currently every day you can get the data. So with this, really it will help a geospatial ecosystem. Second, miniaturization of the sensor. Smaller the size of the technology means it will be easily accessible and much cheaper than previous time. Geospatial and AI combined with GIS, producing sharp analytics and solution-based approaches on geographic components. Unmanned aerial vehicle is another thing, and I always say they are complementing the space technology. Anytime, on demand, and high resolution remote sensing can be achieved, which cannot be possible using the space technology. Fifth one is the geospatial AR, geospatial augmented reality enabling 3D visualization of the real world application. It creates a lot of, market in the world. And finally, cloud computing and crowdsourcing. Ease of data storage, analysis, and data collection. So these are the current trend of geospatial ecosystem. Now, To move forward and to explain forward, I have categorized this thing into 4 components: enhancing ease of living, planning and monitoring, development and governance, and technology adaptation. So in enhancing ease of living, integration of location-based services for navigation, marketing, you must be aware about that Swiggy and Zomato, and notifications, advancement in geospatial ecosystem, free data and on-demand data, data security enabling hassle-free adaptations, digital twin, growing use of geospatial technology in agriculture and precision farming, project progress mapping, monitoring, rapid environment changes, deforestation, alert generation. It is possible through geospatial technology and AI nowadays we are doing at NESEC. Efficient land administration, cadastral mapping towards transparent governance, early warning of disasters, efficient response planning, increased trend of using geospatial tech for border security and national defense. Of course, this is now people are using it. And finally, increasing integration of AI, ML, big data analytics, insightful decision making, cloud-based geospatial solution, Internet of the Things, which in the morning also Honorable Chairman has spoken about it. So everybody is aware about, I'm not take much time, but only 6 components. I will talk about geospatial technology for NRM in planning, supporting in intelligent management of natural resources, whether it's a water, agriculture, forest, precise capacity assessment leading to food and water security, near real-time environmental monitoring, improving data visualization in living, enabling optimized planning, easy integration of sustainable practice from early stage of planning, enabling effective design, planning, and faster project execution. Now you look at all these 5 components like agriculture, crop insurance, crop acreage, yield, and all these things we can do. Forest, and not only the forest, it helps in forest working plan, which is very, very important. But nowadays, NESEC has developed a alert system which gives the alert whenever there is a deforestation. So within 1 month, people will get information there is a deforestation and they can act upon it. Water resources, flood warning system we are doing at NESEC. Not only we are doing, in NRSC is a leading in this aspect. Geosciences, mining impact assessment, groundwater prospect, mineral potential assessment, etc. And infrastructure planning, now geospatial technology is coming in big way. Now in disaster risk reduction, I will start from the preparedness, early warning system, DM, disaster management plan, capacity building, geospatial technology providing mitigation, hazard risk and vulnerability analysis we are doing, building code analysis, R&D we are doing in hazard that mitigation. Then of course response, resource mapping, search and rescue, relief planning, damage assessment, reconstruction and rehabilitation. So all these 4 phases, geospatial technology is playing a very, very important role. Now, this is another very important point, and which everybody is talking about it, that the G-governance. And this is happening because of the geospatial technology. Various aspects of it I have noted down, like geospatial technology changing the way governance is delivered to citizens, making it more focused and effective. There is a commitment from the highest authorities on making extensive use of geospatial technology in governance. Synergy between e-governance and geospatial technologies is crucial in effective governance. Data generation and data governance through effective collaboration between government, academia, and industry is accelerating the development. The government's venture into digital infrastructure such as smart city, smart agriculture, smart health provide a testimony to the technology. Of course, Gati Shakti, everybody is aware about it, and we are also contributing to Gati Shakti. And G-governance in Digital India shall ensure seamless last mile connectivity for public goods and services. At Northeastern Space Applications Center, I would like to take this opportunity to discuss about what is happening in Northeastern Space Applications Center, which is a center from Department of Space, Government of India. We are also contributing a lot in the G-governance, which includes, we have like Bhuvan, any Northeastern Spatial Data Repository, web portal, government project monitoring dashboard we have, election e-atlas for conducting the election, that geospatial portal we have created, app we have created, single window delivery of disaster management support, site suitability for new asset creation, geotagging and monitoring of sericulture, river atlas for improved water resource management in Northeast region. They are the only few. We are doing many more. So I would like to give some examples how we are using this satellite data, geospatial data and geospatial technology for the benefit of the mankind in the Northeast region. So this is the portal which we have developed. This is the Northeastern Spatial Data Repository. This is the Geospatial Product Services Delivery in Northeast region. There are more than 1300 data layers, web services. There is a web portal. This container consists of, it has a repository, data repository. It has a data catalog. Special engines are there. Geoinformatics you can do. Various applications are there. Web services we provide to the people. User interfaces there. Government apps we have made. So it is a single window data sharing platform. This can happen nowadays. 53 department ministry have been served with this portal in last 2 years. This is very important thing. Within one portal, we are having 25 plus mobile dashboard application for various user departments, and spatial data processing architecture is there. And this can be achieved using different, satellite data as well as the geospatial data, mobile app, etc. for visualization, discovery, downloads, analytics, and SDSS. And in fact, in 2022, last year only, we have received, it's a very prestigious award given by Government of India, National E-Governance Award 2022. We got a silver medal all across the country. It's a national award. Now, this is another very important project. Government is funding a lot of money, and you will be surprised how the geospatial technology can help in monitoring the construction work projects. Like government is giving a lot of money for railway, roads, airports, bus stands, hospitals. So now at NESEC, we are monitoring more than 1600 project sites and more than 588 projects all across Northeast region. We are monitoring using the satellite data, UAVs, and crowdsourcing through mobile apps. So we are doing it, and it has been, this portal is launched by Honorable President of India, then President of India, Sri Kovindji. And what we are doing across this entire Northeast, if you see, and we are monitoring this, these different 1650 plus sites like railway line, road. So whatever road network, every quarterly we are monitoring and we are submitting. In fact, this web portal is automated. Government of Ministry of Donor, automatically they are seeing it in their, in the headquarter, and they can see that what is the progress of the project. Accordingly, they can release the money. If project is going slow, they can warn the people that please enhance your efficiency. Now, another very important thing which I want to highlight, see, I have taken few examples from different sectors because everybody is aware how to use geospatial technology for natural resource management. But I thought let us think about governance, and I want to highlight that. So look at this, is a very important thing. We have generated an election atlas for entire Northeast region. And what we have done, it is a comprehensive database on polling stations of all Northeast region, dashboard DSS for planning and monitoring, incident reporting, poll turnout app, tracker app for movement of polling officers. This is another very important thing. Our polling officers are moving. Now Chief Electoral Officer sitting at the headquarters in capital, Chief Secretary, he is not aware where they are. So he can monitor online how they are moving, whether they have reached to the polling stations. So this facility we have provided. And you can see that incident reporting, tracking, polling updates, proximity, query reporting. In fact, we have done this for Manipur, and I have received a letter from Chief Electoral Officer of Manipur State that because of this app, and not only the web portal, we could resolve all the issues within 15 minutes. Because what happens, suppose some polling presiding officer is saying machine is not working, simply he is writing on our app, and then automatically a pop-up window will generate at the web portal which is available at the CEO in the capital, and he will know that this polling officer or presiding officer is having problem. Immediately sector magistrate he will tell, and he will provide the EVM or whatever is available. So this has happened in Manipur. Recently it has been done at look at this, how people are working with our dashboard, and they are really getting information, they are immediately acting upon it. Lot of technology is there behind it. Now another thing is, this is the geo-intelligent monitoring. Like you are moving with a car with a camera, and automatically with the AI and ML, immediately you will get location of the potholes on the road, how many potholes are there, what is the location. So really you can tell within 15 kilometer you can cover, let us say in 1 hour or 1.5 hours, and you can store all the information, how many potholes are there, what are the problems are there, and then immediately you can report to the people and they can start working on it. Another thing is like monitoring the geo project like roads and all that also using UAV. You can see here. I would like to show you a few more. Can you go further? Can you go down? I think, yeah, further down. Number 13, number 14, number 14, yeah, zoom it, yeah, full screen, please, yeah. Now look at this. This is what we have developed for Shillong city as well as for the Kohima city, that with our, CCTV or our, that UAV, we could able to track not only individual person, car, model of the car, all these things nowadays, it is there through the UAV or CCTV camera, and it is available, this information automatically, it will convert this information into the per hour or per second, whatever officers want, and it will go to their server. So this technology we have developed, and this is given to the concerned authorities, and I'm sure they are going to use, and this can happen in, let us say, Kohima in northeast or Shillong in Police Bazaar in northeast. Why cannot it? It can happen all across this country, and this is the strength of the geospatial technology, and this is the way how geospatial technology is moving ahead. And money, people are talking about the money. In the morning only, chairman has told $1.5 trillion it may happen. Money lies much more than that. And you will be surprised to know that here, huge money, private industry, I'm requesting private industry to look into such type of applications. Big market is there all across the country. Next, please. Yeah. Geospatial technology for SDGs, in the morning also chairman has discussed. I'm not going to talk about it. But if you look at all the goals, 17 goals, out of that 13 goals can be achieved using the geospatial technology. Next, please. We have received award like National E-Governance Award in the in the 22. Now recently, 3 days before only, we have won the 8th Northeast Award 2023 on 25th November. Before I was coming here, we have received this award because of our project monitoring geospatial server. Next, please. So what is way ahead? This is my last slide. This is a summary kind of thing, like to harness the best benefit of geospatial technology, the data and services need to be disseminated to the last mile in an interactive way. Important thing is, 2 words are important: last mile, that is very important, and interactive way. It's not a one way. You have to listen him, then provide the solution. This is very important. Second, several geoportal dashboards, mobile apps developed by ISRO. Already Dr. Chauhan in the morning he has told, are utilized to make the geospatial services available to the users. Everybody is aware about the Bhuvan, everybody is aware about the Vedas, but I would like to tell you for Northeast region, we have a very fantastic NESDR portal which is having all the data sets which is required for the people. Then next is the need. Please go back. Yeah. Need capacity for leveraging the new data ecosystem effectively. Data should be available near real time. This is also very important. Every user department is telling me, I want data now. This is very important. Real near time. Then easily accessible and effective for decision making. Despite all efforts, critical data for development, policy making are still lacking. Need system to ensure that those who need the information most actually getting to use it. So these are a few things which I want to highlight. Next, please. And I will close my talk with these 3 aspects. Seed is sown as far as geospatial technology is concerned. Plant is visible now. Yes, it is there. People are using. What we have to do? Let's nurture for a better future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Agrawal, for giving such a lucid and very practical applications of geospatial technology being actually done into your institute. And it would be really very informative to all those who are reading, studying, this, particularly students, to know what are the technologies going on. I could see from your lecture that what you told is that ease of living and use of technology is important. And in future, as you said, AI, ML, constellation, UAV, cloud computing, these are the keywords in which we have to take care. I would, the questions I think we can take later. so that we will have at least complete our this thing. So next speaker, our panelist, I will request Dr. Devpreet Dattaji to tell his views about this geospatial trends. Before that, let me read his biodata. He has a very impressive biodata that Dr. Devpreet Datta completed his PhD from Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi, and joined National Agriculture Research Service of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, ICAR. He served as a scientist in Central Soil and Water Conservation Research and Training Institute, Dehradun. He joined the Natural Resource Data Management System, NRDMS division of Department of Space and Science and Technology, DST, in 1994 as a Senior Scientific Officer 1, and was serving in the same department as Scientist F and Director till May 2008. Thereafter, he was appointed as a Consular Science and Technology in the Embassy of India, Washington, D.C. during 2008 to 12. He is currently heading an advisor, Scientist G, in Science for Equity, Empowerment and Development called SEED, State Science and Technology Program, SSTP, and National Geospatial Program, NGP Division of Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. He is currently serving as Chairman of LITD22 of Bureau of Indian Standard. He was awarded Senior Professional Research Fellowship on Groundwater Governance from International Water Management Institute, IWMI, Sri Lanka in 2006-2007. His area of expertise belonged to application of geoinformatics for nature resource management, water management, and capacity building for local level planning and international science technology cooperation in context of sustainable development. He has many publications in the national and international journals. Thank you. I request you to give your views.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Singh, and good afternoon to all of you. Since the focus here is on the geospatial ecosystem trends and innovations, I thought that to bring you that the last National Geospatial Policy 22, and what are the opportunities it brings for the different stakeholders, and I want to mainly focus with the majority in this hall who are the students of this. So if you look into the geospatial ecosystem, as Dr. Singh was talking about, it's an interactions between the subsystems. Like, it includes the geospatial, it starts with geospatial data, then technology, the policy standards, the capacity building means education, training, the industry, and definitely our vibrant, the remote sensing program. So this geospatial, National Geospatial Policy, this was, notified in the December 2022. And if you see, this is a culmination of this policy making in this spatial domain from the 2005. We have a number of the geospatial policies like a map policy, then we have a remote sensing policy 1, and and now what you see here is this talks about that it's a citizen-centric policy. It seeks to strengthen the geospatial, the sectors to build the nation building, especially the economic and the social component of that. And it spells out the vision that India should be made number one in the world in this. If we look into this, the recent developmental total, development, there was in 2012, there is a national data sharing and accessible policy in NDSAP. Then, there is a remote sensing data policy in 2012. Then space-based remote sensing policy, which came in 2020. Then 2021 February, there came a guideline for the geospatial data. Actually, what we in the morning we're talking about, the opening up of the geospatial sector took place with these 2021, the February 15 guidelines, and then came draft National Geospatial Policy, and in December 22 was the geospatial policy. So main, the component of this visions of this policy, as you see, that it makes, it intends to make India number one in the global geospatial space, develop a coherent national framework, enable easy availability of the geospatial data and the thriving geospatial industry. And each of you, ultimately, during this Amrit Kal, we all depend upon you, the people who are sitting on the, the backside. So if you see the main the principles on which or the strategy on which the based on are we've talked about that the self-sufficiency in the country, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, Integrated Geospatial Information Framework is a global framework which has been the UN group of the Geoinformation Management had developed, and many countries are adopting it. Then the data ICT infrastructures, like some of the examples Dr. Agarwal has shown you, like how the infrastructures we are making. Then innovations, there comes the role of the academia, like you have to, academia and industry has to block the innovations. Then standards are important, because if you want to develop a geospatial, the market, you need a standard. Actually, many of you, actually not the people who are sitting behind, many of you who are, you have seen the India's ICT or the IT development. You remember, like there is used to be even the standards in terms of an IT educations, like there is a, the standard A, Group B, like, E, O, those is not available in the geospatial domain, even in the educations. So that needs to be followed up so that we can develop the capacity building and ease of doing business, and ultimately the democratizations of the data. So these are the milestones, like, which talks about the geospatial, the policy. As you can see, the 2025 focuses on the, infrastructure makings. 2030, the strengthening of these components, I'm not reading it. And then 2035, as already you were saying, the Department of Space and the other departments are working on using it as in part of, the enabling their work, their working processes that should take more and more. Now, since this is happening in, in Symbiosis, we should focus on that. What are the, the aspects of the geospatial policy which creates opportunity for mainly for the students? You see that the geospatial policy talks about innovations and the research and development. The emerging opportunities wise, if you see, it has a huge focus on the education, skill, and the capacity building. There is a talk of a Geospatial Skill Council. Actually, currently, the Department of Science and Technology with the other departments working on the Geospatial Skill Council. Geospatial educations, it talks about the capacity building training and the surveyor certifications. So based on these understanding, that the Department of Science and Technology has a National Geospatial Program, which focuses on the geospatial science development, geospatial technology development in the country, geospatial management and applications, or its solutions to the geospatial entrepreneurship's development, and capacity building in international. So if you look into the country, geospatial science, most of you like who study in the geospatial or geoinformatics and geomatics, this geospatial science component needs to be strengthened, because unless and until our country's geospatial science is strengthened, you cannot be the, as the policy talking about at the self-sufficiency in terms of technology, it will not happen. So this is the geospatial science. There is some core science, but there are many adjacent fields like that needs to be strengthened. And there isn't ultimately that geospatial science to technology, basically it goes to this geospatial information process and the data, geospatial data component, which has the three components of the data acquisition, data management, data information generations, and the disseminations. I will quickly share with you, like as some of this, like already Dr. Agarwal has shown, but these are the geospatial technologies which future, as you can see that in how it is taking. Some of them at the geospatial analytics, as you can see here, starting from the cloud, mobile level, GeoNet's positioning in the morning, and you have heard about, as Chairman Somnath spoke about, the Earth observations and the scanning-based technologies. There are many technologies which are driving the geospatial industries, as you can see here, cloud, internet, data, big data, automations, and the robotics. Now, after you collect the data, there is a huge component of the data management and the information generations. This component, as you've seen, like as Dr. Agarwal was showing about, like how the WFS, WMS are being delivered. At the back end of that, there is a huge component of a data science, which needs to be strengthened into our geospatial the courses, because there is a huge gap between our sectoral knowledge and our the data science and the computer knowledge. This needs to be brought. So there is the logical data model. Then comes in the data availability and the accessibility, which is again the spatial database infrastructure. This again should be part of, we are trying to do it in the different thematic, the courses where this should be a component, because unless and until you know this, you cannot really integrate and interoperable the data from the different sources. In this context, standard is an important component. In our country, this is another opportunity lies. We are not aware about how many geospatial standards are in vogue. For your informations, in the country, the Bureau of Indian Standards, along with the Department of Science and Technology, it promulgates the standards in the country. Geospatial standards, for that LITD 22 is the group. The internationally, ISO, there is a TC211 to TC211, and also there is an OGC, OpenGIS consortiums, are the groups who works on the geospatial standards. So in the country, there are 12 geospatial standards till now. There are, out of them, 3 we have adopted, and in the ISO level, there are 89, and the standards which are formulations in 23. These are some of the examples of the national standards, the geospatial standards which are. For your informations, these are the current projects which are going on into LITT 22. We are developing in data content standards for soil, geology, the forest, cadastral data content standards for the geospatial informations, and the standards of the LiDAR and the Navic receivers. For your informations, during 3rd to 8th December, India is going to host the first, the ISO plenary sessions 159th plenary sessions, where one day we are devoting on the standard in actions. How after developing the standards, how you can really implement them. So in the context of that, in the other opportunity, again, it's providing is a national geospatial data registry. You are seeing that the geospatial data will be created from the national level to a very local level. We need to develop a national geospatial data registry. Then there are different geospatial technology research programs are needed. Like the Department of Science and Technology has a program for that. I again request the academicians who are present here, please look into it and motivate your students to come into the new technology development. As you can see here, the different types of the technology from the geospatial data captures and the gathering technologies too. In long term, we are talking about the robotics data acquisition systems, nanotechnology-based devices, futuristic technologies, integration of geospatial technology with the other core technologies. And these are the requirement where we need to take lead if we really want to, fructify the dream of geospatial policy. So now if you look into the capacity building and the skill development, these are the requirement as it is from the report of the Geospatial Skill Council. For that, this was the total requirement of the manpower for that, and for that reasons, the Department of Science and Technology, like Department of Space, also have this training program which starts with 21-day summer winter schools, at a level 1 and level 2, and the 3-day geo-innovation challenges. Then the last opportunity I will talk about the geospatial market. As you see that India has a very booming geospatial market. In the morning also you have seen the policy basically have an impact on the promoting the technology innovations, the Industrial Development Board, the Geospatial Skill Council, Incubation Center, more and more geospatial incubations, Geospatial Technology Park, and the domestic geospatial market unveiling. This is some of the examples after the geospatial guidelines has been implemented. You see that these are the national schemes has created that type of a market opportunity, and that's again another opportunity for the the youth here. You can start your own geospatial based the incubators, the startups. Then these are the investment which has taken place after this the guidelines. As you see that the more and more private enterprises are coming into that, and what is needed is the most interesting things and the most hopeful things here for the the students who are studying here. We need more and more workforce in these directions, but those workforce which will not do only the the GIS work, who will think about the geospatial thinking and give the India the leaderships. So with this, I believe like this is the geospatial the policy 2022 is given an huge the opportunity for us. It's all of us, the academia, in the government, the industry, and especially the students need to work together to unveil it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Datta, for giving such a lucid and really simplifying a complex subject because you know this policy is a very complex subject, and it is our opportunity to listen from you who has been involved into conceptualization of this policy since long. And it is nice to listen your views, the DST's views on National Geospatial Policy 2022. It is because it is going to be important in the future development of this ecosystems of geospatial. And I remember that the way you explained that it is the ultimately self-reliance, the infrastructure, the innovation, most important is standards and capacity building. These are the major elements on which we have to work and which will form the further growth in this sector. Thank you, sir, very, very much for such an interesting talk. Now we come to our next speaker. We are honored to have Dr. R. Krishnan as a panel expert for today's panel discussion. He does not need any introduction. Those who know climate science, everybody knows it. But as a formally, I have to read his biodata. Dr. Krishnan R specializes in climate modeling to understand the scientific issues related to climate change, Asian monsoon, and water cycle. Under his leadership, the Center for Climate Change Research at IITM Pune developed the first Earth System Model, ESM, from India that contributed to CMIPHC and 6 and IPCC 6 assessment report. He was a coordinating lead author in the IPCC AR6 WG1 report and a drafting author in the summary for policymaker. He is a member of Joint Scientific Committee, JSC, World Climate Research Program, WCRP, World Meteorological Organization, WMO. He and his team from CCCR, ITM published the first National Climate Change Assessment Report of Ministry of Earth Science. I myself have read it, and it is a reference of its kind in that way. After obtaining his MSc degree in Applied Mathematics from Madras Institute of Technology, Chennai, he pursued PhD from Atmospheric Sciences at Physical Research Laboratory, Ahmedabad. He was awarded PhD degree from University of Pune in 1994. He has published more than 155 scientific papers and guided many students and few of the honors. I'm not reading all because he has a very strong biodata. He has honored with National Award for Excellence in Atmospheric Science and Technology 2001 of Ministry of Earth Sciences, Fellow of Indian National Science Academy, Fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences, Bangalore, Fellow of Indian Meteorological Society, and many more. So, sir, it is our honor to listen to you today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon to all the esteemed participants and students. I'll quickly go through my talk on the water cycle changes in a globally warming climate. This is the latest picture of the temperature, global mean temperature, September 2023. We have already crossed 1.4 degrees. And we also see the carbon dioxide concentration, we are touching 420 parts per million. So climate is really warming and it is impacting extreme weather in different parts of the world. We have had very heavy rainfall in Libya, in a desert like Libya, and also many places in Brazil, and extreme temperatures in different parts of the world, including melting of the Arctic sea ice at a very dramatic rate. I am just going a little fast. So the IPCC 6 assessment report clearly said that the recent changes in the climate are widespread, rapid, and intensifying, and unprecedented in thousands of years. And also it is mainly the human influence that has warmed not just the atmosphere, also the ocean and land, and the changes are rapid and widespread in all the components of the Earth system: atmosphere, ocean, cryosphere, and biosphere. And so when we look at the temperature increase, as I said, we have this already crossed close to 1.2 degrees now. And this warming is mainly because of the human, because activities due to the increase of the atmospheric greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane. And this is all coming from the models, the Earth system models, the climate models. So if we don't have this external forcing, we will not be able to explain this warming trend. There are also other effects like the aerosols, which are suspended particles in the atmosphere, which have kind of counteracted the global warming. And if these aerosols like sulfate and nitrates in the atmosphere, also black carbon, so they have kind of mask this greenhouse warming to some extent. And without these aerosols, the planet would have already warmed by 1.5 degrees. They have offset by about 0.4 degrees. But the greenhouse gases have a very long lifetime. They are going to stay there, and the coming decades are also going to be very warm. And this warming we can see not only globally, also in different continents and different regions of the world. And because of this, one of the consequences, the precipitation, rainfall has increased in many places, especially in the mid-latitudes and the high latitudes. And the sea ice is declining, especially in the Arctic. And even in the Antarctic region also, the sea ice, which was stable until 2014 or so, even the Antarctic region, the sea ice has started decreasing. And much of the warming, because the ocean is covered by 70% by the ocean, the earth is covered by 70% by the oceans are warming, not only at the surface, even at the deeper depths. And because of the warming of the ocean and the increase in the ocean heat content, there is thermal expansion, the sea level rise has risen, and also the glaciers are melting, the land ice and glaciers, and they have contributed to an increase in the global mean sea level, so which is also accelerating at a fast rate. So the changes, climate change is already there, and it is affecting the earth in multiple ways, and in the future it will increase with further warming. And one of the consequences is that the pattern of warming is not uniform. Much of the warming you can see in the high latitudes region, and the tropics, the rate of warming is slower. And with higher global warming, with 1.5 and 2 degrees and 4 degrees in the future, the spatial pattern of warming is projected to magnify. These are all from the models, climate models. And when we see the precipitation changes, the high latitude, mid latitude, polar region precipitation is going to increase in the future. And also many areas in the tropics, especially over the Indian subcontinent, the West African monsoons, precipitation is going to increase. But drier areas in the Mediterranean and the Sahel region, and some of the areas in the southern hemisphere, desert regions, they are going to get drier. So the dry is going to get drier, and the wet is going to get wetter. And so we used there are different scenarios we use in the IPCC assessment for making future projections. So the SSP1 is a kind of a sustainable pathway, and SSP2 is what we are right now. It is a kind of middle of the road. SSP3, 4, 5, these are all high emission scenarios. They are simply not sustainable. And these are the projections of the temperature in the future until 2100. We will cross the 2-degree warming in most of the scenarios, 2, 4, 5, that's the middle of the road. Especially except the 119 and the 126, we are going to exceed the 2-degree warming by end of this century. And so by 2 degree, in the SSP 245, even by the midterm, that is 2041 to 2060, the best likely estimate is about 2 degrees. So, and one of the consequences, the Arctic sea ice is already declining. We have already lost a lot of sea ice, and in the future, in the coming 20-30 years, there will be time when the Arctic will be practically ice-free, some times of the year. And this is very concerning. And another consequence of the temperature increase is the water vapor will increase at about 7% per degree rate of warming. And the increase of water vapor means it has a direct implication of heavy precipitation, which is also projected to increase at something like 7% per degree warming. And so both the hot temperature extremes as well as the precipitation extremes are projected to increase both in frequency and intensity with every additional increment of global warming. So unless there are immediate, rapid and large-scale reductions in the greenhouse gases emissions, limiting warming to 1.5 will be beyond reach. And I was a part of the coordinating lead author in the water cycle chapter. I will quickly go through this chapter, sir. Here we assess the different components of the water stores, the water cycle. The fresh water that is available is very little, less than 1.8%. And much of it is unusable because it's in the form of glaciers and ice. So we have very little fresh water that is available. So fresh water is for human consumption is really a scarce commodity. We also assess the exchange of water vapor fluxes across the different components of the earth system, the ocean, the land, and the atmosphere and the biosphere. I will not go into the details. One important point is about the monsoons. We had a very good assessment of the monsoons, what happened in the past and what will happen in the future. So one of the things is in the northern hemisphere, the last 30-40 years, there has been increased emissions of aerosols, which reduce the incoming solar radiation, and they have led to decrease in precipitation in many places, especially the West Africa, and also over India and East Asia. But due to regulation norms in the emissions, there has been an improvement in the air quality, especially over Europe and North America. And with continued global warming, there has been a slight recovery in the monsoon precipitation over the African region and some of the places. So what we are finding, this is a quick summary, is the greenhouse gases, they try to increase the precipitation over many places in the tropics, but the aerosols, they because they produce cooling over the land, they try to affect the ITCZ movement and reduce precipitation over several regions. So these are the assessments that we made. Basically, during the past 50s to 80s, the aerosols have reduced monsoon precipitation in many places, but there is also large-scale multi-decadal variability. But in the future, as the warming continues because of the greenhouse gases, monsoon precipitation is projected to increase in many places, including South Asia, West Africa, East Africa. And this is the same thing. So in the past, I think when we look at the greenhouse gases, they try to increase the precipitation, whereas the aerosols try to oppose. This is for South Asia and East Asia. This is from 51 to 2014. And so the green aerosols have kind of counteracted. And in the future, as the global warming continues because of the long-lived greenhouse gases, monsoon precipitation is projected to increase in the different scenarios. So this is a quick assessment for the Asian monsoon. And we also assess the freshwater reservoirs like glaciers, seasonal snow cover, wetlands and lakes and groundwater. In many places, there is, because of during the 19th and 20th century, extent of human-made reservoirs and surface water has increased. However, there is limited agreement about the decline in the natural surface water because of climate change. That is still a topic that needs to be assessed. Groundwater is an important issue that was already discussed. In many places, groundwater, because of the extraction for various reasons, there's a big decrease. But in some areas in the tropics, because of the increase in precipitation, there is also recharge, especially in some places like Africa. And this is a picture now from the satellite. We have the GRACE satellite. We have the assessment of the trends in the groundwater. This is from April 2002 to 16. So many places in northwest India, especially Haryana, Punjab, because of the extraction of groundwater for irrigation and other activities, groundwater has depleted. Some areas in the tropic African region, there is in fact recharge. So because of increased precipitation. So it's a complex topic. So when we look at the monsoon itself, I'm just showing it for 2 years. This is for the 2023 summer monsoon season. We see large parts of India. We had a kind of deficit, although the monsoon all India was normal. Many places in UP, Bihar and North Indo-Gangetic Plain were very dry. Also peninsular India and West Coast. Northeast India has been anomalously dry for this season. And 2022, this was last year, we see a similar pattern over the Indo-Gangetic Plain, decrease of rainfall. So the question is, this was a recent paper by IIT Mumbai, where they are telling is, because the groundwater is depleting and also monsoonal rains seem to be affecting, they are telling if we can switch over to drought-resistant crops like millets, probably we may be able to recover some of the groundwater loss, and also the energy requirements can be reduced. And the Himalayan region has also been warming at a much faster rate compared to India itself. This is from our climate change assessment report. And many of the glaciers in the Indian Himalayan glaciers are receding, except maybe the Karakoram region. So this is a very nice slide from NICES NRSC. Dr. Prakash Chauhan is there. They have brought out these essential climate variables, which is all measured by the different, there are about 54 variables according to the global climate observing system. And many of these are measured by remote sensing, by satellites, and also in situ. So geospatial technologies become very, very important for monitoring and understanding the evolution of the Earth's climate system. So you can monitor not just the atmosphere, also the atmospheric composition, land, cryosphere, biosphere, the oceans, and the biogeochemical processes. So this is a list of the 54 essential climate variables. I'm not going into the detail. So in summary, I think human activities are already, climate change is happening. It is affecting the water cycle. Monsoon precipitation in the last 40, 50 years, it decreased. But now there is, in the future, it is projected to increase. But extreme events are increasing. And it is also affecting different components of the Earth system. So geospatial technology, satellite remote sensing, together with in situ observations are crucial for monitoring and understanding the evolution of the Earth system and also the water cycle changes. In addition, we require high resolution Earth system models for making reliable climate predictions and projections. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for giving us the views that how climate is going to change. And it is very interesting to listen from you because you are authority in this field. And I understand from your lecture, it came very clearly that it is basically competition between the aerosols and greenhouse gases. I mean, they have a counteracting effect. And once we measure them properly, once we model them properly, we can know how things are going to change. And at the same time, sir explained that how geospatial technology, particularly the ECVs which you measure from satellite, they not only tell us that climate change is happening or not, they also, when coupled with the model, tell us the trends of the future. Thank you very much for your talk, sir. And next presentation, I would like to request Dr. H. Benu Prasad ji for his views on how geospatial technology and the forest sectors are interlinked and his view on the point. I'll just give a small, quickly read the biodata of Dr. Venu Prasad ji. Dr. Venu Prasad completed his MSc in botany and joined IFS service in 1996. And then he did postgraduate diploma in public policy from IIM, Bangalore. At the same time, 2020, he did PhD in public policy from Indian Ocean Management. And from there onwards, he was the chief conservator of forest from 2017 to 2019 in Chennai, managing director of Tamil Nadu Rubber Corporation, and 2019 till today, he is the regional director in Forest Survey of India, South Bangalore. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, Singhji. Esteemed gathering, it's my honor to be here and share some of the things which presently my organization, Forest Survey of India, is doing. So Forest Survey of India is one of the major user of this geosciences. Our headquarters is at Dehradun, and we take forest resource assessment at national level. So FSI has been there since 1965, but it was earlier, it is survey of forest resources for industrials development, and then forest survey has slowly moved towards assessing forest cover for whole country. Presently, it is major two sections it is dealing. One is assessing the forest cover. This is via satellite image analysis. The second one is ground level survey, which is done at around 10,000 points in the country. So it's the nodal agency for collecting all the information available on forestry resources, and it accommodates them in a data system which can be useful for other allied departments. So FSI is creates a database, updates every year, and which can be used for other academia or for other departments. So the first major activity is well known as forest cover report. Definitely you must have heard. Once in 2 years, the new forest cover report comes. The earlier one was in 2021, and probably in next month or we will be coming up with the ISFR report of 2023. So what is being done is the satellite data is taken from NRSC. The same is collated with Survey of India maps. It's classified into different categories of forest. The resolution as such is, one can say that it's low resolution in the ages of Google Earth. It's 23.5 meters, but it is serving the purpose of very quick and large scale assessment. Probably in the next year we will be moving to LIS 4, which is kind of sub-meter resolution we are planning. So what is being done is the forest area is classified into three, 4 different categories: dense, very dense, open. So dense forests are those which are having 0.4% or more cover, and those who are having less than 10, it is not categorized as forest and it is kept as scrub area. So just to give a sense of how forest area look in our country, this is the map, and to give you how the gist of the report looks, it will be like this. So like if we see the forest cover in the country, it is around 21.71%. But we have a very big tree cover with us, which is all along roadsides, canals and other places, even the private plantations. So these things add up to 2.91. So when we see in a report, especially in newspaper and all, we find it's 24.62% forest and green cover. It's forest and tree cover. So within this, like this is good enough for report in newspaper, but for an academia or a student, it's something like 2 to 3 steps we should go deeper. So like within this forest, 2.21%, how much is very dense, how much is moderate, and how much is open forest? So if we go here, like very dense is only 3%. So one may question, do we really need whole of India as a dense forest? No, because if we go deeper, like most of the wildlife, most of our tigers, they are all mostly in moderately dense and open forest. So no forest is at its just face value is something good or something bad. Our India is a very diverse country with very diverse forest systems, and the wildlife dependent on these kind of systems are also very varied. So what we need as a trend, a balanced trend, not everything green. We don't need to paint everything green, or we don't need to have everything in a dense category. This is something when we go one step deeper. Further, when we go to, this is a net figure. This includes private plantations also. When we see how much government owned forests are faring and how much outside areas are faring. So if you go the outside increase of green cover, outside forest area is more, though its volume is very less, but rate of increase is high. There are various factors which are into that. Many farmers leaving farming because of labor problems and shifting to tree crop is also one of the reasons. So it is something which need to be looked deeper and deeper, and each state the trends will be different. Some of the southern states the trend will be very different from the central states or northeastern states. Wherever we have poverty or development needs are more, we definitely find the forests are reduced for infrastructure development. So we need to analyze each area in a different perspective. This is what I want to appeal to the academia. So net figure is not something we should be satisfied. Many times it can be misleading. So coming to another section of work which FSI does is actual ground surveys. So like the Indian area is divided into 5 square kilometer areas, and every year one of the random points within that grid is taken up for survey. So these figures give us data which is crucial needed for our planning purpose. About the trees, it gives about the carbon content and the pests and diseases. So some of the figures which we find in planning, like how much growing stock our forest is having, how much carbon is being fixed. You can see 7,204 million tons of carbon. So peculiar things is that the soil which is underground is major repository of carbon. So once we clear or whatever is the forest trees above the ground, automatically the soil will leach out and we will lose much more carbon than the trees once we cut the tree. This is something I wanted to point out here. Sorry. So all these findings are given in a gist of it are given in ISFR, that is India State of the Forest Report, and it has a different categorization which are very interesting for any student or researcher for his further studies. In addition to that, FSI also does monitoring of forest fire and disseminates them to the users. That is mainly forest department, other revenue department. It's a mostly you can call it real time. Within 2 hours, the message goes to the end user so that the remedial action can be taken. In addition to that, there is one decision support system and eGreen Watch, two related aspects which are developed. This is a database of various layers like forest cover, forest type, what is the biological richness, whether it is a protected area or not. All these layers are given at the disposal of the planners. Just for example, if a road needs to be developed and a forest area is to be developed, this DSS is the one which is being analyzed, whether its scoring is given based on the features, and depending on whether forest loss is acceptable or not, the forest area is diverted. How much forest area is diverted and how much alternate forest area is developed is done by eGreen Watch, which monitors both diverted land from the forest area and the alternate site which is developed into plantation bar forest is developed. These are the things mainly Forest Survey of India is doing. In addition to that, the forest types mapping and training and capacity building of the forest department, that is also taken up by FSI. So I would urge you, especially students, to go through the ISFR report 2021, and very soon 2023 report also will be available. It's a storehouse of a lot of information, and if you have any further research needs, our database is available, which can be used by you to decide further insights into it. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Venu Prasad ji, for your lucid presentation on the status of how we use geospatial technology in assessing the status of forest. And in the last, it's my turn, so I'll be quickly going to my talk. Can you present? Yeah. So I'll be quickly talking about the fact that if you want to know the trends, as in the session we have to talk about trends, knowing history is equally important, because evolution tells you what would be the likely trend. Before noon we had a very good presentation on the future trends of ISRO. I would like to take you to how things evolved from last 60 years. And I have made this presentation mostly for the students. Those who do not know this, I assume that they are in the learning process, so probably they should know it. I don't have much time because we are exceeding, so I'll try to quickly complete my talk. So I'll be talking about the orbiting Indian Earth observations and evolution. Next, please. Everything starts by the birth of global space program, and everybody must be knowing that it is in 1957, the Sputnik launch. It was the first satellite, and thereafter, 1960, the TIRUS. That gave the first picture of our cyclones and weather, and that started the new era in which India also took the cognizance that we have to use the space platform. And there, our space research starts onwards. Next, please. And it was 1962 when INCOSPAR was formed, and just in the same month, November 1963, we had the first satellite, rocket launch. So we are completing the 60 years of the history. And thereafter, you know that the way space industry, the space research grew in our country. Next, please. Around 10 years after that first launch, in 1975, our first Bhaskara satellite was launched, and Bhaskara was more of a space research satellite or space experimentation. The Earth observation started by Aryabhatta was a space experiment satellite. 79, Bhaskara was the first our Earth observation things. Next, please. And thereafter, I'll just put a summary, and maybe I stop hereafter, that from 1979 to 90 was the initial phase when we have a Bhaskara 1-2. There was a parallel development of INSAT 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, and we had an operational IRS 1A launch. That happened within 1990. This 91 and 2000 decade, the decade of that was important, where you had the developments in IS series, you had those INSAT mission where CCD payload was put there. It was a very refined mission from the existing INSAT system, and the new thing came out, the Ocean Sat, from where our fishery forecast and everything started. 2001 to 2010 was more happening phase of particular decade. There, we not only started launching our own INSAT kind of Kalpana satellites with CCDs in them, we call INSAT 2E. There was a new generation called ResourceSat-1, which was quite evolved than our earlier IRS system. And from that, there was a sub-meter resolution or meter kind of resolution. Cartosat series came up, and most important was Chandrayaan-1 in 2008. And this last decade, what we call 2011 to 2020, we have many satellites. Important one was a radar satellite, and then there was an altimeter mission, the improved INSAT system where we could see the vertical profilings, and we all know one mission very popularly known in this decade was Mars Orbiter mission. So this decade was an important decade, and the current decade, already we have launched the OceanSat 3, we have launched Chandrayaan-3, you all know, and the NISAR, GISAT, and Trishna are some of the missions which are going to launch in the coming years. Next, please. So this is how we started with Bhaskara, and next, please. And I was talking about IRS series initially. They were the series by which initial development took place, but camera went on improving. Next, please. And this IRS P6 is supposed to be the advanced version which we currently use, and most of the forest and other agricultural estimates are done by this kind of instruments. Next, please. As I was talking about, OceanSat was a new component in our IRS series where it was dedicated for ocean, the fisheries, and we have now OceanSat 1, 2, and currently 3 working in a dimension. Next, please. Inset series, among them, the Kalpana and Inset 3A, currently Inset 3D is a mission for the meteorological application, and all improved with respect to some improvement in the design and detection systems. Next, please. Megatropic was one of the science missions by which we could know the energy fluxes, water fluxes over tropical region. Next, please. Radar was the first mission when we launched in 2012 time frame. Now we have many such systems available. Next, please. Yeah, next. 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 Cartosat series, you all must be aware, in this series we have a camera or a telescope which can give us a sub-meter resolution, few centimeter, 30 or 50 centimeter resolution. It is one of our workhorse where we want to see details, particularly urban regions or any other targets that way. Next, please. The most important was the Mars mission when it went in 2013 or 2014 time frame. It gave very new findings and a new technological leap to our country. Next, please. And I will stop here by telling that Chandrayaan mission, which started in 2008, and then again Chandrayaan 2 in 19, and this year to 2023. It is spin-off of how things started by Earth observation, but similar team, when they put things in different fashion, it gave our country a different way. And now in future, as you have seen in the forenoon lecture, many of these planetary explorations is going to be there, and many innovation, many things are planned in that way. Thank you very much. Now, since we are running late, we can have 1 or 2 questions if somebody interested, because tea is waiting, so many of you must be waiting for tea. Okay? Anybody has 1 or 2 questions? Yeah, okay, ma'am. Ma'am is asking about the system of carbon sequestration. Ma'am, actually, there was a big program in India we call National Carbon Project, in which different component of carbon like the soil, the vegetation, and the atmosphere has been surveyed, estimated, and modeled. And there are various schemes available from the eddy covariance tower to mathematical modeling. So a lot of work in this direction has gone through in a program called NCP, National Carbon Project.
No, is there a software which we can now use?
There are many softwares available in this field. They can CFIX model or PEM model, photosynthetic efficiency model. There are many available, but then it is generally used, it is not commercially available. That those who deal this subject, they know it, but okay, it is available.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. NISAR is the next important project which is going to change the way we do Earth remote sensing, because by now we were doing the optical imaging and radar imaging, and mostly from amplitude.
and that too in a C and that kind of wavelength. For the students, I can tell you that there is a mission called NISAR, which is NASA, joint NASA and ISRO mission, which has a L band, which is larger in size, and S band together, and with the power of interferometry. Interferometry is a technique in which you not only use the amplitude, you also use the phases, and by which it is possible to even detect the millimeter changes over the Earth's surfaces. So wherever the surface is deforming or any degradation or landslides are taking place, people have done a lot of good work as a case study from few missions, but this NISHAR mission, when it is going to be launched in this current year itself, operational system is going to be available for such kind of solid Earth studies. Thank you. So if there are no further questions, oh, there's one question.
Hello. So my question is more from the perspective of hydrology. Thank you for the nice presentation, Dr. Krishnan. So what do you think are the biggest modeling challenges in terms of both IPCC's future needs as well as India's specific needs? I think this will help our students and faculty to set our own research agenda. What are the biggest modeling challenges do you think we need to overcome?
Yeah, so I think we understand globally now why it is happening, but regionally when we say, for example, precipitation is a big issue, whether it is liquid, solid, what will happen to ice, what will happen to the liquid precipitation, what will happen to rainfall, and also the cryosphere. So that is also warming. So what is happening? So the frozen precipitation, what will happen to that? So ice is melting, and Himalayan region is very complex, especially the ice sheets. And now people have monitored, Dr. Anil Kulkarni and group. So many glaciers have lost, especially only the Karakoram region. There is a slight gain in the mass, but many of the glaciers in the central Himalayas, even in the western Himalayas, they are losing. So that is going to be a big challenge, and how to model them, because the glacier, that's going to have a big impact on the water resources, especially the Indus Basin. The Ganges, Brahmaputra, they also get rainfall, the seasonal rainfall, but the Indus Basin is heavily dependent on the snow melt. So if these glaciers are going to melt, that is a big issue. Water will become a big problem. So what, I think a lot of attention on the temperature change, I didn't mention that in my talk. People are focused on temperature change, which is very strong in the mid-latitude, high latitude. But water is going to be a much more critical problem, and also its impact on the biological systems. So the coming generations, we have to focus on what are the impacts on the biology, on the water resources, on the crops, on the health. These are going to, so the impacts will be very important. I think that's where we have to pay attention. And so the modeling has to go beyond climate now. It has to have impact assessment models and so on. Maybe we can talk later more detail.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any further question? Yeah.
Hello, sir. My specifically question is to you, Agarwal, sir. Like, I've been working on a yield model in Assam specifically. So, like, for precision farming, as we know, we need a shapefile or a GIS data for a field level or a village level. So, in case of open source data, I have seen many sites, but there was no proper village-wise or a shapefile of it properly. I have the Excel data of those as per the PMFVY portal, but without a correct shapefile, I can't interpret the data accordingly with those of the names of the districts or the. So is there a particular site or something from where I can get the data so I can work at village-wise level?
Yeah, for Northeast region, actually, if you go to the NESDR web portal, nesdr.gov.in, okay, you will find this information. Other than that, in fact, we have done a work on SysDev project where 1:10,000 scale agriculture map is available. From there also you can download. And if not available, it is available, I know, but if you find any difficulty, please write to us. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we are closing this session because already we are late. So first of all, I thank all the panelists for their talk and giving such a good lecture. I'm also thankful to the organizers who gave us opportunity to share our experiences with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed an amazing session. I hope everybody is still enjoying the lectures. For some refreshment, we will be stopping here for a short tea break. The tea has been served at the same areas. We will meet here again in 10 minutes. Thank you. Again, I request all the volunteers to please guide the dignitary
Volunteers, please see to it that a decorum is maintained in the auditorium.
सीक्वेंस से कॉल करना शुरू करो। देवज्योति कॉल नहीं है बाकी सारे।
Welcome back, everyone. Now it's time to delve into the fascinating realm of emerging technology and geospatial innovation, exploring the cutting-edge shaping our understanding of the Earth through the innovative geospatial tools and technology. I kindly request our esteemed dignitaries, Mr. Rakshit Bhatt, Mr. Surendranath Das, Mr. Suhaspriti Pal Gongate, and Mr. Ajendra Kumar to kindly occupy their seats on the dais for the beginning of the plenary session 2. Audience, can we please welcome our dignitaries with a huge round of applause? Now may I introduce Mr. Ajendra Kumar sir, who will be moderating this session for us. Mr. Ajendra Kumar is the Managing Director of ESRI India Technologies Private Limited. He holds an MSc Honours in Mathematics and Masters of Management Studies from BITS Pilani. He also chairs FICCI Committee on the Geospatial Technologies.
An industry veteran with about 4 decades of experience in the IT industry. Ajendra sir has been promoting the use of geospatial technologies in the country. Under his leadership, ESRI India has partnered with numerous government and private organizations to execute critical and transformative projects using ESRI's GIS, that is, Geographic Information System technology.
Before joining ESRI India, Ajendra sir held leadership positions at Silicon Graphics, Veritas Software, and Symantec. Ajendra sir also served a tenure as the president of the Association of Geospatial Industries. I welcome him to moderate this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. The only thing is my name is Agendra. Rest all is fine. So I want to thank the organizers, first of all, for inviting me and my fellow colleagues in this panel to share our thoughts. With me here, we have Mr. Rakshit Bhatt from Galaxy, Mr. Surendranath Das, who's the CEO of Azure Cloud Services, and Mr. Suhas Pritipal, who's a lead 3D experience in the experience lab at Dassault Systems. So they'll all be sharing their thoughts. I also want to thank the organizers to give me this opportunity to moderate this session. I have prepared some slides and something to share with you. The first part of my presentation will be about this session. I will wear the hat of a moderator and set the stage for this session. And the second part will be something about the business, ESRI India, which is as a sponsor of this conference. I'll take the opportunity to share something about what we are doing. So a lot of discussions have happened. Where is the slide? Yeah. A lot of discussions have happened since morning about the climate change and the way things are, how we have been abusing the Mother Earth through urbanization, overconsumption of resources, how political polarization is happening, how we have seen in the earlier presentation that in the month of September, most of the part of the world had unprecedented rains. Shortage of water, ecological changes, and a lot of social conflicts which are taking place across the world. So there are a lot of things which are happening which are really undesirable. So geospatial technologies help us in understanding what's going on, where it's going on, and also something to do with how we can sustain, how we can change things, how we can make the world more sustainable, how we can change our priorities, how we can reduce the carbon creation, how we can improve the infrastructure, how we can avoid people traveling for hours together for work, how people like me in Delhi, I mean, I'm not saying rest of the country is free from pollution, but I experience severe pollution in Delhi most of the time. And because of that, many people have sore throat and all those kind of things. It was not so even 10 years ago. It was not so even 5 years ago. So the climate situation and the conditions of weather and pollution are deteriorating very fast. We talk about stubble burning in Punjab. Over the years, because farmers found growing paddy to be more rewarding than other crops, they have shifted to paddy, and that crop probably, I understand that crop gives more carbon, and it also creates more methane because of the water, water which is there in the fields. So there are several such things which are happening. We are letting those things happen in a very uncontrolled way. So I think if we make a commitment to ourselves as a community, as a society, that we will take steps in doing things which are supportive of our climate, which are supportive of the cause of sustainability, then definitely we can reverse a lot of things. So GIS provides a framework for understanding the data, the measurement of things which are going on, assessing how severe the situation is, doing some analysis and modeling to find out that, okay, what's causing what kind of impact and what we can do about it, making some planning and decision making, and then taking action and also measuring and visualizing the impact of the decisions that we have taken. That you do something about, say, improving the transportation condition, you build new road network, and it's a good thing because we are trying to solve the problem of transportation. But I believe that while we construct the highways the way we construct, we create so much of this dust particles which remain suspended in the air and which are harmful for the people. So is there a better way to do construction? Can we reduce the particulate that run away in the air and cause pollution? So I think understanding those kind of things is possible through GIS and taking the appropriate decisions as well. I will share with you new technology trends in line with the topic of this session. And these trends which are driving geospatial innovation and utilization. The first one is the world is becoming increasingly interconnected. So years ago, the network, I mean, if you go back 30 years ago or something, internet was not there. Transferring data was difficult. But as the world has become interconnected, we have better networks, we have better 5G connectivity, 4G connectivity. Transferring data is no longer a problem. In our offices, we have much better connectivity, large files, large amount of data can be downloaded easily and shared with people. So that means that geospatial data, which is especially satellite imagery, which are larger in size, can easily be shared and transferred. So that is helping in adoption of more geospatial technologies. Processing capability is increasing. Getting larger supercomputing systems. There are a number of supercomputing centers in the country. IITM has, and other organizations, Pune University, I'm sure they have, and different IITs have. Similarly, across the globe, there are many, many supercomputing centers. Most of them have GPUs included there, and those people who do not have access to one of the larger supercomputing centers, they can always rely on cloud. Most of the cloud service providers provide on-demand high-performance computing in forms of GPUs and large amount of processing power. So that is making the processing easier, whether it's big data or it's machine learning applications, or it is image processing applications. Availability of processing capability is helping. Machine learning is helping in discovery. There were demos earlier today from Mr. Agrawal from NESEC presented that how they are using some of the applications for identifying people and cars and other things in the video imagery. So those are some of the applications which have come. A lot of features can be extracted from satellite imagery. A lot of features can be extracted from ground. Simple things are like identifying water bodies or different kind of trees, plantation, forest cover. The more difficult things could be what is the kind of, how many battle tanks are there, what kind of warships are in the oceans, how many of what kind of fighter planes are in which country. So, but all those things are possible today because of better compute power available and development of machine learning technologies. Spatial analytics are advancing. Softwares which are required to analyze spatial data and understand patterns in them, those have much better capability. Unlike what used to happen in the past, you would have a large computer or large workstation to process the data. All that capability has come on your desktop. And if you do not want to invest in a powerful desktop, go back to my earlier slide where I spoke about cloud. You can have high performance software running on cloud and you can access that from any computer that you have. And these analytic capabilities are helping us bring all kind of data together at one single place to look at the same area or a same issue in different ways and then running the analysis on that. Improved availability of remote sensing data is another one. In our country, data availability is far better than it used to be, thanks to the National Geospatial Policy and National Remote Sensing Policy. Indian Space Research Organization is providing 5-meter or coarser data free of cost, and there's a talk about even providing more better high-resolution data also to various people. And some will be priced, some will be unpriced. I think this availability is far better, and countries plan to have many startups in satellite Earth observation technology is also a big step which will further improve the availability of remote sensing data. Apart from satellite, we do have companies and organizations who do aerial surveys, drone surveys, and flying drone for data capture are becoming very, very common and supporting multiple national programs as well. So that's another improvement which has happened over a period of time, that through drones, the cost of collecting remote sensing data and the speed has really improved quite a lot. Open data is becoming increasingly available. Most of the government departments now share a lot of data which is available as open data, and people can consume that in their applications. They don't have to run around. If you look at the data which is being published by Ministry of Earth Sciences or MOEF or groundwater departments, it has enormous value, and this is available for use by various users. Another important thing is that GIS technologies today help in integration of all kind of data, whether it's a data which comes from IoTs or a remote sensing data or data which is coming from various IT systems or various systems that gather, as simple as Twitter. So those, if some incident happens somewhere, people start tweeting, and that can be seen on map, that how many people are tweeting from which place, to find out the impact of the incident and where the incident happened. So even tabular data and textual information can be brought into geospatial systems. So it's a big big change which has happened over the years. 3D digital twins and immersive experiences are becoming very, very important. 3D digital twins were there in engineering for a very, very long time. My friend from Dassault will know. I used to be in Silicon Graphics in 90s, and I mean, automobile companies and aircraft designers used to use digital twins to model their parts and see the performance and various parameters while engine will perform. So this technology has been there, but now the cost of creating a digital twin, the ease of creating a digital twin is enormous. And we are talking about creating digital twins of cities to improve the life in the urban areas. So it's going to have a huge impact. So a digital twin of a city can have, can support applications for, like if you do it through LiDAR data, which could have 2 or 3 centimeter accuracy, you can use it for better utility planning, better flood management, drainage management, better road infrastructure planning, street lighting planning. I mean, a lot of things can be done with that data. And once we have that immersive experiences using the technologies of ER or VR is not a very difficult thing. A lot of GIS softwares today also support gaming engines, so it's easier to build those applications today. Portals, there are a number of portals in private as well as public domain, which help us sharing the data with various people. You can build, it helps in running e-governance kind of applications where GIS data, be it properties, be it crime, be it availability of education, health facilities, all that data can be shared with people through portals. And portals help in creating the so-called geospatial infrastructure. And when I say geospatial infrastructure, what I mean is 3 things. One is the GIS data, second is the application, and third is the basic infrastructure on which you store the data and run your applications. So that's the geospatial infrastructure. And last one is apps are based on GIS are becoming very common. We all use several apps every single day where we use some kind of GIS data. And there are apps in organizations. Some of the organizations like telecommunication companies and banks, they have hundreds of apps which have a GIS base, which are being used by them. If you look at a telecommunication service provider or a bank, when they acquire a customer, they immediately geocode that person's location, so that they know what is the if it's a fiber connection. Okay, I have a fiber, I don't have. Do I have a good tower close by or not? I mean, those kind of things can easily be done once we have that data available. So this is just a summary of all the 10 points, and that was the first part of my presentation. The second part is about how Esri India is leveraging some of the new advancements. This, I hope, will not be very long. The first one you must have heard about is availability of Indo-ArcGIS. ArcGIS is a well-known product. It's been there for quite some time, and it's being used quite a lot all over the world. So we introduced Indo-ArcGIS, which is a combination of 3 things. The first one is the content. We have curated a large number of layers of Indian content, mostly from open data, and made it a part of Living Atlas portion of India portion of the Living Atlas, and it's available to all our users without any charge. So, and this, we keep adding more layers. When we started a couple of years ago, we had 300 layers, but we are continuously looking for more data and adding it. Second component is solution products. So we have, I'll share a little bit more about these. So these solution products give people, our customers, our users, a way to start using GIS ASAP. And then the third important component is the technology, which is in form of ArcGIS Pro and ArcGIS Enterprise. And we also support developer communities and building of different kind of apps and location-based services. I talked about geospatial infrastructure. So this is the geospatial infrastructure where we have GIS, we have data layers, we can run mapping and location services, we can bring in different kind of content, do the analysis, and we also provide a lot of facilities to the developer communities. In fact, next year we are planning to do a workshop for developers in India. It will be probably a couple of locations, most likely in April timeframe. And our technology is available in form of software on premise or on your own cloud or SaaS and PaaS. So it's available in multiple forms. It's open and interoperable. It follows open architecture, follows open standards, can consume open data easily. And some part of what we give are open source as well. There's a geo portal which is open source. There are all the solution products that I spoke about, they're open source. You can download, you can customize, you can use the way you like, and you do not have to contribute back to the open source community. It becomes yours. So, so there are a number of such things, and we have several open APIs also. ArcGIS Pro, in short, is a new, it's a desktop application. There are a number of features. Many of you who are using this will be familiar with the features that it has. I mean, it's a 64-bit. I mean, it follows 64-bit technology. It has 2D and 3D. It has many image processing capabilities which are right there in the desktop. And a lot of new features are being added this quarter, which will come in this month itself. So that's a desktop. And on the then we have a number of extensions for analytics, as I spoke about: 3D analyst, knowledge graphs, network analyst, spatial analyst, and image analyst. These are all coming in desktop now. So the capabilities of desktops are tremendously increasing. Helps in data management and production mapping and charting applications as well. Enterprise is our server system, which helps in sharing content and applications across the organization. Sorry, I forgot to, it did not move. Yeah, so we are on this one. Enterprise is our server system, which enable sharing of content and apps and maps across the organization. Important thing here is that we have included 3D scenes here. We support Kubernetes for large and scalable applications. And here also we have spatial analytics and image analysis capabilities and image serving capabilities, which are really important. So if you want to serve a large number of images to your users or outside of users, ArcGIS Enterprise has some solid capabilities for that. I added this slide because there's been a lot of talk about digital twin. So we have ArcGIS Reality, especially which can be very effectively used for creating 3D digital representations of large parts, cities, and other such urban areas or rural areas, or upcoming areas, or highways, or flyovers, or bridges. There's a demo of this in our stall in the exhibition area. Please stop by to see if you'd like to do that. And this is, I spoke about the content. So Indo-ArcGIS includes a living atlas. Why we call it a living atlas? Because it's a latest content. So if any organization update their content, that is immediately available to our users through Living Atlas. It has base maps, it has land cover information, biodiversity, imagery, elevation data. So what we do here is we worked with Survey of India, and they were kind enough to share their accurate international boundaries with us. So we publish those boundaries, and we continue to take updated information if there's a change and publish it. So the boundaries we publish are exactly as per Survey of India's published boundaries. Then our own, we started work from creating all the village level boundaries. Of course, these are not centimeter accurate, but they are okay for estimating the agriculture or any other kind of estimates that are important. So we created village boundaries, we created, all the way district, state level boundaries, and we have lot of data which is attached with those. And right now there are about 40 million requests coming in last 20 last 12 months. So 3 to 4 million requests every month. So this is some of the example, 800 layers of data, socio-economic, administrative boundaries, health, rural development, education, entire railway network, rural network. So these are some of the layers you can access. Then solution products, we have a couple of hundred products right now for important applications like land records, planning and development, public works, elections, natural resources, water distribution, disaster management. So these are some of the important areas where we have created these products and made available to our users so that when they invest in technology, they create something, they can quickly see some outcomes. And they can get the source code of these applications and modify the way they like. Yeah. And in summary, the geospatial approach is critical in solving the problems. Spatial understanding is important, and a lot of people who spoke in the morning were involved in making these things happen, in providing satellite information, providing remote sensing information, doing different kind of analytics, and organizing and providing the data in such a way that people can use it. I think it's up to us to use the data which is available, the models which are available from scientific community along with the technology which companies like ESRI provide and use it for common good. So with that, I would end my session. And I would thank you very much for patient listening. I think I took a little extra time, but sorry about that. But I would now like to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Suhas Pritipal Gongteji. Suhas is, just one second, and let me change the order. Yeah. Suhas has 13 years of professional experience in engineering and software industry in design, engineering, CAD/CAM, and PLM domain. He is currently working with Dassault Systems India R&D Center. He is leading Dassault Systems 3D Experience Lab, global accelerator program for startups and innovation for India. He has developed a strong network among Indian startup ecosystem, innovation centers, startup incubator, and is associated with academia, collaboration programs promoting research, innovation in academia, and academia transformations. Through his work, he is empowering open innovation through social and collaborative disruptive projects, leveraging a digital continuity and 3D experience platform. Suhas has a keen interest in latest technology research, mentoring, and coaching in any field from city to life to lifestyle. Suhas, over to you.
Thank you. And in my slides, I will give. I divided into three parts actually. And hello everyone. Thank you for inviting for this amazing sessions that was been going throughout the day. And for students, you have a surprise for you also. And for all the researchers, you have. So I have put two use cases of how GIS data can be used. So first I will go through what Dassault Systems is, just to give a short briefing. So Dassault is a what you call innovation company. We are 20,000 plus what you call passionate people, around 40 nations, 140 nations, 195 sites we have, and then it's a long-term driven company. And we have partners, 12,600 partners we have, and 2.5 lakh customers in all the domains, in aerospace, in defense. You call anything and you will get. We are in there. So what we say is virtual world extends to and improves real world. This tagline I will go further, then you will understand why I'm saying this. So if you look, Dassault's key what you call tagline that we are experience company, 3D experience university to harmonize product, nature, and life. Okay, so this is how the journey started. We started with 3D design. So if anyone knows, they know as a 3D company, a CAD company. But we evolved in every step. So we done a digital mock-up where entire plane with 30,000 million parts flying digitally. So we have done that in 1989. Then from there we coined the term called as product lifecycle management, where it's a product entire journey. After that, we embarked with called a 3D experience platform. It's a platform where every tool, everything comes in one software we call, or one platform. And then from there the journey started with virtual twin, and then we call it as a virtual twin experience for human. So this is the overall. We have a compass in the center. This is a blue color. So we have so these are the CAD softwares. For you, it's a GeoVia, where you can simulate a complete mining or any ecological thing. You can 3D model it and then simulate it using geospatial data. Then we have 11 industries across all the domains, from marine life to industry. Before I start that, I would like to show you a video where how geospatial technology is utilized, the virtual modeling, and this gives a stage to me.
From city skyscrapers and busy intersections, to farm fields and mountainous terrains rising above the clouds, every feature on Earth is a source of geospatial data. To analyze the planet, the environment, and activities of its populations, the growing number of in-orbit satellites are continuously generating complex data streams, and Earth observation missions are capturing data in multiple formats. It's time to transform this valuable data deluge into actionable insights with cutting-edge solutions for data processing and visualization. Unlock the power of geospatial data analytics to answer complex questions and enhance decision-making across diverse industries. Take the lead to foster mobility of the future, monitor energy consumption, simulate smart city infrastructure development, and more by optimizing data visualization on the 3D Experience platform.
So what we say is build the future with geospatial data analytics. Why we are saying this? Because it helps to leverage the Earth optimization, and these are the areas you all know that this geospatial data can be used in defense, smart agriculture, air quality management, marine life, disaster management, smart cities, and smart mobility. So this all are suffer. So in the next video, I want to show you how we have created a virtual Earth. So we are in that is called as the virtual twin of Earth. So this is what it's done with collaboration with Airbus, and it's a customer story that we want to showcase. Play the video. this is the future, virtual twin of Earth. Yeah. So this is another story of
in shaping a better environment
this is
for
the customer,
over
and they
70
have
years.
built
Working
a
in over
complete
140
city of Hong Kong.
our designer, consultant, engineer, and architect provide innovative solutions to clients and the communities that we work in, such as delivering the world's first zero-carbon building and developing the first smart district in the cities of Hong Kong. Dassault System and Arup recently completed a project for the city of Hong Kong called the Common Spatial Data Infrastructure Built Environment Application Platform. Now, actually, in the 2017 policy address, the Hong Kong SAR government promoted the establishment of what they call a common spatial data infrastructure in order to make use of innovation and technology in improving the efficiency of the city operation and improving quality of life. These 10 projects comprise 4 areas. Firstly, urban planning and land use, such as we test the walkability and urban design. Second, engineering and infrastructure, such as visualization of underground space, underground utilities. And thirdly, is about the environment and conservation. Lastly, is to test some work processes, such as we establish workflow management plan. The success of this built environment application 10 cases demonstrate that this would be a very useful tool for the government, the private sector, and academic to collaborate in implementing the city of Hong Kong as a smart city in terms of operation and management. Arup's domain expertise translate the Dassault System platform into real value for the built environment. And the Dassault System enable Arup to provide more innovative solutions to our clients, and also in leveraging the digital twin as an asset on this 3D experience platform as a unique collaborative tools. We actually create new business model and provide new services for both the Dassault System and Arup.
So what I want to show you is that the era is data and GSI data, all the data that is huge need to be synchronized to create a virtual Earth, a virtual twin of Earth. This is what I say. So next I want to tell about what is 3DEXPerience Lab. It's a startup accelerator program from Dassault Systems where we are supporting startups, research work, makers, and students who can come and build their idea to reality. We support communities, we support ecosystems of incubators, accelerators, and VCs. So what we do is we provide complete tools that we have from Dassault. We mentor them, we give them access to all the labs. We have 4 labs globally, which is owned by Dassault. One is in Valley, second is in Paris, second is in Boston, third is in Pune, and fourth is in Munich. So these are the 4 labs, and then we have partners of all the incubators, and then we closely work on sustainable development goal of our SDGs that we can say. Currently, we are supporting 52 plus startups, 6 communities, 16 plus partners around the world. What we do is from the idea to commercialization, we support each and every idea that we can bring. These are the events. We take all the startup idea in any domain. So they are welcome, and we take them to all the big events like CES, VivaTech, Change Now, the international events. We have forums globally. We organize our events called 3DEXPerience forums. We take each startups, give them a global stage to startups or ideas to international stage. These are some startups that are supported by from India, and these are the 2 communities, Frugal community, and we are closely working with Niti Aayog for help for all these things. And the last I need to show you, we have launched a hackathon on virtual twin, what's called virtual twin on operations or sustainable logistics. We have launched a hackathon. It's running. It's for all the students, startups, anyone. It's open to everyone. Here it is. We want to empower Gati Shakti. So Gati Shakti is data driven. So You have data, you can build you have an idea, build that, and you have exciting gifts. It's a three months hackathon, and I would like to everyone to join. This is a good opportunity for all the students actually. Here. So this is a QR code. You can scan this and you can you can register that, and then from there our mentors will support you. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you, Suhas, for this wonderful presentations, sharing about how Dassault has brought virtual and real worlds together, and journey over the years and building 3D experiences and wonderful videos of examples of work which has been done by Dassault. Next speaker, I would like to invite Rakshit Bhatt from Galaxy. Rakshit is an alumni of IIT Madras with a bachelor's in engineering design and currently serves as the vice president of product development at Galaxy Space. Having played an integral role in building the renowned Team Avishkar Hyperloop, and with a background in generative AI research at Siemens, he leads the efforts at Galaxy to build products that combine generative AI with satellite imagery to deliver the best possible insights about our planet. His goal is to make a meaningful impact on our planet and society through the use of cutting-edge satellite data. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Yeah, so I'll start the keynote by giving a brief about Galaxy Space and myself. So Galaxy Space is a space tech startup. We come from IIT Madras, currently based out of Bangalore. The vision is to enable generative AI-based data fusion using multi-sensor satellites, right? So just remember that. I'll come back to it a bit later, how we are doing it and why is it important. But let's deep dive into a couple of things. Yeah, I think this has already been done. A bit about myself. I built Avishkar Hyperloop. I think a team we all must be familiar with till now. Post that, I have worked in Siemens for a while, working on generative AI. I was trying to solve use cases which ChatGPT solved 4 years down the line. Yeah, after graduation, I have been building Galaxy Space. Right. So, we have seen a lot of interesting technologies, that have been evolved over time, and how those have enabled the use of geospatial data to solve real-world problems, right? And it has only been lately that, and when I mean lately, I mean last 5 to 10 years, that geospatial technologies have witnessed widespread commercial adoption. And that means not just building a product out of data, but also being able to monetize it, also being able to demonstrate significant business value out of that data, right? And here are some of the few examples, right? So recently people have tried to build agricultural monitoring solutions which have enabled banks to lend to the farmers and led to the financial inclusion of the farmers in rural areas. The marine insurers have been able to use satellite data to track dark vessels and, accordingly provide insurance or blacklist them from providing insurance. And the most recent of them all, right? Carbon trading is the new buzzword where people are trying to generate carbon credits and then sell them off to the industries who want carbon credits, and then hence there's a need for an auditing mechanism, and people are trying to use satellite data to measure or audit these carbon credits that are being generated by carbon traders, right? And all of these use cases are big use cases, right? None of them is a small use cases. They are, they have a global scale. Right, and what has enabled, these widespread adoption of satellite data? I think there are three main things. So data has, in the last 10 years, the availability of data, and the quality of data that I would say, especially in terms of resolution, the frequency has shot up, right? And Of course, government agencies across the world were always providing open source data sets, but I think lately there have been other private players that have been providing satellite data at a large scale as well. And this data accessibility in turn have made people curious, and it has reduced the barrier to entry when it comes to the use of satellite data for these commercial applications. Number two, so infrastructure is as important as the data itself, right? So what has happened lately is the organizations that are providing the data, both at a government as well as at a private level, have given infrastructure such as APIs that have allowed industries to integrate this data seamlessly into the software systems, right? And I think that is one of the key factors which I feel has kind of imploded the use of satellite data for commercial applications. And number three, because data has been made more accessible, infrastructure is there. There have been platforms such as, for example, Google Earth Engine or Esri, which allow you to do quick prototyping on top of satellite data and discard or explore more use cases. Yeah, but what I would say is, even though recently we have seen a quick rise in the commercial use cases of satellite data, there is still a bottleneck which industry has hit, right? And that bottleneck happens because of one reason, which is the clouds, right? So all of us know that half of the earth, only half of the earth is lit by the sun, and 50% of that half has clouds. So essentially about 25% of the earth at any point of time is visible, right? Yeah, about 25% of the earth at any given time is visible. And that's where, the conventional or like the optical and hyperspectral sensors kind of hit the roadblock because they can't see beyond the clouds. And that's why there is the SAR imagery that came to the rescue, right? And lately there have been a lot of SAR sensors that have been sent up into the space, right? And they have helped a lot in tackling with the data frequency problem, because SAR can look through clouds, SAR can look in the night time, and hence it can provide data which is more frequently available. But here you go, just like to interpret an X-ray or an MRI, you need a doctor. In order to interpret SAR, you need a specialist, right? And if SAR imagery has to see widespread adoption and usage and democratization at the scale that optical or hyperspectral have seen, we need to make it more interpretable, right? So what I want to point out is easily interpretable and highly available data is required, right? To an extent, we have solved both of these problems, optical being easily interpretable, SAR being highly available, but still there is a gap. Right. So before I point out to how I think this problem can be solved, let me just try to speak a little bit about the new buzzword generative AI, right? And this generative AI is not what powers ChatGPT. It's what people have more traditionally used in image processing, right? So here is an example where this is a problem called as neural style translation, where people generally take two sets of images. One is what they want to apply the neural style transfer to, and the another one, the style that they want to transfer or the style that they want to generate. So very similar to, you can think of it like, on one hand you have a SAR image that is not interpretable, and on the other hand you have an optical image which you want to translate it to so that you can interpret it, right? So these kind of problems have been solved using generative AI in the past, and I think that application of generative AI in remote sensing will allow us to solve the problem where we can get both the data which is interpretable as well as the data which is available. Yeah, but it's not that researchers or scientific community has not used these methods on the current open source or commercially available data sets, right? This is an example where people have tried to use something like a neural style transfer in a SAR image, open source SAR image, and these are static scenes, these are not very dynamic scenes, but still the quality of generated multispectral or colored images are not very good. And the reason for that is, number one, in order to fuse these two data sets using generative AI, you need a data set which is temporally and spatially matched, right? And here is where Galaxy Space also comes in. What we try to do is we try to put these two sensors on the same platform so that the data that we are getting is both spatially and temporally correlated, right? So I'm going to repeat it. We are creating a data set which is both spatially and temporally matched. What happens in that is all the information that you capture in one of the image is also available in the other image, and it is contextually matched, right? So I think temporally and spatially matched data is going to be the key if anyone at all wants to produce the best quality of fused data using generative AI, and that's what we are trying to enable. But I think the second most interesting part is the models, right? So I'm going to give you a little bit of a story, right? Back in 2019, when I was working on deep learning, there used to be models such as recurrent neural networks, LSTMs, or GRUs, and these used to have a lot of bottlenecks. And at that time, we used to joke around by saying that, it's very hard to replace these models because they were the state of the arts at that time. And they were complex, they had the bottlenecks, but it was hard to see how they could be replaced or how could anyone build something which was superior than them. But in 2018, a bunch of researchers from MIT came up with a model which is the attention network, right? And that small snapshot that you see, right? A bunch of functional blocks, that is the unit that actually powers the transformer networks, which is the backbone of ChatGPT, right? So that was data to build something like ChatGPT was already there. But what was the point of inflection was the model that came in that came in around 2019, and it kind of revolutionized, how data can be used or generative AI can be applied to natural language processing. And I think we are at a similar inflection point in remote sensing where, we are getting there in terms of the data. But when it comes to the model, we are still dealing with the models that, have been developed 6-7 years back, specifically for more classical computer vision tasks. We need models that are better engineered and better suited for remote sensing data sets, for the fusion of remote sensing data sets. And that's why I wanted to bring this into the attention of the scientific community, that I think if we can crack this problem, we could be, we have a huge opportunity to make sure that we can democratize the satellite data for a lot of applications out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rakshit, for very wonderful presentation and sharing that how generative AI can help in improving the quality of images to improve the availability of interpretable data, and also importance of creating spatially and temporally matched data. Otherwise, things won't be so useful. So, and also talking about how generative AI and other things like ChatGPT have evolved over the years. So very, very informative talk. The next speaker today is Mr. Surendranath Das, CEO of Azure Cloud Services. He clarified to me earlier that he has nothing to do with Microsoft Azure, and it's a different company that he runs. Surendranath Das is currently working as a CEO for Global Business Development in Azure Cloud Services Private Limited. Surendra is a dynamic, versatile GIS consulting technologist
with over 20 plus years of progressive industrial experience in geospatial. He has worked on complete life cycle of several development projects in almost all segments using modern tools and technologies. He's a versatile hydrologist with vast experience in the area of groundwater exploration, development, assessment, movement, and management of alluvium, sedimentary and crystalline terrain. He has successfully executed 3D aquifer mapping projects up to village level for groundwater resource assessment and budgeting through development of web-enabled GIS-based groundwater information system. The project has been awarded with Indian Geospatial Award in 2014. He's a certified Lean Sigma Black Belt achiever, experienced working in improvement of business excellence. Mr. Surendra has done MSc Geology degree from Banaras Hindu University and MPhil from Utkal University in Odisha. He's published 5 research papers in different national and international journals with high impact factor. And he's a life member of International Association of Hydrologists, Indian Geophysical Union, Association of Geospatial Industries, Artha Committee, and Geospatial World and NAASON. Please take the dice now. Thank you.
Good evening to all. Thanks for giving a chance to present our company. I just want to, there are a lot of talks going on from the morning. So this is related to the geospatial innovations towards the ecology and sustainability of ecosystem. So I am not going to much detail about the in much technical things. I have 2 presentation related to my company like Azure Clouds. As Sir has already explained, nothing to do with Microsoft Azure. We are as a startup from last 2 years, but my parents company is called Azure Knowledge Corporations. We have a special wings as a Azure Cloud Services, especially for the geospatial services and solution in the entire spectrum of government verticals. So we are also a licensed partner to Google India. We are working for the 360-degree image captures for Google into multiple cities. So my slides will be related to what we are doing presently and how it is sustainable towards the ecosystem. And our all the works is related to the sustainability of the ecosystems, basically into the natural resource management. So I am just starting to that. So we are as a service provider. We don't have any solutions at this moment to address, means this is the solution and we are giving to the society, but we are reaching to all the sectors of all the verticals of geospatials where there is a problems and there is a requirement to any government organization or any community where they feels that there is a need of requirement. So we are there to support us. We have a versatile peoples, experienced peoples, infrastructures, and we are into different verticals of geospatial with innovative technology, and we are highly working in the AI ML technology. So when I am talking about geospatial, so geospatial cannot be possible or GIS cannot be possible without having the field data. Whatever the satellite or optical or hyperspectral or the microwave satellite we do, but we have to go for the field for the data collections. So we have improved that technology, how the data collection of surveying technology also will be modernized using the AI ML technology. Suppose we are working with here India, all the POI data, point of interest data, we have a 360-degree vehicle mounted camera, and we capture all the videos, and that videos is capture all the hoardings or the nameplates of the shops or industry or the government offices, which will come to our system, and we trained our ML engines, so it will directly decode the nameplates. So we are not required to go and do the survey each and every building. So that is what innovation we have done. As morning the North Application Center, Dr. Agarwal has told that they are moving in the Shillong city and all. So we have done all these things already in different parts of the country. In Goa and Madhya Pradesh, we have done these things for Google. And now we are coming to the geospatial services and solutions. As I rightly told, we are extensively working in the urban development, infrastructure and transportations in navigations as well as the utility sector. We are also into the digital twin and BIM services. I hope something has happened. How it is going on? So this is the actually what the services we are giving. So we are into surface and groundwater survey, utility sector, data collection and asset geotechnique and POI data collections. And we are into the utility mapping, photogrammetry and 3D city modeling also. We use the photogrammetry using the drone data collection of DSM and DTM, line of sight visibility analysis and shadow relief. And data acquisition solutions like AI powered, we are having our ML engines for land use land classification using ML technology and building footprint captures and the POI data collections. So when I am talking all these verticals we captures from the as per the requirement of the governments. When we are working in the service sector, we understand what are the requirement, the technology as well as the trend and the business process and application sector, and what is the revenue available. Accordingly, we shape our business model. So majorly there are three sectors, the Indian economy for the geospatial, that is defense, transport and infrastructure. So understanding to the so in-depth understanding to the market domains, then cutting edge and relevant technology. So we provide the Azure service. Then as per the service requirement, we develop the web GIS, we develop the solutions and the APIs. Then we have our core products also. So we have extensive on-site support and operations and day-to-day support with our resources. So we invest in deep and domain expertise. We have many experienced skilled persons in GIS industry. We develop the proof of concept. We understand the develop solution architecture as per the requirement and identify the product and partnership required and develop reliable architecture technology and customize and localized solutions. And we build and test with the customers and finally deliver and support the entire life cycle of the project. So this is end-to-end implementation, geospatial domain, mapping service, database designing, modeling and application develop and its integrations. So we do the feasibility study and requirement of the client, application definition, system designing and sizing, decision mapping and process analysis modeling, and data inventory analysis, project approach and phasing. Then we do the mapping service using different type of data, is from satellite, aerial as well as spatial and attribute data for existing data analysis, data acquisition and mapping, geospatial data generation, building integrated geospatial data. So then we have a database designing and modeling solutions as per the requirement. Again, I am telling these are the services we provide to the government and the different organizations, public sectors. So I am going little fast because I have got a chief also that it is less of time and I have to run fast. So conceptual modeling and local logical application design, physical applications. So Azure has offered GIS technology to key decision support system, rapid adoption, spatial technology and evaluation intelligent 3D maps to the plus time dimension. When I am talking about 3D, when previously we have X, Y, Z, now it is everything comes with the times. So when we are talking about the ecological sustainability, I have some slides how the landscape can be predicted using geospatial or the groundwater movement. What is our solution? We acquisition the data through aerial, drone, DGPS and manual survey. Then we gather the informations through image processing, digital photogrammetry and data modeling. Then the different type of application like e-governance, urban structure, infrastructure and the transportation industry. So mainly the verticals what we are working is water resource, e-governance and utility, land record and infrastructures. We are working in different space applications for digital land record modernization program and in Tata Power for utilities and water resource for Ministry of Jal Shakti. And so when I am coming about geospatial solutions, we are developing the geospatial solution based upon the requirement, decision support system and our own GIS softwares developed as per the requirement of the client. So these are the verticals like navigation, electric, telecom, environmental, public safety, defense, forestry and transportation. All these verticals we are working. So when I am coming to the water resource, when I have taken 4 or 5 domains which is related to ecology, sustainability when we are talking about water. So as a hydrogeologist from the by background, we presume and do a modeling where the India is going to be, water will be costly than the petrol in 2045. That is what the predictions. So how this groundwater movement and contaminations is happening and the quality is decreasing. That so we have water resource information system. When I am talking about I am just giving a little insight into the groundwater, how geospatial and ML technology can help in predicting and assessment of groundwater. Nowadays, you know that GEC, Groundwater Estimation Committee and CGWB is doing every year there is a assessment. But that assessment is every year they have to do manually or with the groundwater recharge and draft. So we have proposed a solution which can be utilized ML and AI, everything can be automatic. So when you are talking about the beauty of geospatials is if you have a time series data, you create a model and then this model you trained for the next 25 years also. You just put your MIS data and spatial data. So we will train the model to do a prediction. So we have developed a systems to predict the groundwater by putting the water level of any particular place. If a person is going to measure the water level and put that, he can able to predict the next 25 years based upon the interpolations and the geospatial, geostatistical modeling. So that is what the 3D aquifer mapping, where the suppose we have a lithologs. So it is not like that we have to create this, because it is we have maybe 50 years database with different state government, central government and other agency. So we do this lithology through GIS interpretation and we do the French diagram and vertical and horizontal expansion of the aquifer. So these are some isopatch maps and the depth to bedrock. Suppose there is a unsaturated thickness of, there is a saturated thickness and there is a unsaturated thickness of that, then we can able to identify the zones where the groundwater recharge can be done. So these are the models and how the quality is deteriorating also we can able to understand. So there is, that's what I told, up to village level assessment we can do, because when we are talking about administrator, when peoples and planning commissions and all this, they are always talks about the administrative level. So we have a different layers of up to from starting from the state to village level boundary is there, and every water resource is in a grid level. So I am not going to much detail about, so how this geospatial can also use in the plot management. Then we are into different e-governance project. So using the deep learning technology, we can able to identify the forest fire forecasting and different NDVI and hyperspectral data. We have done this exercise. Then we have pollutions, as pollution is the major factor towards the ecosystem. So we have done water pollution and air pollution study using the hyperspectral data, and taking a 2019 and 2000 as a user case. In 2019, the water pollution is less as compared to the 2020. 2020 is better than 2019 because of the COVID. So there is a industrial pollutions. All these things are. So I'm because of less time not going much detail to it. So that's what these are the studies we have done. So again, the oil spills using ML technology and SAR polarimetry, microwave satellite data, we have done the. I'm just closing. And this is the beautiful case of landslide in Uttarkashi. We have done using the microwave satellite data. And urban heat island also we have done. These are the some slides I put for the because of sustainability towards the ecosystem. Now I am coming to the just closing, and this is the property tax project. We are working in different parts of the country, almost in 150 ULBs in pan India. We are working in the digital twin also, taking different like terrain, building and mobility, different layers. And as power comes from power grid to the consumer mappings we do in entire Odisha at this moment. And land record we are supporting to OSAC for digital land record programs. And this is our IPs like 360-degree, and we have developed ML engine for land use classifications automatically using the satellite data. So we have a product called DigiWalk for indoor mapping. So these are some products like TU, terrain relief, micro watershed entire country, enhanced TTM and enhanced color image, and the topographical 2.5D maps we have. And we have developed our solutions based upon the requirement like open source GIS and WFS, WMS and GIS application top of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Surendra, for sharing with us what your company does as the cloud service provider for geospatial applications, and sharing with us all the different areas where your company has done work. Definitely enlightening and gives us a fair idea about the capabilities of your organization and how it can be used by various users, government organizations and others in the country. Due to shortage of time, we will not take any questions, but we'll be available during the next break. So if there are any questions, we can address at that time. Just to conclude this panel, I would like to thank the organizers once again for giving us a chance to come and present about the work which we are doing and how in 4 different companies we see things and how we believe we can contribute to the progress of geospatial community in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of the panelists for delivering some amazing lectures in geospatial innovations. Moving on to the next segment of our program.
These individuals have not only brought their intellect to the forefront, but have also contributed to the collective pool of wisdom that defines our academic community. To felicitate them, I would like to invite on stage Dr. T.P. Singh.
May I now request Dr. T.P. Singh, sir, to felicitate. May I please request all the panelists of the plenary session 1 to join us on stage for the felicitation.
May I please invite Dr. S.P. Agarwal, sir, Director, NESAC, to come up on stage for the felicitation. Followed by Dr. R.P. Singh, Director, IIRS. I would also request Dr. R. Krishnan to join us, Director, IITM. Last but not the least, I would request Dr. Venu Prasad sir, Regional Director General, FSI, to join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for all of the panelists?
Thank you, sir. May I now please invite
CP Singh sir to introduce our guest Dr. Nilesh Desai for the Millennium Lecture. We look forward to hearing from the both of you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So this is the time, most awaited time. Since 1 year, we wait for this Millennium Lecture. This is a very popular series of lecture which Indian Society of Geomatics organized annually during the annual convention. It's a public lecture, so we are telecasting it to YouTube also. And it is delivered by eminent scientists, professional technologists every year. This particular lecture was instituted in 2005 and generally delivered during annual convention, during the evening, before the cultural evening and all that. The inaugural lecture was first delivered by Dr. Agarwal, who was Vice Chancellor of IP University. It has a very great legacy, followed by eminent speakers like Sri Chandi Prasad Bhatt in 2006, Dr. R.R. Nawalgund in 2008, Professor K.S. Waldia in 2009, Dr. Shailesh Nayak, 2010, Professor H.S. Singh, Sri A.S. Kiran Kumar, T. Ramaswamy, Dr. V.K. Dadwal, Dr. Y.V.N. Krishnamurthy, Dr. M. Rajivan, Upendra Tripathi, Sri Kartikeya Sarabhai, Professor Henry Lyman, Sri Sanjay Kumar, Rohan Verma in 2021, and last year it was by Bharat Lohani. Now this year Millennium Lecture will be delivered by none other than Dr. Nilesh Desai, Director, Space Application Center, ISRO, on the topic of advanced and novel space applications in new space era. Dr. Nilesh M. Desai needs no introduction to this audience. However, as per the protocol, I will request Dr. Prakash Chauhan, President ISG and ISRS and Director NRSC, to kindly introduce today's speaker, Dr. Nilesh M. Desai. And I invite Dr. Nilesh Desai kindly to come on the dais, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you all. Respected Dr. Nilesh Desai ji, Director of Space Application Centers, all the members of ISG, ISRS, and attendees of this seminar. It's my great privilege to introduce a very eminent scientist and technologist of India's space program, Dr. Nilesh M. Desai, who is a distinguished scientist and director of Space Application Center, which is a prime center of Indian Space Research Organization located at Ahmedabad. Sri Nilesh Desai ji is a top ranker and gold medalist of 1986 batch of B.Tech Electronics and Communication from LD Engineering College in Gujarat University. In his about 37 years of dedicated and illustrious engineering and research career at Space Application Center, he has been instrumental in design and development of ISRO's microwave radars, including the missions like RISAT-1A, scatterometer for OceanSat series of satellites, and he has significantly contributed towards the upcoming NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar mission. He is also instrumental in the realization of advanced and synergistic applications involving Earth observation, navigation, and communication technologies for societal benefits, for the purpose of governance, and in particular for strategic uses. He is guiding activities related to remote sensing, data processing, NAVIC receivers and its applications, SATCOM terminals, and ground segment applications for mobile, broadband, and high-throughput communication satellites using advanced technologies like quantum frontiers and artificial intelligence and machine learning. Thus, he has provided leadership in the direction and development of strengthening space infrastructure and its applications. Let me tell you, friends, under his leadership, the entire NAVIC constellation program is being made and delivered, and basically the applications of NAVIC is also being conceptualized. He is also instrumental in putting large amount of efforts in the field of upcoming quantum frontiers, especially in the field of quantum communications, quantum key distribution, as well as for quantum sensing. Dr. Desai is a widely traveled person. He has contributed to many international forums, including contributions towards United Nations Center for Space Science and Technology Education in Asia and Pacific. He is also recipient of various awards, and he has got ISRO Performance Excellence Award 2018, ISRO Individual Merit Award of 2010, and ISRO Team Award for RISAT-1A payload for the year 2012. He is an active and contributing life member of many professional societies like Indian Society of Remote Sensing, Indian Society of Geomatics, Astronautical Society of India, and Indian Society of System Sciences and Engineering. He was the ex-national president, just before me, of Indian Society of Remote Sensing during the 2020 and 22 period, and presently he is serving as Vice President of ISSE Ahmedabad chapter. With these few words, it's my great honor and privilege to invite and present in front of you Sri Nilesh Desai to deliver this ISG Millennium Lecture. Over to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash, for this generous introduction. It was said of Dr. George Bernard Shaw that his preamble is more than the actual drama. So I will also try to keep it that way. Of course, I'm notorious for not keeping my time. So please stop me whenever you feel bored enough. So let me thank the organizers for calling me here and giving me this opportunity, I'll say. And in fact, Somnath made my task easier by giving you, these are the pioneers, all of you know that, so I don't have to elaborate. Dr. Sarabhai, Satish Dhawan, Dr. Kalam, and subsequently the present generation who have nurtured and developed ISRO. And I always say that everybody knows NASA. Now people have started knowing ISRO. But same way, Space Application Center, hardly any people knew. So it is my duty, being director of Space Application Center, to tell you about SAC also. So this is SAC. We just completed 50 years last December. And so we are as old as our ISRS society. And we are located at Ahmedabad with 3 campuses and much more activities. In fact, when I see Symbiosis, I feel, as I said in the morning also, that we are more like an academic institute rather than a government agency or government department, because we do variety of activities. As you can see, we do what we call the brain or the heart of the satellite, because launch vehicle just works for 15 minutes, takes a satellite to the orbit. The satellite is the platform on which the actual instrumentation sit. But the instrumentation which does the actual work for next 1, 3, 5, 7, 10, 15 years is what we develop at Space Application Center Ahmedabad. And of course, the basic reason why we put all these satellites into the orbit, that is the applications, end product or the upyog, that also is being done by Space Application Center. So in that way, we are very unique. As I said, we have all type of people with all domain expertise in various fields, whether it is technology in the various domains or science, again in various domains, even social researchers also. So that way, we are a multidisciplinary center. I think it is one of the rarest ISRO center which is doing multidisciplinary activities. And our human resources reflect. And to go from payload to final applications, it has to pass through many activities, whether it is software development, data processing, image processing, with newer and newer techniques like AI, ML, everything which are coming up today. Of course, technology transfer and then various other domain-specific applications. We do the pilot project, then hand it over to government departments and other actual civilian or commercial users. So we work with Indian industries, SME, MSME, academia, researchers, various research institutes, whether it is in autonomous or government sector or private sector, and of course space agencies. This is ISRO's record, and we are proud to say that we have played a very meaningful role into all these activities. Space Application Center, and of course the whole ISRO. Right now we are on the ride, all of you know, after Chandrayaan 3. But we had been steadily working on all these aspects. What this scorecard doesn't reveal is that we have our share of failures also, which is not reflected here. So failure is part of our game. Space is a risky business, all of you know that. So, but we learn from failures. We don't get deterred by failures. As all of you would have seen, Chandrayaan 2, we could not do soft landing. But we learned from that, and then Chandrayaan 3 followed. So failure is part of our game. Indian ecosystem, all of you know, around 13,000 crore. So you can compare it with Ministry of Agriculture, which is almost 2 lakh crore budget, annual one. So within this budget, we have done really achieved remarkable activities have been done, and what Somnath pointed out in the morning, many more are on the anvil with, of course, planetary mission, space exploration. It is a glamorous field, so everybody get fascinated by that. But our main activities, as all of you know, are the other 80% of activity which we do is related to common man in society. What the dream, what Sarabhai had, that we want to use space research and technology for the benefit of common man in society. So we are fulfilling that. We are trying to take up all those activities with our 80% of work which we do, whether it is satellite communication or navigation. Geospatial is part of all these activities. Similarly, remote sensing activities which we do. Our human resource, you'll be surprised to know that it has remained almost static, 17,000, all these almost last whole decade. So that means that we are only replenishing the superannuating people. Otherwise, there is no net addition to the organization. But all of you know, our activities have not stopped, it has not decreased, it has almost doubled within the last decade. So how we can manage that? That is by involving all of you people, whether it is students, startups, or academia, or private sector. So, and of course, we take many contract people. So that has helped us to overcome this basic bottleneck related to recruitment. But we have doubled our activities and involved lot many new partners into the space sector, and with now, right now our share in global market is only 2%. You'll be surprised to know that despite all these achievements, we contribute only 2% to the global space market. So Honorable Prime Minister feels that we should make it at least 5%, if not 10%. So with that idea, now government has unleashed the space reforms, new space era. So we are into now new space era. Of course, COVID hastened that process, and government also want that we need to increase our activities, as all of you say, and we ISRO concentrate more on basic R&D, not only fundamental but applied R&D, research and development, and leave the other routine things where we have already developed, proved our niche, whether it is satellite communication, and now navigation is coming up, and of course many of the remote sensing satellites, especially for the strategic sectors. So all these where we have proven technology, either we transfer the technology to the private sector and also invite innovative ideas from other sectors also. So with that idea, now space reforms have been unleashed after COVID. Morning we mentioned about the new space policy 2023, which is now in place. So open data, open science, what I was mentioning. So that is going to be the part like you have in USA or Europe. So something similar lines, government wants us to work, and with that idea, InSpace has been set up, Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center, with its headquarters at Ahmedabad. So that will become not really a facilitator for private sector and student startups, especially, and young researchers to take part in India's space activity. And apart from that, it will also be a regulator, because like TRI is there today for telecom sector. Tomorrow when space activity increase, you also need a regulator. So all the launches which are happening, space activity which happen in our country, they will be regulated through InSpace. Right now InSpace is working under Department of Space, but very soon it may become autonomous also. We don't know. Right now it is working under Department of Space, and many things will follow once other players come into the play into the space sector. And of course, government, we had an Antrix Corporation, which was our public sector arm earlier. It has run into some issues, so government wants that now new Space India Limited, NSIL, a new public sector company has been set up with infusion of around 2,000 crore in last couple of years, and it will be now the vehicle through which ISRO's routine programs will take place. So whether it is satellite communication, navigation, remote sensing, many of the activities which we do, which are not part of the taken up as a part of government's job, they will be all routed through NSIL. And of course, many are private contract also, which we will be executing with the support of ISRO, that will be coming through NSIL. And NSIL will be our facilitator for various technology transfer also. So that is one area where a lot of activity is going to happen. And as I mentioned, there is a communication policy, navigation policy, remote sensing policy, new geospatial policy has already, guidelines have come, and all amalgamated into a India's new space policy 2023. So that has also been approved by government, and that is now being enforced. So all in all, very exciting times are ahead as far as space sector is concerned for all the players, whether it is government sector, which is ISRO, or private sector, where newer and especially startups and other established companies can play a major role. And many of the activities are going to be routinely done by private sector now. So with this, what was earlier government, academia, researchers, that triad is now expanded with a government industry playing a major role. NGs will be the major work vehicle, and of course public sector and academia and all these people will be playing their role. So it is being expanded to include everybody, and the policy reforms, the one major reason or the idea behind that is that it will be application driven or user driven approach. So unless the need is there, till now what has been happening that ISRO went on launching satellites in various domains, and then we run after the user to make them use this satellite data or many other satellite capabilities. So unlike that, now it will be more application driven or user driven. First, user has to come up with the requirement, and then ISRO or government will take up this activity. And of course, ISRO will concentrate now more on the R&D activities, like NASA or European Space Agency has been doing. And what Somnath pointed out in the morning, the various activity related to space exploration and space science. So that will be done exclusively by ISRO with the participation of the various user agencies, especially academia, who will come forward to take up various science exploration activity. So when we launch a space science satellite, whether it is aeronomy satellite or many other missions to various planets, the data which comes through this planetary or space exploration mission, they should be actually generate a lot of science out of that. Of course, the application is still far off, because when we are searching for life and other things on other planets, that will become secondary. But before that, some meaningful science should come out of all these exploration which we do. So ISRO will concentrate on the technology part, which Somnath highlighted, and we leave it to the academia and other researchers to take up the science part of that. And first come up with the proposals for various missions related to that, and then we will be taking up that. So that is the change which has been happening. Another change which is happening or which is going to happen, Prakash was mentioning me that is going to be there within a couple of days itself, you will see the changes, is the availability of the data up to, as per the data policy guideline, up to 5 meter data will be available free of cost to all of you. So that will open up many new applications. So this in summary is the new space era, where Earth observation, satellite communication, satellite navigation related activities, many of them which are routine things will get transferred to the private sector and to the other sectors who can play a meaningful role into this. And ISRO being concentrating on various novel and advanced applications. So what we think which can help to take up newer activities in future, that will be taken up first by ISRO. Of course, we have our own other channels related to sponsored research also through various academic institutions, IITs, and many other. Now we want to include private sector also into that. So that will continue, funding related to that. So that is another area where we can jointly or collaboratively work. But these are basically the area, and then what is new into that, newer research required into that, that will be done by centers like Space Application Center and many other centers on technology front, our other ISRO centers. These are our current capabilities, so I will not dwell too much on that. We have moved from kilometer to 1 feet. That is the achievement which ISRO has done last 54 years. It has been working since 1969. So that is a very good achievement. I mentioned about CARTO 3 satellite this week. We are celebrating the anniversary of that. So that is giving us a 1 feet image. So you can read a number plate from a height of 500 kilometers. So that is a good achievement. It has many strategic applications. But as I mentioned, now the coming strategic requirements and of course urban cartography and many other requirements will be taken up through private sector, where you are going to play a major role into that. These are some of the recent development which has happened. So this is past or present. And then I'll be talking about what future holds for us as far as novel applications are concerned. So these are some of the past as well as current products which has happened in last 5 to 10 years. And that is, all these achievements are very good, as you can always see, and that has opened up many applications, as many of our private friends were also pointing out. Similarly, like that optical domain, we have very good achievements in microwave domain, especially microwave radar, SAR, synthetic aperture radar, and newer concept of that, that is the sweep SAR. All these things we have achieved the desired results, what we started with. And you'll be surprised to know that both optical and microwave remote sensing programs started almost at the same time. But we took almost 40 years to develop these technologies. Because radar is a dual-use technology, all of us know about that. So nobody gives you this technology. In optical domain, although we are dependent on other countries for very critical items like some of the high-end optics or detectors, but still we get those elements. But as far as radars are concerned, nobody gives you the radar transmitters or other advanced elements, electronics, which you need for that, for processing. And unlike optical camera images where directly you get the image from the sensor. Here you need to do a lot of data and image processing before you get any meaningful image out of a radar data. So that is another impediment to these developments. We took, as I mentioned, almost 40 years to develop and launch our first active radar satellite, RISAT-1. But after that, there is no looking back. India is today acknowledged as the world leader as far as radar technology is concerned. And why I am saying this? Because NASA is collaborating with ISRO, or JPL is collaborating with Space Application Center Ahmedabad. So that itself shows the recognition of our capability internationally. So we are, in fact, state-of-the-art radars have been developed, as you can see from all this development. Again, here we have moved from few hundreds of meters to 1 feet capability as far as imaging is concerned. And future satellites are going to be real sub-meter capability for many strategic uses. So radar technology is one domain where we have achieved really what many indigenous capability, including the technology required for that. That is all being developed internally or indigenously in the country itself. So that is again a big achievement as far as the capacity building in the country is concerned. These are some of the recent radars, and now we are moving from microwave to millimeter wave and terahertz. So again, these are the technologies which nobody provides us. So that is again an area of research, many new, it has opened up many research activities also. And of course, all this is contributing to the geospatial domain about which we are debating this workshop. These are some of the radar images, as you can see from the quality of the images and the capabilities of these activities which we have done in radar domain. So a Shanghai airport at China with a 0.3 meter resolution image, or imaging for various applications, polarimetric images, interferometric SAR images. So all these things are real achievement. And we have a very thriving airborne program also. So we have in various frequency bands, airborne radar system, whether it is C-band, X-band for disaster management. So that is on the call, means whenever required, we can fly these aircrafts. NRSC has our aircrafts, and now we are engaging from private sector also. We are hiring the aircrafts and mounting our radars and doing the sorties whenever required, whether it is for disaster management or for many precision agriculture and weather activities. And of course, now the trend is, as we are hearing since morning, about the drone-based technologies. So radars are also getting miniaturized. So we have already developed a X-band mini-SAR weighing 6 kg, but that 6 kg also needs to be optimized to 2 to 3 kg, because that will be very useful for various other applications. So that is the trend as far as radar technology is concerned. And the newer activities which we are taking up is the event-based camera system, that is the neuromorphic technology, which is going to be one more area where a lot of new activities are going to happen. We are in discussion with many academic institutions to work on this newer field. Polarization sensor is another area. Some of these we are also proposing for the next G20 satellite, which will come to that also. And one other major area, what Somnath also mentioned in the morning about this high resolution imaging from geo-orbit also. So that is that advanced GI set, what he mentioned, when we go up to 10 to 15 meter, which is the requirement. Of course, it is very challenging because I cannot indefinitely increase the size of my telescope to meet the requirements of strategic sector or even other users, because that will give a very good surveillance capability looking at the required spots with that much high resolution from a height of 36,000 kilometers. So that itself shows it's opened up many new areas of research as well as applications. Night light imaging sensor, and of course now the trend is AI/ML based sensor. That is, whenever cloud is there, I don't image itself, because that unnecessarily many times especially in optical system, we collect lot of data, many of which is not that useful. So I can, on board itself, I detect the cloud-based region and eliminate that and don't do the imaging and don't transmit it back to the ground. So these are some of the areas where newer and newer research is going to come up, and I urge academia and especially student researchers to take up these activities in full earnest. Similarly, CubeSat platform is one where a lot of new activities are going to happen, especially with the market for small satellite is going to go up. with the capability of multi-satellite launching capabilities for not only our launch vehicle, but worldwide also SpaceX is providing a platform through which you can launch multiple satellites at one go, constellation of satellite, formation of satellites. So all these things are new activities which are happening worldwide, and ISRO and India also can take up many new activities related to that. As I mentioned, the phase shift interferometer-based sensor, LIDAR technology, which we are just beginning to do activity on that front. Of course, we have many drone-based or airborne LIDAR system, but putting a satellite-based LIDAR system is still far away. So it opens up many new research areas related to LIDAR-based development, and of course hyperspectral imaging, and going further to ultraspectral imaging. So that is going to be the norm as far as optical sensors are concerned. So lot of technology development, of course, is going to happen, but it opens up many new application areas. So work has started already in Space Application Center and other centers like NRSC to work on all these futuristic data which we are going to generate. Of course, as far as geo satellites are concerned, we already have a very established meteorological and oceanographic series with INSET 3D providing very good data as far as for our meteorological applications are concerned. And many agromet products also are being generated from that. Now the plan for 4th generation INSET satellite is already worked out some time back, and now we have again revised it in association with Ministry of Earth Science. So again, that opens up many new areas of research, especially related to advanced imaging from geostationary platforms. So that is one area where we had been lacking in last decade. So now world has moved forward as far as this particular technology is concerned. So we are also now trying to catch up with our advanced imager, and of course lightning mapper and hyperspectral infrared sounder and millimeter wave sounder in hyperspectral capability. So that is also newer area where we are taking up a lot of research into that. And of course, on LEO platform, we already have millimeter wave and hyperspectral technologies already in place. And now we will further develop into these activities in future, near future, I will say. As I mentioned, as far as the newer technologies or applications for subsurface imaging, so we have this P-band airborne SAR already developed as Space Application Center. As I mentioned, we have hired a private aircraft to fly this over various regions in and around Karnataka and Maharashtra, and collected a lot of good data. So we are trying to analyze the sensor capabilities, and it is a matter of time before we take up a satellite project like biomass of European Space Agency. So that is on the anvil, and this will open up many new areas of research as far as P-band is concerned. These applications are concerned, especially as you go. Till now I was talking about going to higher and higher frequency from microwave to millimeter wave, but this is going in the reverse direction, going towards the P-band, where it opens up many new areas of research. And of course, hardware development is almost achieved with the capabilities for airborne system, and it is a matter of time before India is going to embark on this particular technology. We already have a precursor to the joint mission which we have already been working on with NASA, so that our scientists and researchers get familiarized with the usage of this particular data. And somebody this morning was asking about the earthquake related studies. So this satellite is going to provide us more data onto a simultaneous acquisition of L and S band, which will have many land reformation studies. So as a precursor to that, we have made this L and S band dual frequency airborne radar, which has been extensively flown in USA. So NASA has provided us this Gulfstream aircraft on which we have mounted this and carried out a lot of survey in USA. Data has been now being provided to various researchers so that they are ready before we launch the NISR satellite in due course early next month. NISR, about which I was mentioning. This is one technology, again, it is a great technology. When we initially, 2012, we demonstrated India's capability with the active radar system. After that, NASA approached ISRO with a proposal. They said that JPL has a patented technology on sweep SAR. Generally, in any radar system, since it is a side-looking system, you have to choose between area coverage and the resolution achieved. So you can either compromise both either coverage or resolution. So either you get very high resolution at the cost of the coverage, or you get the very high coverage at the cost of resolution. But this is one technology, SWIPSAR, where without compromising resolution, you can have larger extent of coverage. So that was the patented technology of JPL. When they approached us initially, their proposal was that they will bring this SAR, which was still under development, and ISRO has to provide the satellite as well as launch vehicle, and we have to launch it from Sriharikota. So that was their proposal, and they will provide data which will be freely available to our scientists and researchers. And you will be surprised to know NASA being world's #1 space agency, JPL being world's #1 aerospace laboratory, we said no to them. So we had that temerity to say no to NASA. After that, lot of discussion, negotiations happened, and finally we arrived at a compromise solution where we are making a S-band SWIPSAR, they are making the L-band SWIPSAR, and both will go together onto one platform, which will be put into our satellite and getting launched early next year on the first quarter. So this is going to be, every whole world is looking forward to this particular data from this particular satellite, as it has many new applications being brought up related to ecosystem and especially land deformation. Earthquake is very difficult to predict. We cannot predict earthquake. Whether any precursor we can still pick up and come up with a better solution than what we have today. So that is one area going to be area of great research, and I urge all the people, because this data being a science mission, this data is going to be freely available. And everybody is eagerly looking forward to this particular mission related to joint ISRO mission on SWIPSAR. So this is going to be a path-breaking development as far as radar technology is concerned. Of course, as I said, we have already worked on many of these millimeter wave or sub-millimeter wave sensors, ground-based as well as space-based. So we are having a good handle on that. And we have already launched a microsatellite with a humidity sounder at 183 gigahertz, so which has provided a lot of good data, and we are discussing with Ministry of Earth Science also to assimilate it in some of their models. So now we are planning in our next OceanSat 3A series, there is a possibility of putting a full-fledged temperature and humidity sounder as a part of, along with our scatterometer as well as the ocean color monitor. So that is going to be one major area of research as far as the humidity and temperature sensing data is concerned. And of course, LIDAR related developments will happen parallelly in the optical domain. But as far as the microwave domain is concerned, ground-based atmospheric sounders are already being developed, and they are being offered as a technology transfer, because there is a need of many such sounders on ground as well. So this is going to be one of the other area where a lot of activities, research potential is going to happen. So we are also setting up a millimeter wave telescope at Henley, as Somnath was mentioning in the morning, moving on to terahertz technology. So as an initial activity in this front, we will have a 300 gigahertz millimeter wave sounder a telescope located at Henley, and that will provide lot many data, lot many new technologies getting developed, because cryogenic cooling, and that will be the major requirement for the sub-millimeter type of technologies. And the antenna, which is a 66 pallet, 6 meter diameter antenna, that is again going to be a big challenge related as far as technology elements are concerned. Of course, after that, collecting the data from far off and analyzing these signals. So that is going to be another challenge for the researchers. So this is one area, then this will be upgraded to a 1 terahertz telescope. So a lot of activities are envisaged on this front as well. And as I was mentioning, the G20 satellite for environment and climate change, Honorable Prime Minister just announced when he was relinquishing the G20 presidency about India launching this particular G20 satellite in partnership with various other collaborative agencies. So we have already announced this, and our sensors we have already finalized, subject to now the availability of sensors from other space agencies like NASA, ESA, JAXA, and many others, all the G20 plus African countries. So G21 now will be launching this satellite within next 2.5 to 3 years. So our activities have already started. This is one of the hyperspectral millimeter wave sounder is a new technology which we have again proposed for G20 satellite. So again, that will open up newer activities where instead of limiting to 6 or 12 channels of sounding, we are now going to 100 channels in a hyperspectral domain in millimeter wave frequencies. So that is another area of new activities which has been happening. And traditionally, we have been doing all these meteorological, oceanographic applications, cyclogenesis and all, and that has worked very well, and it is supporting nations' activity in a big way. But now we have come up with newer applications like this solar calculator, which was initially developed for India and then followed by for Africa. And after that, Honorable Prime Minister announced at COP26 at Glasgow about India offering this globally. So that also work has been carried out. And on this line, then we can set up many more new activities. It opens up many new areas which geoinformatics or geospatial world can look forward to. On similar lines, you can develop various other calculators for various activities. We have already, as you saw in our exhibition stall also, this geospatial energy map of India has been developed, and this can be further enhanced or increased by putting in more geospatial data related to that. So right now 5 ministries have provided the data which is now available. Of course, it is not available to all of them. They have identified the nodal officers in each ministry because this being a very critical data for the country. So right now it is a protected data, but likewise on these themes, similarly more and more activities can be taken up in various other domains also. And as I was mentioning, now the role of ISRO in this new space era is going to be different. I will not call it limited, it will be different. We will be more concentrating on various advanced R&D activities, some of the, about the glimpse which I gave to you. And as far as Earth observation is concerned, in this new space era, we will be concentrating more on the retrieval, calibration and validation as well as data assimilation. So as I mentioned, on the new R&D activities and leave other routine activities related to data or data product generation to the other players, so especially the private players. So this is one major change which has been going to happen from the traditional way in which we had been doing the applications. Of course, we will be supporting wherever our data, as Prakash Sahab was mentioning, data is going to be now free. And of course, we are taking up many new activities under Quad for developing or helping the small island states so that they don't come into the influence of China. So all these activities are happening, and that this also opens up many new commercial domain activity also for other players also, because all these small nation states also, once they get the glimpse of the utility of such data, it will open up newer areas for commercial activity also. So with that aim, all these activities are being taken up first under Quad. So initially we have adopted Maldives as one of the island for which we will be providing all these activities. But now we are having second thoughts after some changes over there. Agri-DSS is one other area where a lot of new activities are going to happen, especially after the Kisan Andolan sometimes back. Government is very keen that we do something to help our farmers. So under that, Ministry of Agriculture has sanctioned these particular activities, and our Vedas team is supporting various assimilation of all this data which is available from various sources, and that will help as a agriculture decision support system for the country. So all the activities which happen, whether it is under Pradhan Mantri Insurance Yojana or many other such schemes where government play a major role, a lot of funding goes into that. So instead of this money getting pilfered at different levels, now it will be having an integrated approach through which we will have a very informed decision as far as some of these activities, especially related to farm sector, is concerned. And of course, as I mentioned, bringing from sensor to application, it involves a lot of product generation, especially initially data which was available from satellite was only raw data, and then we have to bring it to some level. Nowadays, the trend is towards, as I mentioned about AI ML techniques on board itself, so whether it's data product or information product generation, and from that we are now moving to analysis ready data. So this is bringing in more and more analysis into that. Data analytics is going to play a major role. And now the trend is towards AI-ready data. So we provide you data in such a format that you can directly apply the AI algorithms and go ahead with the analysis. So that is going to be the trend over which Space Application Center and many other regional centers of NRSC also are working on to that, so that lot of new activities are envisaged on this front related to data processing. These are two of our websites, Vedas and Mosdek, and of course Bhunidhi and Bhuvan are very popular. So all these together, they will open up newer vistas, newer areas of research and applications, domain activities as well. Of course, AR, VR, XR, and digital twin, we saw it in the exhibition also. So these are some of the other areas where we have been working on the activities related to that, and we will further try all the visualization aspect of the data which are being generated, and as I mentioned, newer and newer data, hyperspectral, ultraspectral domain, millimeter wave, all these things, how to assimilate and bring it for the visualization aspect related to that. That also opens up many new areas of research and other activities. So digital twin technology for tomorrow, whether it is 3D experience about which we saw a presentation just before this session, simulation of various scenarios, IoTs and sensors are going to play a major role, big data analytics, cloud sourcing, AI, ML or deep learning techniques. So lot many activities are happening at Space Application Center and other ISRO centers, but this also opens up new areas of research for all of you. Just to briefly touch upon satellite communication, again, ISRO has been traditionally doing this, and this has been taken up by the private sector. And these are some of the satellites we have launched in last couple of years, whether it is GSAT-24 DTH satellite, which is first in the new space era because it was totally executed through NCIL. And now the trend is towards adopting this same model where the requirement for communication satellite is going to come, even government department will approach NCIL, and through that they will be coming to ISRO for development. Or we hand it over to private sector, the technologies. Similarly, navigation satellite is right now exclusively government domain because it has many strategic implications, but slowly once the system is established, that NAVIC is also going to be opened up for other players. GISAT and all we have already mentioned. We have the spectrum monitoring payload about which Somnath also mentioned, the ADS-B, where Airport Authority of India and ISRO are collaborating for the monitoring of the aircraft movement in the Indian region. That also activity is going on. And one of the major change in communication scenario is, all of you would have heard about that or seen that on TV also. After the Russia-Ukraine war, we have seen that Russia has bombarded Ukraine like anything. It is totally devastated. But you will be surprised to know still TV is working in Ukraine and internet is also working. So thanks to this Starlink, which has been provided by Elon Musk, so all the activities, the facilities provided by Starlink satellite that has helped Ukraine to survive. So this is going to be the trend. It is high time that India also gets into the bandwagon of LEO constellation of communication satellite. So that is another area where flexible satellite and SDR capability. So you configure the satellite as per your need, whether it is bandwidth on demand or power on demand for a specific activity, for in a specific region where traffic is more, you can divert your resources to meet the requirement of that particular area. So all these things are coming. ISRO is also now coming up with a satellite for SDR-based satellite, which we are already getting the Space Commission approval. So after that, and the satellite is configurable for DTH as well as for broadband activity. So that is another uniqueness of that. Till now we have dedicated satellite to meet each of these requirements, but now same satellite can work as a DTH satellite also for beaming TV signals, or it can be utilized to do internet broadband services also. So that is the change which is happening. This is one configuration we have already worked out for India's own LEO constellation. So it is a constellation of 140 satellites. Of course, it is meeting only the traffic in the urban areas. If you want to service the whole India and each and every corner of country, you will need around 4,000 satellites because these are the LEO orbiting satellite. So like Elon Musk is already launched 4,000 satellites, he is going to launch up to 20,000 satellites under Starlink program. OneWeb already has 800 satellites. So like that, this is going to be the trend as far as communication technologies are concerned. And of course, optical and laser communication is going to be the order of the day. We have to move from RF communication to optical communication. That has been already happening in terrestrial domain. All your communication is through optical fibers only on ground. Same way in space also, it is going to be a laser or optical based communication. In SAC, Space Application Center, we have already set up this optical ground station. And this is going to be the technology, what earlier morning also we heard about this quantum communication. So that is going to be, it is already been identified under Prime Minister's Advisory Council for Science, Technology and Innovation, where quantum frontier and AI, they are identified as major area apart from many other things. So these are two areas where a lot of activities have been happening in ISRO as well as SAC. And of course, this about, Somnath mentioned about this quantum experiment which we carried out at Space Application Center. So using two different techniques, it is called single photon and entangled photon. We have demonstrated a free space communication between one building to another in through air. Now that is to be taken up further for developing a quantum satellite, where this is a contemporary research even world level. We have already demonstrated it here on ground, in space, and now further we are taking it up. And this is going to be the technology of the future, because we hear a lot about the cyber frauds and hacking and all these things which are happening, which is affecting all our financial transactions. So that will be the thing of the past, because the OTP which you get on your mobile through wireless modes or current way, it is to be replaced with, it will be transmitted through this photons or quantum technology. So, because it doesn't need high data rates. If you see the data rates which we achieve is only around 400 kilobits per second. The normal data, which is encrypted data, will flow through your normal terrestrial or RF channels through space, while the OTP or the password of your signal will come through the photons or through the quantum channel. So this will be a two-channel communication. So this is how ISRO has already worked out the total constellation of GEO and 2 LEO satellites. So already we are already gone to Space Commission for approval of this, launching these 3 satellites, where we'll have one GEO orbiting satellite, 2 LEO orbiting satellite, and what we demonstrated at a 300-meter distance between one building to another in free airspace, that will be now demonstrated from space at the height of 500, 600 kilometers. So this is going to be one major area of research about which is quantum key distribution. So, or sending your password from one point to another. So that is, because if you send it to terrestrial, you cannot send it beyond some few hundred kilometers. So if you want to expand it to pan-India, then you need this type of network where it will be a combination of terrestrial and space network, which will be in next 10, 20 years, you are going to hear a lot about that. Whole country will be covered by that. One last point on navigation. Again, as Somnath mentioned, so we already have a 7 satellite configuration, which is now being augmented with 4 more satellites to make it a 11 satellite constellation. It is a regional navigation system on which a lot of work has happened. In fact, we have been working since 1999, after Kargil war. This system has been envisaged because we were not getting accuracies when we use GPS for all our strategic usage. And a lot of our soldiers died during Kargil war. So whether it is deliberate or something happened those days when either we were not getting GPS signal or the accuracies was very poor. So after that, government decided that we should have our own navigation system, which is under our control. And you will not believe that whatever 90 to 95% of activity which you do in your daily life, they are governed directly or indirectly by navigation or by GPS, if you say so. So that our aim is that we should replace GPS with Navic, or if not possible to replace, at least augment it with Navic, so that we are in control of our systems. So these are some of the governance activity which we have already done, like tracking of railways, what Somnath also mentioned. Similarly, tracking of aircrafts using in real-time mode, fishermen for Department of Fisheries, and now it is being implemented pan-India with installation of 1 lakh boats with this particular terminal, which is there in our exhibition also. You will see a demo of that. So the fishermen, when they go out for fishing in deep sea, they carry this instrument is fitted into their boat, and they have their mobile, which is useless once they go into inside the deep sea. It works only in the coastal region. So after that, they get all this information, weather alerts, information related to crossing of international waters, where they get the potential fishing zone related information, where they get the better fish shields. All this information is transmitted to them in a particular time of the day, and they get this information on their mobile in their native language. So this has been already implemented, and now it is being expanded for 1 lakh boats all across the country. And this, the project is being executed through NCIL. Railway tracking and the unmanned or the manned railway crossing, alerting the vehicles or the users, that is already happening now automatically. Which was earlier manual, the whole thing has been converted into automatic. Of course, on Siachen Glacier, where our soldiers are moving, so somebody wrote to Honorable Prime Minister that we should do something for them. When avalanche happens, snowstorms happen, the soldiers die, and we are not able to even locate their bodies. Forget of bringing them back to their house. So to solve that problem, we are working on that. It should be a wearable device, because it has to survive in that minus 55, minus 60 degree temperatures. It has to last for 3 to 6 months. The battery has to work incessantly. So all these things are the challenges over which we are working on. Navic in your mobile, it is going to be the reality very soon, and we are working on that. Already some mobiles have already started implementing that, and inducting it into our strategic sector, which is the basic aim with which we started this whole program of Navic. So that is also underway, and directly it is being, and the last point I will just like to mention about, since a lot of hype and euphoria has been generated after Chandrayaan 3 and all planetary missions. So till now they are being controlled by inertial navigation system. And the accuracies are very poor, as you would have seen, a few hundreds of meters or kilometers when we land at a particular place. Say recently when we had the Chandrayaan 3 landing, finally we land, of course we were on the spot that day, but still where we landed, it was 350 meter horizontally and 150 meter vertically away from the point where we actually designed it to land. So that is within this overall system errors of our Chandrayaan system. But still, to make it a more precise landing, say with 10 by 10 meter accuracy, all this will need something similar to GPS or GNSS onto the moon surface also. So another area where lot of research has been happening in this space service volume receiver. That is the same GPS or the Navic signal which we are receiving on Earth. When our satellite goes towards moon or any other planet, we try to utilize the side lobe of the antenna pattern and capture this signal from all this constellation and try to fix our position of the satellite. So that is another area of research which is called space service volume, SSV. So it is a buzzword in the international navigation domain, and lot of activities are happening. ISRO also at SAC, we are doing a lot of activity, and in our next experimental satellite, in GeoSatellite, we are going to put a SSV receiver. Similarly, recently we launched our reusable launch vehicle related, lot of experiments are going on. So landing of this, because right now whatever launch vehicles are there, they are expendable launch vehicles. Once they are launched, they are useless for us because they come back and fall in the sea. Now we'll have a reusable launch vehicle, which is what Elon Musk is doing. So same technology, we also have to go at the earliest so that our launches become more and more affordable and competitive to the world market. So RLV work has been going on at our various ISRO centers, and for landing of this RLV, we have utilized the pseudolite, that is satellite on ground, navigation satellite on ground instead of satellite in space. So, and a combination of that also can work together to provide the positioning so that you get a better vertical and horizontal accuracy, which will help the launch vehicle or in future space shuttle to land very safely. These are some of the new precise point positioning or real-time kinematics about which many of our other vendors were also mentioning, differential GNSS, all these things, work has been going on. Inter-satellite link between Navic satellites so that we can do away with the atomic clock. That is another area of research. where for timing information can go between one satellite to another. So you need atomic clock only on one satellite, and all satellite need not be equipped with this atomic clock, which is one of the major area of research everywhere. SSV I already mentioned. Similarly, ubiquitous positioning, lunar and interplanetary navigation, I'll come in detail with one or two slides. LEO constellation, since we are already going to put LEO communication constellation, so we'll put a navigation payload also onto this constellation, so that will take care of the navigation from a LEO orbit. Instead of right now, all navigation happens either from GEO like NAVIC or like GPS or GLONASS, it happens from a MEO orbit. Instead of that, it will be brought down to LEO orbit. So that is another area where LEO PNT is going to be one other area. Underwater navigation is another area of research which will open up many new activities. And of course, GNSS reflectometry and radio occultation studies, they are already going on, but many new vistas can be opened up since all these so many number of navigation satellites which are going to be there providing PNT services. So since these signals are already coming to ground and getting reflected back, you can pick up these signals and do your remote sensing also. So that is another area where academicians and especially the student researchers will have very new exciting possibilities in various frequency bands, especially L and S. And of course, Chandrayaan, all of you know, but what I'm trying to convey, I'm not going to tell you about how we landed on moon, because that has been already covered. SAC has played a major role into selection of the landing site, how from Chandrayaan 2 we improved to Chandrayaan 3, and how we landed so precisely and safely with our radar altimeter or the high resolution HDA processor, hazard detection and avoidance processor. All the cameras have been built by Space Application Center. So we played a major role. As I mentioned, there was a 4 by 2.4 kilometer area which was identified for landing among the hazardous South Pole. And we were to land precisely onto this particular center point of this 4 by 2.4. And for that, we have devised all the total algorithm for navigation, and various sensors provided a lot of data so that we have a landing precisely onto that. And what I was mentioning, this was that lander, our lander on that scheme, which was captured by our high resolution 0.3 meter camera, which is orbiting as a part, which was launched as a part of the Chandrayaan 2 orbiter. Now, this landing, and this was corroborated by our L and S band radar system also, which is again on the same platform, Chandrayaan 2 orbiter. So, this NASA also corroborated that landing of our lander, the location of our lander, which was declared as a Shiv Shakti point. But what I was trying to convey is that what I already mentioned, that when we landed at the spot, although we wanted to land at the center of that 4 by 2.4, this was the point where we landed, and it was 350 meter by 150 meter away from the exact spot which we had identified for landing. So now in future, this Japanese mission has been already launched on 7th September 2023, which is going to attempt this precise landing, this smart lander for investigating moon. Why it is important for us? Because as Somnath mentioned in the morning, next mission for moon is going to be a Indo-Japanese joint mission, LUPEX. And there what we are attempting is a big rover and a big lander. Our rover was 30 kg. This rover is going to be 350 kg with lot many sensors. That apart, it will be a 7-day mission, 7 moon day mission, which will be 100 Earth days. So these are all the characteristics. So I'm not very much worried about all those aspects that will happen. What is going to be very interesting is this. We are going to 90-degree latitude, and the landing zone, which was 4 by 2.4, and we landed at the center of that, we want now it to be 100 by 100. During Chandrayaan 2 time, it was 500 by 500 meter, and of course, we could not succeed that day. But here with 100 by 100 meter and the precision landing with the accuracy requirement of 10 by 10 meter, that is going to be the challenge for LUPEX mission. And the Japanese mission, which is already launched, SLIM, is trying to attempt vision-based navigation to achieve those details. But we will also be supporting all these aspects, and these are going to be the challenge. The first column, what you are seeing, the specification 100 by 100 meter with accuracy of 10 meter. We want to land our lander onto that, and there we are going to use this technology. One is the GNSS signal, as I was mentioning, GPS, Navic, and all the navigation signal which are from the ground. We try to pick the side lobe of that and try to fix the location. That will be the one input for our lander, followed by this MMS mission is already doing that. This is it has created a world record that at 187,000 kilometer also, we are able to fix the location of that particular satellite using the GNSS signal. So that is the very unique SSV testing which has been demonstrated. And we tried to use it for our Chandrayaan-3 also. Initially when we were discussing the landing improvement after the failure of Chandrayaan-2, we tried to see whether we can use our GPS and Navic signal for implementing that. And we found that accuracies are going to be almost kilometers. So we abandoned that idea because the weight and volume of the receiver was also coming up very large. So this is the challenge, and that is now being addressed internationally with this what we call lunar PNT. So like you have GPS on Earth or Navic on Earth, similarly you are going to have a lunar PNT system in space on Moon itself. So we are going to launch these satellites. So all the countries, whether the USA, Europe, Japan, and they want now India after our Chandrayaan-3 success. They are very keen that India joins this particular endeavor, and we are also working, discussing internally to participate in this lunar PNT program, which is going to be a combination of launching, each country will launch various satellites onto the Moon, which will be the navigation satellite. And apart from that, we'll use the GPS or the GNSS signals on Earth also, the side lobe of that, and together we'll try to fix the landing position apart from fixing the position of the satellite going towards the Moon. And then finally when it goes onto the Moon surface, so our pseudolite technology plus this lunar PNT technology all put together, this will help us in that precise landing, which we are trying to now attempt at the South Pole. So this is going to be a real challenging area where a lot of activity are anticipated. Of course, Venus mission, Somnath also mentioned, so I will not go into detail of that. So with this, I end my presentation. We have exciting possibilities in each of these domains, remote sensing, navigation, communication, as well as space science and exploration, to work further onto various, not only technology elements, but various application elements as well. Thank you.
Please give him a big round of applause. Maybe a standing ovation, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for such an illuminating lecture and updating us with the recent advances and showcasing the novel applications in the field of space applications. Sir, as a token of appreciation and gratitude, on behalf of Indian Society of Geomatics, I would like to request Dr. Prakash Chauhan, President ISG, to kindly come over and felicitate Dr. Nilesh M. Desai, sir, for delivering the Millennium Lecture 2023 with a shawl and a token honorarium. I also request Dr. T.P. Singh to kindly come over the dais and honor Dr. Nilesh M. Desai with the memento of the symposium on behalf of local organizing committee involving ISG, ISRS, Symbiosis, and CDAC. I request the dignitaries to remain present on the stage for the next program. We have a slight change in the program. We are supposed to go break for the AGM. Since our cultural team is already ready for some long time, so we don't want to, make them wait further. So let us have that award ceremony first, and then we will move to the cultural programs. So for the award ceremony, the second part of the award ceremony, can I have the slides, please? Yes. So the remaining awards of Indian Society of Geomatics, we are going to present. Indian Society of Geomatics confers various awards, as you know. The category which are remaining is Professor Kakani Nageshwar Rao Young Achiever Award. ISG instituted this award from year 2013 to encourage young researchers, scientists, academicians pursuing research in the field of geospatial technology applications. The award carries a cash prize of rupees 10,000 along with the citation. In recognition of his outstanding contribution in the domain of gravimetric and geometric geodesy with emphasis on geoid modeling and contributions towards Indian geodetic reference frame, the Indian Society of Geomatics confers the Professor Kakani Nageshwar Rao Endowment Young Achiever Award for the year 2023 on Dr. Rupesh Goyal, IIT Kanpur. May I request him to kindly come over the dais, please? I think he is absent, so we'll move to the next award. The President Appreciation Medal for contribution to the ISG Society. This award is conferred to a member of the society who has made noteworthy contribution to the growth of the ISG, its main body, or any chapter. The award consists of a medal, citation, and cash prize of Rs 10,000 in recognition of his significant contribution towards popularization of geomatics activities as an office bearer of ISG national body. The Indian Society of Geomatics confers President's Appreciation Medal for contribution to the society for the year 2023 on Mr. Jaiprasad P. Moving to the next one, ISG Chapter Award for Best Performance. Every year, ISG confers chapter awards for best performance based on the chapter's significant contribution to further mandate and goal spreading awareness in the field of geomatics. In recognition of its significant contribution for spreading awareness in the field of geomatics, ISG Ahmedabad chapter has been selected for ISG Chapter Award for Best Performance 2023. I request Dr. Shaili Gandhi to come over to the dais and receive the award. Or any other member who is there. Yeah, please come. Now I request Dr. Praveen Thakur to come over and further the award ceremony of Indian Society of Remote Sensing.
Thank you, Dr. CP. Now, in the junior category awards of Indian Society of Remote Sensing, first we have Professor P.R. Pisharuti Memorial Award for the year 2023, and this year it is being shared with two of the young scientists from ISRO. And first we have Dr. Prashant Kumar, scientist SF from Space Application Center, Ahmedabad, in recognition of his outstanding and pioneering contribution in the area of satellite data assimilation in atmospheric models. So we congratulate you, Dr. Prashant Kumar, for your achievement. Next, we have Dr. Dipandita Haldar, scientist SF at Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, Dehradun. In recognition of her outstanding and pioneering contribution in the area of remote sensing applications for agricultural studies, this award has been conferred. We congratulate you, madam, for your this achievement. Next, in this category, we have Indian National Geospatial Award for the year 2023, and it is being given to the young professor from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, in recognition of his significant contributions in the applications of geospatial technology for glaciological studies and hazard assessment. The Indian Society of Remote Sensing confers the Indian National Geospatial Award 2023 on Dr. Ajanta Goswami. Congratulations, Professor. Next, in this category, we have President Appreciation Medal Award for the year 2023, and this year it is being given to the one very senior member of our society, which had done diploma in 1987 from ISRS, and then he started the Trichy chapter. He is the professor at Bharati Darshan University. Dr. K. Kumaraswamy, Emeritus Professor, Department of Geography, in recognition of his significant contributions to the Indian Society of Remote Sensing, having actively involved at state and national levels for its growth and progress, this award is conferred. Our congratulations to you, sir. And second award in this category is given to young scientist from Punjab Remote Sensing Cell, Mr. Shashikant Sahuji, in recognition of his significant contributions to the Indian Society of Remote Sensing in actively involved in state and national level activities for its growth and progress. Yes. Next award in this category is the Best Chapter Award, which is given annually to the best performing chapters out of 27 chapters. And this year, in recognition of the significant contribution towards the fulfilling the objectives of ISRS, specifically towards the organization of a very successful Symposium 2022, Geospatial Technology Journey from Data to Intelligence and other remote sensing awareness activities. This award is being given to Hyderabad chapter of ISRS. So, I would like to request current secretary and previous EC's members, Dr. Pondari ji, to receive this award. Next, we have our journal is one of the highest ranked journals in terms of impact factor, and under this we have two categories: remote sensing and emerging areas of geoinformatics. And for the year 2022, we have selected our editorial team has selected 4 best papers. The first best paper under the remote sensing category is given to Smriti Srivastava, Purushottam Garg, and Muhammad Farooq Azam for their work on 7 decades of dimensional and mass balance changes in Dokrani and Chota Shigri glaciers in Indian Himalayas using satellite data and modeling. Anyone from the authors? Madam? He is not there. He is not there. So in the next, we have identifying RIP channels along RK Beach, Vishakhapatnam using video and satellite imagery. It is given to Shivay Bora and other authors. Shivay. And under the emerging areas of geoinformatics, this award is given to the paper on internet GIS-based air quality monitoring and forecast system for the Indian region using FOSS 4G to Kapil Oberoi, Samir Saran, Ashutosh Jha, Charu Singh, and others who are present here. Kindly come to the stage. And last award under this category is being given to the machine learning based change detection technique developed using the SAR images and fuzzy C means clustering to the Jaka Trishul Kumar, Mallikarjun Reddy, and other authors. Any one of these authors? Sir, not present. Thank you all the participants and Dr. Prakash Chauhanji, Nilesh ji, and TP Singh ji for conducting this ceremony. Thank you.
Dr. Rupesh Goel is available in the auditorium now. You may come and collect your award for Kakani Nageshwar Rao Young Achiever Award of ISG. As you all know, that ISG and ISRS organized a pre-conference tutorial on AI. The tutorial was designed and developed by Geoinformatics Department of IIRS under the leadership of Dr. Vandita Srivastava, Head Geoinformatics Department, IIRS. She also delivered a talk. The tutorial received an overwhelming response. In fact, the demand was so high that we could not accommodate all the candidates and we had to return fees of some of them. It is time to recognize the efforts put in by the team. I request Dr. Vandita Srivastava, Head Geoinformatics Department, to kindly come over the dais for the felicitation. I also call upon Shri Ashutosh K. Jha to join. Shri P. K. Gupta, Prashun K. Gupta, please come over. Special thanks are there to OGC team, so I would request. Yeah, tutorial team, please come. I would like to invite Shri Harsh Madiraju on behalf of OGC to kindly come and receive the memento on behalf of OGC team. I would also like to invite CDEC team, Dr. V. Sivakumar, Mr. Shankar N. Rathod, Mr. Kedar N. Gogale. Please come. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir, for doing the honor. CDEC team is still there? Oh, please come.
नहीं आए नहीं है सर. Thank you all the dignitaries. I request you to occupy the seats on the front row. Now we'll start a cultural program in a short while.